Good morning and welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. I'm Filipa, joined by Skura, also known as Islands in Front, and we are here for the Grand Open Qualifier Bologna Day 2. Day 1 it was very intense. 468 players came here to play Modern, 9 rounds. Only 64 made it in Day 2, so we are going to start with round 10. Let's take a look at our prizes to see what these players are competing for. $22,500 for prizes amongst players. But what they really want, I believe, is that top 32 to make sure they lock an invitation for the regional championship in Naples next month. That event, as some of you know, qualifies not only for the Pro Tour, but first and second place get an invitation to the World Championship, which is the biggest event of the year. A lot of prizes, a lot of things to look forward. Every player that made day 2, that means top 64 already made some prize, so they can be already very happy with the performance this weekend. And we have a very special match here for this round 10, first round of day 2. Let's take a look here as our players get ready for this matchup, which is Golgari Yagmod versus Temur Prowess.
Yeah, and Timo Prowess in the hands of none other than Mattia Rizzi. Great display of sportsmanship at the very beginning. Fist bump, and let's get into it.
I think both players are local here from Italy, so maybe they know each other. It's always nice to go against people that you know.
Yeah.
And
It,
Mattia Rizzi, not a strange face for those of you that follow competitive Magic. He has qualified for multiple Pro Tours. And right now choosing Temur Prowess, which I think it did very well, as well as the Gruul Prowess.
so there are multiple versions. There is Gruul, there is Izzet, there is Tima, which is like a combination of both. And here from Mattia, we actually see a version that's blue heavy, and green is just your sideboard for your sideboard options. So it's basically blue, red, open parentheses, green, close parentheses. Um, and we see the biggest enemy of any X1 you can play on turn 1, Young Wolf.
I thought it would be Orcish Bowmaster.
Yeah, that's another one. That is
That's for
definitely.
turn 2, yes. And we see that exact card in Ricardo's hand. So
Yeah.
very well positioned against what Mattia is doing. Oh, and it's a show off. That card has been the talk of the weekend. It's a new card from OTJ and is seen playing in Modern, Standard, Pioneer.
Yeah, definitely. And now we see Slickshot coming in. Now, the DRC is definitely vulnerable to Orcish Bowmasters, but then if it does get killed, it means Ricardo isn't doing anything else, which then naturally means that Slickshot Show Off is alive and can do its thing. However, I think we lack black mana, which is even better for Mattia because he both keeps he keeps his Slickshot and DRC. So we might see some action. I can see Expressive Iteration in hand and Holy Heal, maybe double iteration, maybe, actually.
And this deck can be very powerful very soon. A lot of triggers go on with this deck, and Mishra's Bubble is a great way to do so. That Slick Shot Show Off is now a 3-2 and it's ready to grow every turn. Another thing that Mattia is for sure thinking is about that Delirium and making sure that you will be able to get 4 different card types into his graveyard, and the Mishra's Bubble with a Channeler in Battlefield is a great way to start doing so.
I think he's doing some counting. I'm curious what's on top. Maybe like a card that he would like to draw, but would be useful to turn on Delirium. So maybe we've got like Underworld Breach on top, perchance. Oh, he's there. He's counting.
I would be so scared if I was in Ricardo's shoes. I mean, you do not want to see the Temur Prowess player that has Chandler and Slickshot Show Off into play, starting doing some mathematics.
Yeah. Definitely. We'll see where that arithmetic arrives at. Oh, a lightning bolt is the ditch. So it's definitely not something that base level you'd like to get rid of, you'd like to ditch, but here we are.
And it looks like an expressive iteration. So Mattia already has land instant, is going to have a sorcery artifact as well. So with that mixture bubble when it gets cracked. So we will have Delirium. Another Mishra's bubble. So that can be played this turn only. And we see it immediately seeing play. Not only triggering that Slick Shot show off, but also the Surveil trigger from the Chandler.
Yeah, so let's count right now.
So that Chandler is already a 3-3.
Yeah, Channel is a 3-3. Selection attacks in for 7. That's 10 in the air, mind you. I think it's so 10 down to 9. Ricardo might be threatening Yawgmoth, but can he even actually do it through Chord? Because there is no black. So Wall of Roots is always 2 for Chord. So it's 2, 3. It's difficult. Maybe if we play another Wall of Roots and pass.
So Mattia playing the land for the turn, stomping ground, shocking. I see a lightning bolt in end, but that would still not be enough because that would be 13 plus 3. That would be 16 damage.
But this is completely thwarting Ricardo's plan. He basically Mattia creates choke points, bottlenecks for Ricardo's hand, and in this case, it's mana, both in terms of the amount of mana, but also the type of mana. So he naturally lacks the type, but also now Mattia makes it that he lacks the amount.
So that Wall of Roots is going to be destroyed, and now, how much damage is this, Philip? 3 from the Chandler, and that Slick Shot show off at 4 plus 2 plus 0.
Yeah, that's...
So 12 damage.
I think it's a lot. That's roughly how much it is, I think. Now we draw off Bubble. We do remember that. That's great. So Nastri Swift Spear. And that the... Okay, we got the Black Source, but it costs us a 2 life. Maybe we can Grist minus kill Slick Shot. Go down to 5 then. Yeah, so, yes, I think we will see Grist minus kill Slick Shot, which again is a play. It's a legal play, but yeah, he's just okay. Bolt shoe attack, and yeah, scoops him up.
That's going to be game 1 going to Mattia Rizzi, but there's game 2. Let's take a look at our players' deck lists and how they can potentially sideboard. First of all, Golgari Yawgmoth by Riccardo Bellettini. I hope I said that right. What answers can Ricardo bring after this explosive game by Mattia Rizzi?
Yeah, so you want to stymie a bit of the aggression. So I think 3-day Fatal Push is just... this is the reason you play the Fatal Pushes, right? You side them in, and you hopefully kill that Slick Shot. You Bowmasters the DRC, and you're kind of good to go. Except, in addition to that, I'm not really sure. You could... I think Pick Your Poison might be surprisingly good, but mainly because... You can pick the poison on Slick Shot, but also on a turn on DRC. So I would say probably like 5-ish cards from this sideboard and a card like maybe Haywire Might, unless you're scared of maybe Honorable Breach. Endurance is okay, but nothing exceptional. You can just trim around the edges. Yeah, I like these 5 cards from the sideboard, definitely.
And let's take a look now at our list. Temur Prowess by Mattia Rizzi, with this Slick Shot show off being the card of the weekend, especially for this deck. Anything in particular here that you think might enter sideboard?
Oh, we see delay in the sideboard. That is spicy. But I think we might go with Flame of Anno. Just, kill Yawgmoth, draw 2 kind of mode. Bone Crusher, maybe? I know it's more of like a anti-grief card. But here we can maybe stomp your Bone Crusher, stomp your Bowmasters, then play Bone Crusher. Might be fine. So I would probably go with 1 Unholy Heat, 2 Flame of Anno. But yeah, I think that's going to be it. Yeah, I would just sign in 3 cards, just not much. Maybe you can switch Wild Slash for Unholy Heat, just upgrade your removal. There is no ring involved, so Wild Slash isn't at its best.
So let's take a look at our players as they start this game 2 here, shuffling up. both players 7-2, so they had an amazing day one. They are in a very well position, so they need to make sure that the 6 rounds left on the Swiss go well, so they can lock a place into the top 8. And we saw uh, a lot of people on the Pro Tour doing well. People that we see here on these LMSs, that we see on the regional
Yeah,
championship. I mean, we had Arne
yeah.
making the top 8, Chan as well, that we saw over and over here on these events, especially the regional championships. It all starts here with these LMSs. You qualify for the regional championship. From there, you try to get your spot into the Pro Tour or the World Championship.
Yeah, then from that position while you're at the PT, day to the PT, big dream of, I mean, qualify for the PT is a big dream, but then you day to the PT, you requalify, you get on the train, as we say,
I,
and a
th-
great adventure begins.
I think we saw on chat Marco Del Pivo.
Yes,
He was our
definitely.
regional champion, I
Yeah,
believe, very recently, and he did great at the Pro Tour, and I think he's locked for a lot of events now.
yeah,
So
definitely
you
a
just
great
start
player.
going on the train, start locking it up.
I can only assume that if Pivo played today, he'd play Rhinos. Okay, so let's see the opening hands. Uh,
Now with Ricardo on the play, and his mulligan, I believe he only had 1 mana, like 1 land available.
and the opposite issue for Mattia because he had, I think, like 5 lands available. So
Which is way too much, especially for Temur Prowess that really tries to be aggressive.
yeah, so opposite issues, but the same outcome. And Mulligan it is.
It takes a lot of skill to know when to mulligan. I mean, there's obviously ends that you always mulligan or you always keep, but there's an in between that is a really tricky as a Magic player to know. Can this hand potentially win me the game or not?
Yeah, sometimes I'm happy when I see a no lander because I know it's a mulligan. There is no doubt. But yeah, as you said, the ones there is doubt, right? You maybe have like 4 lands and 3 very relevant spells as prowess, and do you keep? Do you not?
And good morning, Twitch chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Is it nighttime for you? Is it the morning if you are here in Europe? Let us know. I always love to hear and see where our Twitch chatters are from.
Oh, I think there will be another mulligan for Ricardo. I see double Court of Calling and Wall of Roots. Okay, he's deciding on the key, but this is a pretty slow hand. Being on the play definitely helps here. Let's see how fast out of the gates Mattia is going to be. That Wall of Roots blocks really well, but then if it dies, it's going to get really problematic. I think a surveillant will be found soon enough. Yep. So let's see what we surveil into. I think we want to ditch all the lands, just try to find action. And let's see. Oh, a mystery to us. But I think we keep this. Let's see if we see Young Wolf was the keep. So we can go Wall of Roots, put a counter, Young Wolf, allowing for a pretty efficient turn.
A pretty good turn, as you said. Mattia Rizzi as Soul Scar Mage in play. But he really needs to start applying some pressure because we know that this Golgari Yagmoth deck can go combo off very fast.
Yeah, difficult spot because like if you attack with Solska Mage, then Young Wolf can just charm. Ricardo can block maybe with wall. We do not plot it. Double trigger. Okay, so now if Young Wolf blocks Solskar, okay, it would die anyways. Oh
So
yeah, attack you.
attacking with the Soul Scar Mage and the Sleek Shot show off, they both have a prowess trigger from the Mishra's Bubble.
Yeah, 5 damage total. Snake Shot will come through. Soulscar will probably be blocked by Wall of Roots, although we're probably thinking about a potential mutagenic growth.
Exactly, and it's not like with this deck you cannot think, oh, my opponent is tapped out, they cannot have anything,
Yeah.
but they can.
And in this particular spot, having a closed decklist is huge because Mattia plays 0 mutagenic growth. But normally Prowess plays mutagenic growth. And so Ricardo played around something that isn't there. So a land, now we've got cord for 3 available, which we could do right now. But if you find like Grist and you minus it, then you lose a creature forever. If you plus, you get a chump blocker for Soulscar Mage, but Slickshot goes unopposed.
So tell me, Skura, is Slickshot show off worth the hype or not? What do you think? Is this card coming to stay, or it's just now in the heat of the moment, just got released, people are trying it out, but in 2 months nobody's going to remember?
I don't think it's a flash in the pan, but I also don't think it might be like an instant 4-off, instantly. But I think it's definitely a good addition. I'm not sure if it's like again a 4-off. Maybe it depends on the version, blue-red versus red-green. But I like the fact that we've got this card, and I like the fact that we see Prowess at the top tables. A good, honest aggro deck. That's something I've missed in Modern, and I'm happy to see. No bubble crack. That's interesting. I think we want to kill Scavenging Ooze potentially before that bubble lands in the graveyard to enable future Delirium. Yeah, looks pretty clever.
And I'm sure Mattia practiced a lot with this deck, and certainly against Yagmoth, which is, as we know, one of the most played decks in Modern, not just now, but for a while. And I'm very excited to get the meta conversion for the 2 year.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I think Prowess will have a really good showing. Now, again, I don't know. I have not seen the data, but I do think it might be pretty decent.
Somebody asking, Skura, why Mana Tide over Spell Pierce in your 5-color creativity side guide?
Yeah. Let me answer very quick. So Mana Tithe counters creatures, and that's really relevant because you can counter Primeval Titan, you can counter Orcish Bowmasters, you can counter Wall of Roots, you can counter Yawgmoth, you can counter Grist, which Spell Pierce wouldn't, you can counter Prowess creatures. So it's very, very relevant. Yeah.
Expressive Iteration here already, 1 Prowess and getting a land to be played this turn. 1 card goes into hand. We see Unholy Heat and I think Channeler and 2 creatures there, I believe.
Yeah, I think those creature-heavy hands are not the great against Yawgmoth because a lot can be chumped. You'd rather have like a good mix of creatures and spells, but you don't want to be creature-flooded. Contrary to matchups which are removal-heavy, you want to actually play threat after threat. And
oh, okay, we have a Court of Calling here by Ricardo, and let's see what he gets.
so it's 1, 2, 3. I think it's a 3-drop, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's a 3-drop.
I believe it might be as he passes by Yagmoth and doesn't pick it.
La. That's really good. Wow.
Endurance here.
That's painfully good.
So what does this endurance represent here?
Yeah, so this particular endurance represents a very clean block on Slickshot show off. Now there could be a spell which for example, let's say we play Unholy Heat on Scavenging Ooze, then Slickshot grows and we can trade.
There is an Unholy Heat in end.
Yeah, but the larger issue, it's true. There is Soulscar Mage to make endurance smaller. But I think that might be the play actually.
So you let the endurance block and then you...
Yeah, you have to let the endurance block because you don't have a way to remove it. There is no delirium to kill endurance in response. So we just declare the block. So as I said, it's more about card quality than quantity. And when it comes to quality, you do want to keep that slick shot around.
So it looks like here Mattia deciding, as I think in hand he has one Channeler, one Unholy Eat, and two Monastery Swift Spear.
Yeah, shock this in. I think now there's one card in hand for Ricardo. We might think that, well, you can run Yawgmoth out of resources, but unfortunately for Mattia, and fortunately for Ricardo, it's another Chord of Calling.
And that actually goes on the Scavenging Ooze. Just trading the Slick Shot show off with Endurance. Damage passing from the Soulscar Mage. Ricardo's still at 12. Which is not exactly where Mattia wants him to be after spending so many resources.
Yeah.
So-
Orcish Bowmasters now with this classic mode of raise the alarm.
Yep, and it works pretty well when you have a Chord of Calling in hand.
Yep.
Beautiful Orc Army token, must say.
We pass back. Mattia still holding on to that bubble. Draw another creature. I think the hand is 4 creatures.
It is a Soulscar Mage, it's a Channeler, and 2 Monastery Swift Spears.
Yeah.
So, Soulscar Mage is in. Channeler and Swift Spear. There's no Delirium yet. There's a bubble on Mattia's side.
And then you do the trick with Wall of Roots where you both tap it for mana and kill it off with the counter adding 2. Which is how it works.
So Mattia gets Delirium as soon as that Mishra's bubble is popped, right?
Yeah, there is no Scavenging Ooze, so there is that. But you can hold it off like this as maybe as a surprise, but I don't think Ricardo will get surprised because it's been there for a long time. Now, when the namesake hits the battlefield, it gets tricky. Yawgmoth, Thran Physician, with a couple of abilities. It's not just one that's relevant because, of course, you've got the sacrifice and minus counter. That's good. But you also have the proliferation, so you can proliferate up your army and Young Wolf. But also, you can put minus counters on opposing creatures and proliferate the minus counters up, essentially Wrath of Godding the opposing battlefield. But also, Yawgmoth, Thran Physician, for some reason, has got protection from humans, and there are a lot of humans in Matthias' deck.
Starting to sacrifice things, drawing cards.
Boseiju is a nice draw as an insulation against a potential Underworld breach. Okay, now we sack the Young Wolf, put a minus counter because the previous sacrifice just reset the Young Wolf. Young Wolf of the top, I think that might be lethal soon enough because now we can just keep switching. Okay, I mean, you'd have to go really low to risk it, but you can just switch the counters between Young Wolves. But okay, we don't. We make a much more conservative play. Minus here. We can then proliferate up these minus counters, killing off Soulscar Mages. But Ricardo's life total is not the highest.
8 live now, and that cost for Yawgmoth starts stacking up.
Yeah, I definitely expect to see some proliferation action. But yeah, Ricardo considering his options, as there are numerous options available for him.
Wall of Roots here.
Okay, Wall of Roots can add mana, then be sacrificed to... Because you could, for example, also put... Okay, so you can add green, sacrifice Wall of Roots or something else, put a minus counter on Swift Spear, and then use that green to filter into black off of the filter land, and then kill off almost everything else. Okay, I think now we will see the bubble pop finally, because a minus counter is about to go on Channeler.
So Mattia here considering what to do, but as you said, needing to crack that Mishra's bubble. Looking at the top card on Ricardo's side.
Okay. It's been a long term. I don't even remember if Ricardo made his land drop for the turn. I think he has, and that's the filter land. How long does he want to go? Okay, so he's just holding on to... He's just holding on to the proliferation, but that's risky because if you proliferate it on your turn, they would just die. While here, Prowess can be turned in response.
Yeah, and
so
here
there is some damage output.
and here Mattia drawing the card from the Mauritius bubble, which means that the Orcish Bowmaster is giving damage and creating that Orc token.
Yep.
And I think Mattia's end is a land, Mishra's bubble, and Soul's card, and Monastery Swift Spear. So we have the bubble here. There's the Surveil trigger from the Channeler. Surveilling Stomping Grounds away. Ricardo is at 6 live, and I'm really confident that Mattia Rizzi wish he had 2 lightning bolts in hand.
Yeah,
But we know
definitely.
that's not the case.
And so the thing is that even if Ricardo proliferates up the board and actually just, again, one side wraths him, it's not obvious that he's going to win immediately. Yeah, so now we use the proliferation. Yep. Because like he's still at 6. He needs to close the game.
Playing the land tap steam vents and passing.
Yeah,
Beautiful steam vents.
Yeah, we could have shocked in to pick up Gigantha. 2 lands in hand for Ricardo, including... Or 3 lands in hand for Ricardo, I think.
Yes, including Bosejo. And attacking.
And attack, let's go.
Getting aggressive.
Yeah, and actually closing the game in just a couple of attacks. I think we can... I think I would proliferate now as well to deal 2 more damage, because that's 6. That's almost half the life total. But we just let the attack go through. Trigger.
So surveillance, so let's surveil.
Oh, close decision, pass back.
And Mattia probably not very happy with that keep on top bubble. So let me see.
Grist, Fatal
Bowmasters.
Push? Okay, Bowmasters, maybe, yeah. Okay, clean.
Oh, it's a lightning bolt.
Oh, God, no. Oh, Slick
Flick
Shot.
shot lightning bolt.
Okay, that's actually really huge.
Can Mattia turn this around? Is it enough?
So now it forces Ricardo to sacrifice creatures. I think he will just sacrifice one of them and then proliferate the minus counter to save as much life as possible. But he still go down to 5, and then with Bolt down to 2.
We know that the top card is Orcish Bowmaster, so he can also sacrifice a creature, put a -1/-1, draw, and Bowmaster to deal the other damage, right?
If it is Bowmaster on top, then yeah, that would be a really cool play. Yeah, good
Both
catch.
players know
Good
that it
catch.
is Bowmaster on top.
Good catch.
Oh no, it's push.
Yeah, but we do the proliferation trick. So the hidden mode, not so hidden. Ricardo down to 5. But the game is on because Mattia can just block his way maybe into a good top deck. Oh, Court of Calling. So now we can push one of the Swift Spears and then go and then grist the other one and attack for 8. Yeah? I mean, that doesn't play around anything though, but you could do it like this. Yeah, push one, grist off of, for example, Wall of Roots the other.
Ricardo at 5, live. Mattia at 8. This is such a close game.
It's really important whether Ricardo decides to play around anything because a single draw step is really relevant for Mattia. But we know with perfect information that Ricardo can just win. Okay, we go go down to 4. OMG. This is risky.
Oh, Bowmaster now on the top.
Going down to 4. Will he go lower? Matthias probably just just poker face.
I don't think he can go lower because Ricardo is much aware that Mattia is running lightning bolts in this deck.
Bowmasters probably kill. Oh, Bowmasters will now kill off the Swift Spear, or will try to kill off the Swift Spear, and then the push. Also, the great sequencing not showing the push just yet. I think Mattia is kind of forced to bolt. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Interesting situation there. And I think Matthias smelled that there might be a removal spell, which is indeed in there.
Very, very well played by both players here. This has been such a game.
Yeah, yeah. And a lot is happening inside their heads that we can't really see or hear. But and these are action-packed games. Like the whole game will take 5 turns probably, but it's so action-packed that
A lot of triggers, a lot of sequencing. This is where less experienced players would be out of the game already in either position.
okay, so Bolt resolves. Ricardo goes down to 1. Mattia, okay. A good guy moment. Remembering the opponent, reminding the opponent to fully resolve the ability. 1 prowess trigger on the stack. Yeah, and Ricardo's thinking, what can I possibly do here to either win or not die? We cannot code for something like Shieldred because that doesn't help us against a top-decked burn spell. Very tricky situation. So he can attack in. Yawgmoth cannot be blocked. Okay, so the fastest blocks imaginable.
Just block.
Okay.
Take damage from the Yawgmoth.
Okay, is just top deck or bust?
Let's see.
Well,
I think if it was... no.
Yeah, this was creature unholy. Yeah, he's okay. Oh, he did side in Flame of Anor, but yeah, a really creature heavy draw there.
Very well played by both players here, and they are going to get ready for a game 3. And this game actually took quite a bit, as there's 17 minutes left on the clock. And usually this Tamur Prowess deck is known for being quite fast. And we saw that both players played with a very good pace, but it just had so many triggers going on.
Okay, why no cord into shield in response to lightning bolt? So my question would be, why would you cord into shield in response to lightning bolt? Because I'm not sure there was a reason to do so. Like Shieldred would take Matthias' life down by 2 on his turn. So like it doesn't prevent you from losing to the thing we think he might be losing, which is the top deck burn spell. And then you can't really activate. So you don't really want to activate Yawgmoth because you're losing material, and you actually want material to win because that's how we want the game, by attacking. But maybe I don't remember the exact board state right now.
And a very exciting day here as we are in day 2 of the Grand Open qualifier. Already round 10. Today we have 6 rounds of Swiss. This is the first one of the day. And then a cut to top 8. Only 64 players left. We had 468 yesterday on day 1. So a lot of attendance and only 64 left.
Yeah, only 64 left indeed.
Half of those will get an invite to the regional championship, which I'm sure is a very big goal of these players.
Yep. And then a quarter of those will get to the top 8, and then an eighth of those will actually hoist the trophy.
And for those of you joining in the stream, good morning. I'm Philippe. I'm joined by Skura, also known as Islands in Front. We will be one of the duo for today. The other caster pair is Caffeine Lily and Will Hall. So it's going to be a day full of modern. Let us know where you're watching from and what deck would you bring. I know, Skura, that you would bring Breach.
I would definitely bring Station Breach. No doubt about it.
And for those of you curious about Mattia Rizzi's deck, Mattia Rizzi actually streams Magic. He does it in Italian, so maybe if you are from Italy, you can check out his stream and ask him questions about the deck. I'm sure he would be happy to help.
Okay, I can't see every card in Matthias' hand, but I kind of think it's a complete banger. Okay, so we've got Swift Spear, Channeler, Lance. Oh, it's Preordain. So my question is whether the card I cannot make out is a removal. If it is, then that's a banger. What? Mattia, please. Okay, it's Slick Shot. Oh, okay, so it's Swift Spear, DRC Slick Shot, Preordain, Lance, I think. And I was focused on Mattia's hand. Is Ricardo still shuffling the first mulligan, or is it the second mulligan? I'm not really sure.
Guess we'll find out now. There's a bit of an earthquake in the table.
Yeah.
Looks like the decks are not the only thing that is shaking. So let's take a look here at these 7 cards. I mean, we have looks like a mule to
Yeah,
5.
so it is
Agatha,
indeed.
Soul Cauldron, Orcish Bowmaster, Young Wolf, and 2 lands is a great start, though.
Yeah, and just bash in for 1.
Somebody's saying that Rizzi replies to chat in English too, so it's for all audiences. So if you're curious about Temur Prowess, make sure to leave Mattia Rizzi a follow on Twitch. And
Yeah, and
stay tuned for his next stream. So we already have a lot of damage going through here.
Yeah, and the main thing is that Ricardo cannot punish this opening. He'll just play Orcish Bowmasters, presumably. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Now, it is mana inefficient. But, okay, we've got the tap land to go alongside with it. So, that was such a good top deck for Ricardo because it really stems the bleeding. Keep the card on top. Okay, we've got double creature again.
But there's also a blue card. I'm not sure if it is...
I think it's Preordain.
Yeah, exactly. Preordain, so that can actually help out a bit.
So yeah, we play Swift Spear into Preordain. These are really difficult sequencing decisions because you always have to count the damage output, but not the immediate damage output, but long-term damage output. For example, if I play Soulscar now and Swift Spear later, in like 2-3 turns, does it add up to the same, or is there a difference? Bash, 3 damage comes across, down to 14. Young Wolf comes back. Let's see what was kept on top by Ricardo, and let's see if Mattia decides to look and peek at what's there. He does not. Wall of Roots. Okay, that makes sense. We can now go Wall of Roots, which is a very nice blocker, and then use the mana, have Orcish Bowmasters or Agatha come down. Neither Bowmasters nor Agatha really impactful here, but again, raise the alarm might just be enough. That's why Slickshot Show-Off is so important, because it flies over all these blockers, and there are just so many of them.
And it's overall just a very big threat.
Yeah.
So we have the Mishra's Bubble here.
There are some versions that play Crash Through, which is something that Mattia would really appreciate here. But yeah, with no Crash Through, with no Slickshot Show-Off.
I think Mattia has Expressive Iteration, so that's a card that will also allow to refill, find something, and looks like Orcish Bowmaster as...
When it works. Army should be on 2. Let me just double check that.
An Orcish Bowmaster is such a strong and powerful card here. Yeah, so just making sure that the army has 2 counters.
Oh, I don't like Mattia's position. He was on the play, but he couldn't really capitalize on it.
No, that fatal push was...
This
it was fatal.
It was a game changer. Absolute, literal game changer.
And Mattia finding only lands here.
Yeah.
On the play against a Multi 5. Yeah. So not only on the play, but also. So we have a Steam Vent here. Chandler. There's Delirium. But that Agatha Soul Cauldron can definitely help change that.
Yeah, Ricardo is just... Okay, so now he just needs a proper top deck, like a Yawgmoth or a Gris, and then he can really pop off. But I think now he can just play this kind of very safe, controlish route, and at some point he can just turn the corner. Preordain is the pickup.
Another Chandler.
Yeah, the issue is that you have to really keep track of cards in the graveyard, because Ricardo can potentially rid you off of it.
8 minutes left.
Yeah, 8 minutes left. I would be highly surprised if this ends in a draw.
So a lot of decisions here for Mattia Rizzi, which is not having an easy game here.
Okay, so we might go channeler into Preordain. Now Ricardo can take your artifact, but at least before you take the draw off of Preordain, you will have surveilled twice, so you might hit additional types. And we do. Okay.
Flamer of Anna.
Yeah, Flame of Anno, draw 2, kill something. That would be nice. Yeah, we do shoot there, but we just mark the damage.
Ricardo still at 13 life, which is quite high, and Mattia not finding a way to punch through. I mean, there's the flying Chandler that's 3 damage. Ricardo going to 10. Can these Chandlers alone do the work in the air to finish the game?
Yeah, in general, whenever you are the deck that wants to apply pressure against Yawgmoth, you want to have access to some evasion. Because again, on the ground, as you can see, you're just not breaking through. Creature pass. Now we've got 6 potential damage in the air. Agatha activation can take. Wait, it's can take the no. There are 3 sorceries, double artifact, a land, and a something. Did they draw endurance? If that was endurance, that would be massive. It would be absolutely massive and game changing.
Endurance would be just the nail in the coffin for Mattia here, as those Chandlers would lose flying.
Yeah, Matthias thinking on his upkeep. So the reason to think on the upkeep is because
Is that Lava Dart?
it is Lavadar, yeah. The reason to think on the upkeep because you might want to cast an instant to get double surveil before you take the draw.
Packing with everything.
Yeah, so let's see. Oh wow, this is.
But wait, because there's mana available and there's the Flame of Aner and
Now it's not
Lava Dart.
over because you can let it resolve, put cards back, and then play Flame into Dart.
with a lot of several triggers as well.
So Mattia should not lose composure, even though this might be an unpleasant surprise, let me just say. Now we can kill off Endurance, draw 2.
But the draw 2 with that Bowmasters is not ideal.
Oh, you're right, yeah. Yeah, that is fair. That is fair, but we can maybe destroy Agatha, but... Yeah, we do, okay. We also surveil along the way.
Okay.
Yeah, we surveil first.
Creature.
We could also, someone points, the Dead Z pointed out, we could Lava Dart, Bowmasters. Okay, Bowmasters has a counter on it, then it's a bit more annoying of a sequence then.
I think Ricardo there is saying that the surveil is before the
Resolution, yeah.
Yeah. So it's Lava Dart
Oh, another Lava Dart.
and the Slick Shot show off in the graveyard. So
Okay, that's why he waited, because now he can eat the creature or the Lava Dart, forcing the issue. And if you target Lava Dart, you're just like, Mattia would want to do it anyways, yeah. Okay, that's a very important sequence there. So we know that we can hit a land because we can sacrifice a land to Lava Dart. Now, without exposing... Oh, it's so difficult when we don't know what they're saying. But the stack is getting huge. We've got like Flame of Anno, Surveils. Good, what? Yeah. Oh, yeah, great. Okay, but Mattia is really doing his best to...
okay, there's
Land.
land. So not in. It is enough now.
Okay, now and we've got this attack with 5 creatures. All of them are really big. I think Mattia is actually... I think Mattia is actually coming back. What?
So 6 damage from the Chandlers, and how many? 3 prowess triggers, right?
We had Lava Dart, Flame of Anno, with one more Lava Dart available. Mattia, you filthy prowess god. Wow. Through Fatal Push and that endurance and the Agatha. But this is the thing, like, he knew how to time everything perfectly. He played his deck. I mean, this particular game of Mattia, this is a class. Absolute class.
Ricardo down at 4, so that Yagmor is not even as good as it could be.
Wow. And now we can upkeep, if we're really frisky, we can we can upkeep Lavada to get the double surveil, which is what he does. Trigger. Ditch Flame of Final. Trigger. Ditch land.
And
Draw.
draw.
Slick shot show off of the top.
And attack with everything.
I don't with everything. Let's do it. Rotate on. Let's go.
Ricardo down to 3 life. Is this going to be game? Like 2 turns ago, I thought Mattia did not have a chance in this match.
Wow. Okay, we've got 2 blocks. We block one of the humans. We target that. Draw endurance off the top. That isn't of help.
Unless you draw now maybe another green. But Ricardo going down
Right, I mean, yeah, drawing
to
a
1
green
life.
endurance into a green card. He did! Oh, but he does. Is it enough? It's
No,
not enough.
it's not enough.
What's going on?
It's not enough because Ricardo is at 1 life.
Wow, what a sequence at the end there. That was insane.
Great game here,
Wow.
and very well played by both players. Mattia Ricci advancing now at 8-2, which is a great score and a great place to be at here after round 10 of this tournament. Once again, I have to say, Mattia Ricci is a streamer. He streams in Italian, but apparently in Twitch chat, they let us know that he also answers in English. So if you're curious about this Temur Prowess deck, maybe about this match, make sure to give him a follow and ask some questions. This seems like a very great deck to be playing this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I wish asking him questions would be just enough to make you play as well as he did. But this was a true display. Anytime someone doubts that Magic is a game of skill, just smack them in the face and show them the replay of this game. That was insane. Beautiful sequencing. It's a small things that some people might not notice, but sequencing. I mean, yeah, I'm just in awe, and I'm happy this was my warm up casting game of the day. Really, yeah.
Yeah, that was a first game and round here today. Yesterday, there were 468 players here in the Grand Open qualifier. 64 made it into day 2. Top 32 will get the invitation to the regional championship today. We're going to have 6 rounds of sweeps. This was the first one, so we have 5 more, and then a cut to top 8. So it's going to be a day full of modern with still 8 rounds to go. I'm Filipa, this is Kura, our other casting duo is Caffeine Lily and the Wheel Hall. So it's going to be an amazing, amazing weekend here with us. I'm not sure if we have any matches still left.
It doesn't seem like we do, so I think we can close round 10 here from
And
Bologna.
Wheel Hall and Lily will be back for round 11. We'll see you soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. And next to me, well, that's Caffeine Lily, and we are so happy to welcome you here to the Legacy European Tour, where we're bringing you, well, today, 9 rounds of modern action. We brought you 9 yesterday. We've got another 9 today. 6 rounds in the Swiss before we cut to that top 8 and we crown ourselves a champion, someone to raise this trophy here in front of us. But a lot of magic to happen before then.
Yes.
But we need to talk about something very magical happened literally hours ago. So how does it happen? What have we got going on? What are people qualifying for this weekend? Well, they're qualifying for the regional championships in Naples. If they can get themselves to Naples, that is the first step on the way to the Pro Tour. So we've got a little graphic here you can see. So today, whoever manages to get in top 32, they're going to earn their invite and they're going to be able to go to RC Naples. Also, on the Friday of Naples, there is a last chance qualifier. That is literally the last possible chance anybody that's not qualified can qualify. And 16 players get to do that. Then on the Saturday, that's where the big show starts. That's going to happen. It's going to be a 2-day event with Europe's best players coming together, battling it out, trying to get themselves into day number 2, but more importantly, trying to get themselves into that top 36 and get themselves on the Pro Tour. For 2 lucky people in that tournament, well, they're also going to win themselves World Championship invites to Las Vegas at the end of the year. And remember, this is the Pro Tour that is happening in Europe. This is Pro Tour Amsterdam. It is going to be Modern Horizons free draft. It is going to be modern format. We don't know what's going to happen to the modern format at that time. Modern Horizons free is probably going to flip it on its head, and it's going to be crazy. But this is how it starts. But as I said a few hours ago, this is how it can finish. We have now got 2 players from Europe have managed to make their way to the top 8 currently, and we're battling out later on today to see who is going to become a Pro Tour champion. So from me and the team, I want to have a huge shout out to our 2 stars. We've got Sean Goddard. I've been praising him for so long now, saying he's the UK best player. He's now on that world big stage. He's got himself a top 8. I'm so happy for him. It was waking up this morning to the news that he was in there was absolutely outstanding. And then next to him, well, we've got Arnie Huschenbeth. He's almost a household name at this point in Europe. Yeah. Everybody knows he's one of the nicest people you can meet. He's one of the hardest working people you can meet. And he's genuinely one of the best Magic players you can beat. He just got, the privilege of joining Channel Fireball, which that team is just made of Hall of Famers.
Yeah, they are something incredible.
They are literally, that is what probably like the team from my generation looking up to. Like they were the biggest team, and he's had the honor of joining them. And the way he's repaid that is by giving them yet another player in that top 8, and they will bang out later on today to see who can get themselves the trophy. But just getting there to a top 8 in itself is outstanding. But it starts here. It starts at your LGS. It starts at these local events. You need to then qualify for the regional championships, and then you got to win at Naples. This is how these players qualified. They managed to qualify in an RC, got to the Pro Tour, kept on the Pro Tour for a little bit. Consistency, hard work pays off. Congratulations to these 2 gentlemen in front of us. But back to today's tournament, because as I say, there's a lot of people in the room with this dream. These players are living the dream. Players here want to go live that dream. So we've got 2 awesome players sat down in the feature match area with some spicy decks. So we saw the Junk Creativity. We saw that do it in hands. We saw it do very well yesterday, going to an 8-2 record. But on the left of your screen, Marco and his deck. Okay, so it looks like it's got his blink. We know this.
Yeah.
I've been telling him all weekend. I will get you a feature match if you keep winning and actually upload your deck list to MTG Millie. He didn't do that. He's now done that. And the reason I want to do this is because he's got some spice in here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's something that we didn't saw before.
No, yeah, we've seen that. We saw the Goy's deck yesterday, but it was just like the standard what you can kind of see. Okay, but in this one, he's playing, and let me see if I can actually say the name of this correctly. Satu the Inflictor. This is a crazy 2-drop that it's got a lot of hype behind it. I've seen it in the Affinity decks a little bit, because whenever basically you cast a spell and no mana was used to cast it, you basically get to draw a card and get some value from it. And it also triggers itself. So that with being able to flicker things with Ephemerate, you kind of gain yourself a little bit extra value with it. And I was like, that's actually a really cool, unique way. I haven't seen it that way. I haven't, seen anybody stream with it. So he's brought it this weekend. He's coming at 8-2 record. So I'm intrigued to see how he's going to get on with it. So telling me that he's been playing this deck as well for a couple of months.
Oh.
Not doing very well. He's like, I was doing leagues. I was going 1 and 5, 1 and 4s, 2 and 3s. Was not having a good time. So then he started looking at sideboard guides online. Started looking at articles about this deck. found a really good article, explained everything that he needed to know about the deck, took the deck list, has brought it this weekend, is obviously doing incredibly well with it. Last night in the hotel, goes out for a cigarette, doesn't have a lighter, goes up to a couple of Magic players, goes, do you have a lighter? Gets the lighter up them, starts chatting about Magic with them, telling them, what are you playing? Oh, I'm playing this. What are you playing? Oh, I'm playing Goy's Vengeance. And then they start talking. And it turns out the sideboard guide and the deck that he's using was the guy he just borrowed the lighter from. He didn't even know. He literally met that guy. I was like, that's a really cool little story.
That doesn't surprise me because he's a little crazy, but in a good way.
Oh, yeah. The other thing that I haven't told about Marco is I was at a tournament in Italy last year.
Yeah.
And he randomly comes up to me and goes, do you want to get a tattoo? I was like,
Yeah.
I'm always down for a tattoo. Sure, where are we going to go? He goes, no, I've just bought a tattoo machine.
Yes.
I was like, oh, are you a tattooist as well as a judge? He's like, no. I was like, I might pass on this this
Yeah,
random
maybe not a
tattoo
good
by
idea.
someone that's not a tattoo artist, but I appreciate the settlement. Thank you.
But on the other side, we have Alessandro Parisi that is from the same team of Marco Vassallo. He's a very good player, and he knows how to play creativity very well because he's a good creativity player. He knows his deck. He knows how to play it. He's very confident. So I'm very, very confident that this match will be fun to watch.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a very back and forth. Both players are basically trying to put big fatties into play. We've got Archon Acorti and Griselbrand on the left of your screen. On the right, it's Archon. And we know how bad that thing can be when it comes into play, especially it can deal with the big fatties on the other side pretty well. We're going to see the Grist is going to clear the path to make sure that there's no shenanigans on the other side of the battlefield. Then we're going to use the Goy's Vengeance, bring back the Griselbrand. It's got haste. We connect, gain 7 life, and deal 7 damage, but then we can pay 7 life and draw 7 more cards. That looks like 6 of them might be lands. So yeah, I think we're going to go for another 7 here. And this is kind of, we're starting to spiral off now, because then this will turn into more Atraxes. Maybe if we've still got the land, if we can hit an Ephemerate, we can flicker the Griselbrand so it doesn't die end of turn.
Look at that hand. So many things.
Okay, so we are going to go fetch here, just making sure we've got a white source to go and find. I feel like we might have, or we should have probably fetched before drawing all these cards. There's a small chance that we could end up drawing all of our white sources from this deck. Let's have a little look how many untapped there was. There's one.
Yeah, it's not very common, but of course you should try to don't have the problem. So yeah, you should fetch before that. But luckily, and yeah, I have a Ephemerate. Oh, okay. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, it's pretty overpowering. Well, luckily we can get at least one of these deck lists on the screen for you all. We got Marco's deck list. We've seen the Gen Creativity list quite a bit, so let's kind of stay here with this Goy's Blink deck. A lot of it's kind of standard. What you've come to see and love over the past couple of months. Obviously, the Surveil lands make this deck just go over the top now. Now we've got lands that can also put some of our creatures in our graveyard. Means that we potentially we can start doing shenanigans on turn 2
yeah, we
onwards.
saw that yesterday.
And it's always scary to do that. Even with just no cards in hand, you can just fetch, get Surveil your creature, top decker, Goy's Vengeance, and you're just back in the game. But what can we bring in this matchup? We know we're against creativity. What is going to be good against creativity in this matchup? I don't hate Teferis. I feel like that's a good way, but it might be better on the draw than it is the play. Wrong, so I bet on the play than it is the draw, because it could be a little bit too slow there. Surgical Extraction might be the most over sideboarded card in Magic the Gathering. You always think, oh, if I bring it in, I could snag that if the perfects happen. It can happen quite a lot against creativity. They do have lots of ways to discard, especially the Jund version, because they do play the persists to bring them back from the graveyard, as well as the creativities to get them out of the deck. So I don't hate that, because we've got what's the 2-drop? I forgot what it's called now. Bitter Reunion to get things in the graveyard, as well as Fable the Mirror Breaker. So they have more ways than normal to get the Archons in the graveyard. So I don't hate a Surgical in this instance. Force Negation, I think that's almost a snap coming in here. We don't have to worry about Spell Pierces or anything crazy like that, because it is the Jund version that we're up against. Epiphany Needle, not huge on it. Not Curse Totem, no. Subtlety, again, they're not really hard casting any creatures, so it's not going to do much here. They do have Ren and 6s, but that's a turn 2 play. Is it going to? We don't really care about that too much. We just want to do big chunks of damage in a Wanna. But over on the other side, so we can't get the deck list up on the screen yet. We haven't got that sorted, but we can have a little look through or generically what could end up coming in this matchup. Creativity is known, obviously, it can have some other big fatties in their sideboards, can have Emrakuls, can have I can't remember the name of the big, it's a big white angel that gives you protection from a certain color, etc. So they got a few options, and that way, if they want to change and mix up their package, maybe play around something like surgicals. If you get your Archon surgicals, well, it turns out that your deck doesn't do what it needs to do. So you try and diversify your threats, especially that you can creativity into.
Yeah, also because we saw earlier that Marco deck is very, very fast.
Very
So-
fast. So you need some sort of early interaction.
Exactly.
There's no ley lines in this. Yes, it is a Jund deck, but there's no ley lines of the void going on. So
You need
we're gonna have
top
to
it.
rely on some other things. Potentially, we could have our own surgicals. We've also got like Turn the Earth, so making a big appearance right now because they're very good against this deck in particular. Because these guys Blink decks have access to Grief.
Yeah.
So they can kind of grief the way, make sure the coast is clear, and then they can combo off, literally like we saw there in game 1. But Turn the Earth has got flashback. So even if they take it from your hand and it goes to your graveyard, as long as you've got 2 mana up,
Yeah, you can always
you're
play
still
that back.
safe from the Goyas basically coming and flashing back there. Other than that, there's not too much else that you can bring in. I think it's realistically just graveyard hate that you want, and then you want to try and make them play a bit more of a fairer game because they can play a fair game. Grief, Solitude, Ephemerates can just win the game by themselves half the time. But if they can get their big package of an attracts on the battlefield, then you're going to be so far behind it. It's unreal. And they noticed that in game 1, scooped it up pretty early. So let's have a little look at how they're getting on with the sideboarding. If they finished and they're shuffling up yet, looks like they are catching the opportune moment.
Remember, guys, that we can show you the list only if the player agree with us, because it's their choice if they want to show up on stream, because it can be a little disadvantage if someone else just watch the stream and be in the venue and play against them.
Yeah, that's exactly
That's
what you see here is. We asked the players when they go to the feature match area, do you mind your deck list being put on screen? Because this is a closed deck list tournament until we get to that top 8. Once you're in that top 8, deck lists get made public, and all you beautiful people in Twitch chat will start loving it because you can start typing exclamation mark deck list, and it will start, it'll take you straight to Millie, and you'll be able to see all the deck lists so you can get, one up on your next F&M or big modern event that you get to go to yourself. But while the opening players are looking in that opening 7, I got a question for your chat. Where are you watching from? Who stayed up watching the Pro Tour all night and is now watching this? Or who's just woke up this morning and is going to watch this? Are we the pre or post Pro Tour coverage for you?
We had Marco Del Pivo before in the chat. So he, for sure, after the top 8.
Marco was in the chat.
Yeah.
Let's go. So again, our European champion, top 25, the last PT, or the last PT? The current PT. So locks up yet another invite on that huge list that we're going to see him at. And of course, we're going to see him at the World Championships at the end of the year.
Amazing player, amazing person.
I'll be talking more about him in a second. Both players, they're going to start off with just a couple of fetch lines. So while they kind of search, I'm going to talk about Marco. Last night I was at dinner, and someone was talking to me, and they said that another well-known player for being very nice is the nicest person in Magic. And I literally said to them, I bet you haven't met Marco. And they went, nope, I haven't. I went, that's why you think that player is the nicest person in Magic, is because you haven't met Marco. Marco is so nice, so happy, so humble.
Very positive, very humble. Yeah.
It's great to see. You know what I mean? He puts a lot of hard work into Magic. You can tell that.
Yes.
It's paid off. He's shot through the ranks. He's up there. He's among Europe's best, the world's best now. And you can tell he just thinks he doesn't belong there. But I promise that man, he belongs there. He's so good and calculated at Magic. And I love seeing good people, prosper. Hard work does pay off. And
totally agree.
Huge shout out to that man. What we got? We got people from Germany watching. Bet you're happy about Arnie Huschenberg getting into top 8, representing Germany. This is a break from the RCQ prep for me. All right, well, hopefully we can give you some nice time between.
That's perfect.
Dun, dun, dun.
We have some people from Czech Republic.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, Czech as well. Okay, love to see it. Love to see it. Let's have a little scroll up. Sorry, my chat's really small on my screen. I like interacting with your chat. You know, what I mean?
Yeah,
We're here for you.
agree.
You're here for us. It's all good. From France, how did Jean Manuel do? I know he made day 2. I didn't see how he actually finally finished in the end. Here in Italy, but not able to come to the MS. Sad face. Sad face indeed. And we're going to see Renin 6 come down here. So that is like, back when this was printed, was one of the premier cards in Modern. It was so crazy. It comes down. It's a Planeswalker. It comes down on turn 2. Make sure you're going to always hit your land drops because fetch lands are a thing in Modern. And is now going to have so much, you know, threat to it. So
Yeah.
is what I'm looking for. Is that you can't just leave it alone. You think you can just, okay, they're just getting a land back every turn. Yeah, sure, great. But when that thing ultimates, it's crazy. It's literally nuts. You can just discard a card from a land from your hand and recast any sorcery instant from your graveyard, which could be lightning bolts, could be creativities, forces,
Yes.
whatever it needs to be. So you realistically, the unwritten rule is you cannot let a Renin 6 ultimate. And if it does, and you're the player doing it, you feel great about your chances. But over on the other side, Marco do see a second land. I think he's deciding if he wants to fire off his Fortsies here or a Grief.
There is an ephemerate in the graveyard. Let's see what. There is a Teferi in hand, I think, for him.
Yeah,
so he
correct. I can
sided
see an
in.
Architect.
Yeah.
I can see a Grief. I can see a...
There is a Pelagia Archaeologist.
Yep, Tainted Indulgence as well. 1 land and I think that might be 2 Goyas. Maybe it's a Fortsies Goyas.
It could be.
Lots of options. It's basically deciding, does he want to use something like Tainted Indulgence and get a card into his graveyard while drawing a few more? Or does he want to do this line here that we're seeing, make sure the coast is clear, make sure nothing crazy is going to happen in these future turns?
So check his. This is a thing that I always like to just take a note about your opponent's hand so you can remember, because when you are in this kind of game, sometimes you need to be super focused. You can forget what your opponent had in a hand.
I can't remember what I had for breakfast.
Exactly.
Let alone this. I am a writer. I'll ask my opponent, I'll be like, would you like to play it up? If they say no, I'm like, sure, I'll
Me
write
too.
it down. But we're like, you know, I'm a coverage guy. People get that when they play against me. And if I'm on camera, I'm like, can we just play it up? It helps coverage. And they're like, yeah, sure, let's go with it.
Yeah.
We're definitely in the tank right now, though. Like, we're deciding what we want. We've obviously got Persist. We've got a Creativity. We have 1 removal spell. And I believe that top card that is
Should be a Fable.
I believe it's a Fable, the Mirror Breaker. So the question here is, do I take the powerful card Creativity?
Yeah.
Or do I take the turn free play? Or
You prefer.
do I just completely ignore it and take the turn free play and the kill spell? But the reason we're doing this is because Ephemerate will come back next turn. So we take the kill spell, flicker it, take the Creativity, know that next turn they can't play the Creativity. So unless they rip something like a removal spell, lightning bolt, etc., our Grief is going to live, which means I'll be able to Ephemerate yet again, get a 3rd Fortsies effect going, and take that Creativity that is in hand.
Gosh.
On the other side, we do draw Fortsies for the turn, so we get to also, you know, return the favor, but only 1/3 of it, because we can take 1 card here. Notice there's no 3rd land drop, so maybe Teferi isn't the card, but that is the one my eyes would go to mostly.
Another important thing to know is that while Alessandro is playing, a token has a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, because when you flip the card in your sleeve, sometimes after the tournament, they will be recognizable inside the deck, so it will be a problem. Then you have another copy, you have your copy of the Fable outside in your deck, and you play the token. When you play the card, you switch.
Yeah,
That's simple.
It also protects your cards. The amount of times people pull your cards out, put it back in, you can end up start damaging your cards over times. So it looks like we're going to take Tainted Indulgence. That's going to go to the graveyard. Fortune is going to resolve. Have a little write down of the hand. Land for turn. And I think we're going to get a Surveil end of turn. Get a little bit more value. As I said, these Goy's decks, they take full advantage of all these Surveil lands that have just been printed.
Searching for the land.
So let's have a little look.
Yeah, those Scryland are very, very popular right now in this meta.
Well, they're just so good.
Yeah,
With
they
fetch
are.
lands, they're just so good. Like, I'm not sure if we're at the point yet, if it's correct or not, but even aggro decks might have to play one in their deck
Yeah.
just so the later game. Obviously, it's terrible if you draw it and it's the only land in your
Yes,
hand or
but
something.
if you fetch, you can always choose to have a land that enters untapped, or if you prefer, at the end of your opponent tournament, you can fetch, have a scry land, and it's a free scry.
Okay, well, we're going to see this ephemerate come off suspend. Is it suspend? What's the actual? I can't remember. Rebound, that's the one, not suspend. Rebound. And take the creativity. We knew about the last 4 cards in the hand because obviously Thoughtseize was the card that was fired off. Then we're going to go
Alaji.
into this Archaeologist. Top 4. Wrong. Top 3 revealed. We get to put a sorcery instant into our hand. We're going to put this Tainted Indulgence in. Still no land drops though. So I guess
Back at
board
mana.
presence, good for Marco. Land, not so good. And if we can just rip something like a creativity here off the top, we're going to be in real trouble.
Yeah, could be. Well, we'll see. Right now he has 3 lands in hand, so it's not a big problem for Marco.
Yeah, well, two
But
lands persist. But persist not very good when you've
Yeah.
got no creatures in your graveyard.
Yeah.
Let's have a little look what we got. Big top deck incoming. This could change the game if it's creativity. That's the Surveil land. Don't want that. It's going to go straight to the graveyard. Definitely agree with that decision. What was it? Didn't get a good look. The fact that we're not slamming it makes me think it
Maybe, yeah, it's not
might not be a creativity.
exactly the thing that he was looking for.
Tick up Brennan 6. That's going to go to 6 counters.
Getting
Play
back
that-
the land
Yeah, play the land that we've got.
and pass.
Okay, I think it's probably a land by my thought.
Could
But
be.
Fable the Mirror, wrong. Force negation drawn for the turn for Marco.
I'm getting grief on the Rhinos 6.
That's fine. You only need 1 attack on the Renin 6. Just,
Yeah.
tuck it away. Don't want it to ultimate. You can sit it free.
Just
It's
to
now
keep
going
it
to take
down.
another 5 turns before it can
Exactly.
ultimate. And I'll be surprised if we get another 5 turns in this matchup, to be fair. It is a very explosive game. I think did we draw an Atraxa as well? So we can go Tainted Indulgence. We've got a 1, we've got a 2.
I think he has Atraxa in hand.
land. We might not have the ability to discard from that Tainted Indulgence, though. I can't make out what one of those cards is. It's got a bit of glare. If we've got 5 card types with different CMCs, we just draw the cards. What we want is to not have that, so we can then discard. So we can discard this an Atraxa, and then we can start trying to bring it back with our Goyas. We've got that Force Negation and the Teferi, so we're kind of we're safe
Nice.
against creativity being cast on the other side for a little bit. Here's the Tainted Indulgence. Seeing Thoughtseize, it sees another Teferi. I think we are, we're discarding, and that is
Yes.
the big Phyrexian General herself, Atraxa. There's the Surgical, so it did come in. Nice to know that I'm still on point occasionally.
You're still right with your sideboarding.
It does feel good. When you say, like, I think this might be the play, and then, like, a really good player does it, and you're like, okay.
I still got it.
It's working. It's working. It's doing the thing. Doesn't happen often, mine. Normally, I say a line and they do something completely different. It just blows my mind. I'm like, I wouldn't have even thought of that. That's why I'm sat here and they're down there winning games of Magic. Another Surveil land coming in. Again, we're digging. We haven't done anything for the last 2 turns, which makes me think the next,
And we don't know what these 2 cards are in hand of Alessandro.
Well, you can kind of get a little bit of a read on these sort of things, right? Like, if it was, they're basically, in my opinion, they're either going to be Archons of Cruelty or they're going to be land.
No,
like,
yeah, because
It could
otherwise, yes.
technically be Persists as well. Persists don't do much right now. Archons are unable to be cast right now. If it was a removal spell, we would have seen it fired off on this Grief, I believe, at this point. If it was Creativity, we would have seen them used because we would be fetching up our Dwarven Mind tokens. So I think we are just drawing blanks currently, which is it can be frustrating. But the flip side is you would think they're flooding, but there's a red and 6 on the battlefield. That every turn is generating extra land, so we don't actually have to show the lands in the hand. We can just show the ones that we keep getting back, and it'd be
have
very good
Surgical.
when it ultimates. But right now, you get the impression that they're actually flooding with the amount of lands they're drawing. They're not. They're just re-incurring the same lands, and the extra
Exactly.
cards off the top of the deck make it think like they're actually flooding. So.
Right now, he just doesn't play lands from hand.
But there's no need to give your
Yeah,
opponent any
exactly.
extra information. Well, there's the
There's
surgical.
the
Oh, I'm
Not the
I'm
bitter.
really surprised that we didn't see the bitter reunion cast.
Mm-mm.
And
Well, maybe he expects something in Marco hands, so he preferred to be playing a little bit safer way.
this is interesting. See, this is like giving me a mind back now. So firing this off now on a Fortsies is aggressive. Now seeing the opponent's hand that's also got it's got a wave discard, so it can get an Archon in the graveyard. It can get the Archon out of the graveyard with the persist, and they've got a surgical extraction that can deal with whatever you try to reanimate out of your graveyard, i.e. that Atraxa.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a mind battle, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, you know that Marco is the strongest player of mental magic that I know.
Oh yeah, he's so good. Obviously, one of the judges here around Europe, actually getting to play this weekend. So, hold on, are you telling me there's one Fortsies in the deck? I didn't see any more come out.
No.
Dwarven Mind's going to be returned, and you got to think.
Well,
like,
that's fun.
Alessandro on the right of your screen is setting up for the long game, and it looks like it might pay off here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not losing my mind, right? There was only one Fortsies,
Yeah.
and that was the one in the graveyard.
Seems like it.
It's up to, doesn't have to exile the ones from the deck. Might just use it for a little bit of information. Might think that Fortsies is a terrible top deck and is happy to leave them in.
Or maybe we didn't see some cards on this on the screen, but I'm kind of confident that was just one.
Twitch chat saying there were 3 in the deck.
Okay.
So it looks like they just decided to leave them in, thinking that they're not good top decks. And
Hmm.
I kind of inclined about that. One of the better benefits of these gen decks is, even if they do have some bad cards still in their deck that are, Forces early game, great, late game, not so good. They've got ways of turning and burning through their deck with these bit of reunions and Fable the Mirror Breakers.
Yeah, it's a choice. You can do that.
Heads up play. Right, here comes the Dwarven Mind token. So that's going to be a little 1/1 dwarf. No idea what art that is or anything like that, but it
He's
looks
another
pretty.
player for the same team.
Here comes Bitter Reunion. Discard a card, draw 2. When that persist gets fired off, I think we're going to see a force negation. Oh
beast
no,
of
we
life.
are not. We left the force pieces in, and one was drawn, and it's going to clear the way. So,
But
okay. So we're going to Goya's back the Atraxa. That's going to then Surgical's then going to target the Atraxa. Then we're going to force negation the Surgical, and oh my, how's this? And then we get to untap and then persist and get back up. Ugh, there's so much going on. Okay, we're going to have a stack,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen. We've got a stack going on. Let's go. I think
There's
by the
so
time
many
this
things.
all finishes out, Marco's going to have a larger hand. Alessandro's going to have a Archon on the battlefield and have potentially 2 triggers from it. Because we'll get 1 ETB trigger and can also sacrifice the bit of reunion to give it haste this turn. What a turn this is going to be for both players. So top 10 get to look at and pick one of each card type into their hand, as well as it being a 7/7 flying, vigilance, death touch,
yeah,
Phyrexian general with death.
right now it's just ephemerate, a land, at the ferry.
So
What else?
we got creature is the other type, so it looks like it's going to be a.
Archaeology.
The one downside to this is that Fortsies is still on the stack. Remember?
Yeah.
So
Still waiting to resolve it.
we'll get the pick of the litter, so to speak. There's going to be 6 cards left in hand, and they get to pick which one it is. I imagine it's Ephemerate. It just seems like the scariest card here. He's in the tank. Unless you speak English in chat or type English in chat, I definitely can't read any of your comments, so I apologize about that. I can't comment on anything. I'm definitely going to speak with Marco. I don't hate the line of keeping Fortsies in the deck.
Hmm.
Like it
Yeah, it's
does
a risk.
suck as a top deck really for them, but In this instant, it forced the action. So we're going to now let the Thoughtseize resolve. What would you like to see? I've got double Teferi,
Teferi.
land, Archaeologist, Thoughtseize, and the Ephemerate. Which basically describes the coast is clear for this persist to be fired off, and that attracts her to come back out of the graveyard. So now you've got to go through the math, right? What's the one card I want them to take? When this Archon comes back, what's the card they're most likely to discard? When I attack with this Archon, what's the next card they're most likely to discard?
Mm-hmm.
At the end of this, they can be left with 3 cards in hand. How do I best navigate this map? So,
yes.
Ephemerate, I agree, probably the most scariest card there is in that hand. Going to go fetch up, probably a Dwarven Mine. There it comes. Another Dwarf token incoming.
Right now he has also to deal with the Atraxa.
Well, Atrax is only there to the end of turn.
Yeah.
Till it gets exiled. So,
but it's still there.
I imagine it's probably going to be the first creature sacrificed for when this Archon comes back, because it's going anyway. I might as well try and get some value out of it.
Yeah.
Here comes the 2 mana. Here comes the Persist, Archon of Cruelty. That's going to ETB with a -1/-1 counter on it. Has the ability, the ETB of you lose 3 life, I gain 3 life. You sacrifice a Planeswalker or a creature. I draw a card, you discard a card. A lot of text on that for a non-legendary creature. So we're going to change life totals a little bit. Then we're going to go to discard a card. Not entirely sure what I want. I think I want land to fairy left in my hand, so I can at least bounce the Archon, but then they're only 1 mana off from casting the Archon again, so that doesn't even feel great.
Discard the Archaeologist. Sacrifice the other one.
Draw a card, go 1 card deeper, pay 1 mana, sacrifice this, give this haste, go to combat, turn it sideways, trigger again. Surely it's this Archon that's got. Oh, maybe we're thinking we can block with the Archon. If we get rid of our grief, we can block with the Archon. That's not a bad line to take, actually. Because the Atraxa will be able to eat it up. We'll gain ourselves a bunch of life as well. And then there's if we get rid of the Archon, if we sacrifice the Archon this turn, if we sacrifice Atraxa this turn, the Archon is still going to be left around. So I don't hate this block.
Yeah.
And
it's
then
a good option.
End of turn, Atraxa gets exiled. Means we've got to rebuild, but also does mean on the other side of the battlefield, we kind of don't have to worry about this Archon. Unless something like another Persist or a Creativity has been drawn. And
Marco's thinking about it.
Yeah, he's in the tank right now. He's thinking, which is my best option here? Which gives me more chances to get back into this game? And I think Grief sacrifice here is what gets him back into it. Being able to block with Atraxa, gain a bunch of life, get the Archon off the battlefield means there's still more game to be had. If we leave that Archon on the battlefield, we all know how quickly that can finish the game. Okay, you're trying to talk, what you're talking about the surgical on the Thoughtseize.
They were discussing about that. Like, was it a good move? Was better something else?
Well, in the moment, with the information on the table,
it was an idea.
It's perfectly reasonable to do what it does. Leaving the Thoughtseize in, perfectly reasonable. Yes. Was there a better chance? Was it better to sit on it? Could we be more patient? Yes.
Yeah.
Would things have turned out better in this run? We don't know because we were kind of forced to do it. Just the way that the cards played out. I wouldn't say there was any wrong plays that happened. Everybody's got a line in their head, and these players have been playing these decks all weekend, so they're fully involved in it all. Why was another card drawn then? Oh, because it was still got these triggers on the stack. Yes.
Yeah.
So we are going to go with that turn. Grief. Then we're going to block with the Atraxa, gain a bunch of life, because remember this does have a life link. End of turn, exile Atraxa, untap, big draw step.
Let's see. He has finally the 3rd land.
Let's have a Thoughtseize.
Yes. And
So
he's going to play it.
We can see what cards are left in the hand.
Yes.
Archon, Persist, another Persist. Ugh,
And the Bolt.
Well, the problem is there's an Archon and a Persist.
Yeah.
And there's currently 6 mana on the battlefield. They need 1 more mana for 7, 1 more mana for 8. I thought they had 7 mana last turn.
He has 7 mana the next turn because he's There is 6 now. He has Ren. He has
I
land
must,
in
yeah, I
hand.
missed a miscarriage. So basically, the Archon with 2 turns off, that being actual hard cast.
Mhm.
I think we have to take persist here. I think it's just too scary to see another Archon come back from the graveyard.
And
Marco agrees.
yeah,
And then we might just play fetch land, get Surveil end of turn, and then pass. So there goes
Yeah.
the fetch.
6 land for Alessandro.
Creativity off the top is pretty much locking this game up. A persist would also do a lot of work.
Going up with the Vran, taking the land from the cemetery, the graveyard. Bitter reunion.
Okay. That's a good top deck. Scarlet land that we got back from Rhinos 6. That's what we call value in the game, ladies and gentlemen. Go 2 more cards deeper. Now, what are those 2 cards? Of course, looking for creativities, looking for persists.
Well, yeah, every time you have a better chance to draw your creativity.
Well, definitely no. I would say there's no persist there because otherwise we really fired it off now to be able to get an attack trigger with it. But creativity.
Here they are.
Yeah, that's so creativity. We're gonna do that. Get rid of these 2 tokens. We're gonna flip.
Another creativity, a Fable,
So there's
an
one.
Archon. Land, Vran, another Fable.
This is pretty game. But the reason we're making them go through it is to see if they did sideboard in any alternate win cons
Yeah,
besides on these archons of cruelty. Now, in hindsight, saving that surgical would have been huge. But is what it is. This is Magic the Gathering. No one's a mind reader moving forward. So 2 triggers. You're going to lose 6. I'm going to gain 6. You're going to discard 2 cards. I'm going to draw 2 cards. You're going to get rid of 2 creatures or planeswalkers, leaving Marco with nothing but a hope and a dream. Maybe a Scryland end of turn. If we can go Scryland into an Atraxa in the graveyard, top deck of Goya's Vengeance,
you can
return
still try to do
Atraxa.
something.
I don't even know if that's good enough.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to then hit Solitude plus white card plus Ephemerate. There's such an outside chance. I think we're probably less than 1% for this to pay off, but you know it can happen. It's Magic the Gathering. This is why we love watching this game. It's why we love watching it in paper.
This graveyard from Marco give me pain.
Oh,
Look at that.
I love it when it's laid out like that. I'm all about that.
It's on the balance from the side and
Oh, like you
even
might
with
fall on the floor?
yeah, they're falling.
Don't worry about that. He's done this before. He's all good.
Yeah, but it's not.
Okay, Surveil. It's a grief. That's
And
enough.
okay.
I think it had to be Archon or at least a Gristle brand there to be able to go deeper into our deck.
Well, I'm kind of happy because now we can go to game 3, and this game is so fun.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. I love game 3s of Magic. I want to see as much Magic at high level as possible on camera, 24/7 if I can. Turns out I can do that, but live baby Magic, I want to see as much of it as I possibly can. So let's have another look at Marco's deck. Remember, Alessandro asked us not to show his deck list on screen, so we're not going to do that. But Marco was kind enough to let us have a little look at the 75 because this is a closed decklist tournament, remember. And we're down to the last 64 players. They're now battling out. They all made min cash, as we say in the biz. So they've all got min cash, but they really want to try and get themselves in that top 32. They want to get themselves those regional championship invites. They want to go to Naples. They want to get their first foot in the door to get to the Pro Tour. Marco is only a couple of games away from that, but needs to lock up this game number 3 moving forward. And as I said, does have a little bit of spice in here with I can't pronounce the name of it. How do you pronounce that one? Satoru?
Satoru the Infiltrator.
Satoru? Is that Satoru? Satoru the Infiltrator. Haven't seen it make much of an impact in this game. Also don't think this is the game for it, really. It is a very grindy card for like, the longer games. And this matchup, as much as they've had quite a lot of turns, is very explosive from both players. They don't just win through nickel and dimes. It is just a big one shot on one turn to really swing the balance and kind of come to a conclusion of the match. So we did see the force negations, but then there are 2 in the main, so we don't know if the 2 in the board did come in. Definitely saw that Surge come in, and we saw the Teferis. And as I was saying, I think the Teferis would have been better if I was on the play, not the draw. That they kind of got gummed up in the hand there. We didn't really have the mana to cast them. It wasn't optimal. So I
But
would
now
be-
he's on the play, so
now I kind of like bringing them in, and maybe we kind of over sideboarded a little bit in that first game.
yeah.
But I do like keeping them in here if we can get them down the turn before, because obviously turn 4 is the sweet spot for creativity.
Yeah.
But now they're on the draw, which means I'm going to be able to have my 4th turn before that. So
Before
turn
them.
3, I can play my Teferi. Turn 4, I can leave up some sort of counter magic, surgical, instant speed, fort seizes even. Haven't seen a draw step fort seize in a long, long time, but maybe that's going to change here in game number 3 from Marco. Remember, both players are 8 and 2.
Yeah.
Because we are in round number 11 of 15
doing
this
good.
weekend.
Yes, we have 15 rounds in total. So, and then we have the top 8. So we have a full weekend of Magic. And guys, remember that we cannot show you every single deck list because this one is a closed deck list tournament. They will be available after the pay. And if the player is kind enough to say to us that, yeah, you can show mine, it's not a big deal, then we can show them. But not everybody agree.
All right, I'm being told that one of the players has stepped away to the bathroom quickly.
Oh, yeah.
So, that's what it is. Let's have a look. We've got the meta breakdown for day 2 conversions.
Oh,
We can go have a little look at that. We can see what decks from day 1, where we had 468 players, and how they converted to the last 64 players in the room. And now,
Look at that.
I'm almost in shock with this, of how this looks out.
Where-
Grigori Yargmoth. Okay,
Look at Titan.
that's I mean, we're going to get to that Titan. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We're going to get to that Titan. And, my predicament with it. Grigori Yargmoth, great deck. Really hard as a pilot, but it's got so many great tools. And yesterday, I think it was like the 3rd, 4th most played deck in the room.
Yeah.
Has managed to pit a huge percentage into day number 2. The most decks in day 2 is 9 copies. That's incredible to see. Coffers, I think there was
There were 5.
There was five
Yeah.
coffers placed, but 4 of them managed to make it in.
It's incredible.
That's an 80% conversion rate.
Incredible.
That's great. But also, Coffers has a great matchup versus Yargmoth.
Oh, yeah.
So be interesting to see how today battles out. But let's get on to the top 2 decks of yesterday come into it.
Yes.
Amulet Titan and these Domain Rhinos, Domain Zoo decks that you see floating around here. I said yesterday Titan is the best deck in the format. I also said Titan is the hardest deck to play in the format. It is so complicated to go through. Obviously, yes, a lot of these deck laying names are what people put on Millie. It's not the regional championships, so we don't have time to go through them all and check them all. I promise you there is not a colourless Goblins deck floating around the room. It's just somebody having us on. But you kind of get a good understanding of what the meta is. There's a lot of one-ofs. Sure, that's fine. The Goya's Blink deck, that can probably get put in with... I'm mentioning there's a Goya's Vengeance deck here somewhere. Where's Goya's Vengeance?
Arias?
Maybe there isn't. Maybe this isn't. Maybe that is the only Goya's deck in the room.
Oh, could be.
If that's the only one that made day 2, that is crazy. But anyway.
Yeah, some of them can be packed in just one archetype, but I think we are ready for the game 3.
Gruul tokens. Oh, never change. Never change. All right, I hear the players back. Let's see if we can get down to the match and fire
And
off
here we
this
are.
game number 3. Marco on the play, leading off with the Surveil Land. Does he like that top card? Does like that top card, so it's going to stay there. Dwarven Mine off the top here for Alessandro on the right of your screen. Jund Creativity. And we're going to play that Dwarven Mine it tapped. Not ideal time we want to play it, but sometimes you've got to do what you got to do.
And fetch.
If anybody does have a Colourless Goblins list, I'm the Will Hall EXP on Twitter. Please feel free to DM me that list. I would love to see what it looks like. Memes welcome. I imagine it's just lots of like changeling cards that are like like artifact changing cards or something crazy like that. And technically, Will, it's a Goblin deck and it's colourless. All right.
I always like the creativity of people that can names deck and find a new names, new funny names for disguising people.
Access come down. That's going to put
Yeah.
Goyas into the hand. So that's step 1 to avoid goblins. I need to speak to Brad Nelson about this. I want to know who asked MTG Millie for the
colourless goblin
name.
archetype.
My deck is not listed. Oh, what deck is listed? It? Oh, I play colourless goblins. Can we have that as an archetype? And like, yeah, sure, we'll whack it. We'll whack that on there for you. Don't worry.
Why not?
Okay. So now we know about that, the Goy's Vengeance in the hand. So
Yeah.
it makes it a little bit scarier moving forward. Because if there is a way, even just from a Surveil Land of putting a Traxxas in the graveyard, we know they now have the way of getting it back. Here comes the turn 2 running 6. We saw this in game number 2. Does demand a little bit of respect and is going to make sure that we hit all our land drops for our future turns because we do have that fetch line, as you see now, moving 2-hand.
There is a double Atraxa in hand for Marco.
Yeah, he's just looking for a way of getting these cards out of his hand.
Yeah.
Could do it with land Fortsies himself if they're in. Does have these Tainted Indulgence. Does have a few other ways. Okay.
And here he has a Toru.
There we go. Here's the Infiltrator, as I was speaking about. So ETB draws a card. Flicker it. Now, here's some value, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I like to see. So we get to draw a card because it entered the battlefield and no mana was cast for it. We then get the trigger from the Architect itself. So it now gain, we get to put this Force Negation into our hand. Value. And there's going to be a bit more value next turn as well if these creatures stick around on the battlefield because that Ephemerate is now in the exile zone due to I keep saying suspend. It's not. It's rebound. I should know that being an effect player. What is the benefit of Gen Creativity in case Red White besides Grief and Fortsies? It's the Persist package. Being able to play them out of your graveyard, and also you get access to a more of explosive openings where you can use Bitter Reunion to give it haste the turn it comes into play. I suppose sideboard cards as well. You get quite a few sideboard cards that are better in the meta right now. Things like Turn to Earth and Pick Your Poison, which I don't know if the last casters spoke about it, but the most played card this weekend between 468 players in the modern meta is Pick Your Poison.
Yes.
No shock there. Still the most played deck from the last tournament to this tournament.
But you know which one was the second one?
I do know because I can go look it up. What was it?
Lightning Bolt.
Lightning Bolt. It makes sense.
I'm so happy about that.
Lightning Bolt, the thing. It does what it does. Oh, it looks like you even got a graphic for it. That's sick. So we'll see if we can get that on screen later on, maybe after this matchup, if there's none floating around. And we'll talk through the top 10 cards played this weekend, as our staff are doing some awesome graphic making behind the scenes, as they always do. Here comes Teferi, the Time Raveler, making Magic not fun for Alessandro on the right of the screen. He's going to have to play all his spells at sorcery speed now moving forward. Because we saw that Lightning Bolt come down in response to the Ephemerate. Not a little bit less value generated. But
a little bit.
Question is, we need to stick a threat? We need to start hitting that round in 6 coming down. It's on 5 right now. Go to 6 this turn. Means 2 turns away from ultimating. And
it can be a big problem.
Giving your opponent a lot of lightning bolts can be rough. Okay, land to the graveyard off the Surveil. Don't want any extra of those, as we're going to have enough through our run in 6. But this is turn 4. This is the turn. This is when we start casting creativities.
We know that he has one in hand. He has a Bitter Reunion. He has double Fable, so he can start to do this stuff.
We did a Marco on the other side. Those got Force Negation, and so does Alessandro. And was found obviously off the Archaeologist. I think we're going to try and
Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
I like Fable here. Fable's a really good card. I don't need to tell anybody that. I'm not surprising anybody by saying that sentence. It is a 3-mana enchantment saga that nobody, when it was spoiled, and you can come at me, chat, you can say it was you, but it definitely wasn't. Nobody knew what an impact this card would have on multiple formats. It's played all the way up to Legacy. I've seen it being played. It's so good that it's already generated value. It's got a 2/2 Goblin Shaman token on the battlefield that when it attacks will generate a treasure token. And tokens are really good in creativity because that gives us targets for our creativities. But then the next chapter, we can discard 2 cards, draw up to 2 cards. Huge in this Jund list because we do play Persists. Also helps us filter through our deck, get rid of the bad cards, start drawing ourselves into some of the better cards of our deck when moving forward. And then lastly, we get the Kiki Jiki effect. So it flips into the 2/2 creature that, of course, does have summon sickness, but when it doesn't, it has the Kiki Jiki of pay 1, tap it, copy target creature. And if you can start copying those Archons, the game is not going to last much longer.
Giving so much value to the game.
For just a simple free drop, it's mental.
Yeah, it's amazing.
The amount of synergies it just slots straight into, it's huge. Obviously, it's banned in Standard. which means it will now not win its 4th Pro Tour in a row. Crazy stat that is, literally won the last 3 Pro Tours I've had Fable the Mirror Breaker in their deck. But going back to the game, end of turn Ephemerate on the Archaeologist, looking at top 3, make it get a counter, rebound, again, hitting the Thoughtseize back to our hand. That's basically dig through time. We just seen cast there, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about cards that are banned.
Double force of negation for Marco.
Oh, we've got the Goy's Vengeance and we've got a Thoughtseize in hand to make sure the coast is clear. Are we just going for it straight away? Oh.
It's going like that.
And it resolved. Things we saw Thoughtseize from my, not Thoughtseize, Surgicals from my opponent last game.
Gosh.
We just went for it without checking the coast is clear. Love it.
We know that he is brave.
Very brave and is getting rewarded for it. Here comes a Grief as the creature. He had Teferi as well.
Yeah.
Chat's reminding me that I'm stupid. Thank you, chat. Appreciate it. That does help. If you read the cards and look at the battlefield, which is literally what we get paid to do, I would have known that. I was getting all caught up and flustered in it, chat. Don't worry. I was just testing you. I'm just making sure you were watching.
Now we know that the chat is prepared. Good job, chat.
They're awake. I got it. It's been a long weekend of Magic, not only for us, but for everybody watching, because obviously we've got the PT as well. So we're going to see Force Negation going to hand, a Teferi, a Grief, and the Otawara.
All signed.
All signed. I think we're trying to find an Ephemerate. I don't think that's an Ephemerate in hand. I think it might be a Prismatic Ending. So it's not the one white drop that they're actually after, because of course we can flicker this Atraxa, it would be pretty sweet. Atraxa gets combat, has Vigilance, is going to go straight at this Renin 6, get it off the battlefield, gain us 7 more life.
1 mana and Ephemerate on the Atraxa.
Bilbo Baggins, if only you knew. Oh, it is an Ephemerate in hand. What do I know? But even better, yeah, we're just
yeah, it's a GG.
There's just so much value. When you start turning and burning, it almost just takes one Atraxa trigger to refill your hand, to keep going, flicker it, more cards, and you just turn and burn. You know there's a Grief in hand. You know just going to start tearing my hand to pieces with what I got. The battlefield isn't bad, though. Like, the potentially a top deck creativity, I would have probably liked another turn to happen. Shows the turn enough. I said, look, I had this, but obviously Teferi kept you safe.
Wasn't enough. I don't know if we have a second match on the back.
I'm getting a nod that we do.
Yes.
So going across to this, we have got Living End versus Azorius Control. And looking at the battlefield, we're just going through the motions. This is a board state and a half to look at. We've got a Narset.
Yes.
By the way, the beautiful art of Narset. And then we've got a Teferi ticking up, which is the worst nightmare for any Cascade deck. We have a Chalice on 0. We have a Leyline of Sanctity, which means we can't be targeted. And we also have the 1 ring on the battlefield. At 7 life, 1 game up, hard casting an end, and that's going to get subtletied on the other side. We're moments away from a handshake. I
think we also have Kaira because there is dice on it.
I can't take... Like, I'm not this player, okay? I understand that you want a feature match, and I understand you're getting your bad beats. I can't take this much punishment when I'm playing Magic. I am scooping so quickly. I don't even know what the line is to come back from this. My opponent's got a grip full of cards. There's like must be 7 or 8 cards in that hand right now. That board state means I not only need to deal with a Teferi, but also a Leyline of the a Chalice of the Void. I'm going to cast this treant again. Cool. I'm going to cast another subtlety. Great. I'll put this treant back on top. It's okay. It's fine. Someone is enjoying Magic in this matchup. Some person is just happy to be here. But, 8-2 records for both our players here. Still in great contention of making top 8.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just have it all. And we are literally seeing this right now. As Cura gets cast, that's going to give them Vigilance. That means that they're now 4/4s. This clock is getting ticked up crazy. We're going to use a Teferi. We're going to bounce the subtlety back to our hand. We're going to gain a little bit more value. You're going to draw the end. I'm going to flash in the subtlety. And it's going to be a handshake momentarily. There's the fist bump. GG's. Well played.
But sometimes Magic is like that. You can play or you can just try to...
Oh, look. You've got to have fun. I was at Commander Fest last weekend and I said I was so envious of all these Commander players playing because they were having so much fun playing
Yeah.
Magic, and I'm like, I've got to that bitter age now where I'm
No.
not having fun unless I'm winning in a competitive tournament, and like they're just there like so happy, so Larry, and we saw that there in that match. I'm like, look, you bought this deck, you want to do your thing, you do your thing. I'm happy for it. We're on a one feature match. You don't get these too often. Sometimes you get bad beats, and sometimes when you play in a tournament and you have that bad beat story, and you go tell your friends, and they all think you over exaggerate it. Well, you go watch it on the camera. I was on the feature match. You can go see how bad it was. I'm not exaggerating. They had everything. I had nothing to come back for. It was pretty cool to see.
Everything was on the board.
It was good to see. Let me have a little refresh. Let's have a little look how many games are left in the room, because we don't want to leave you with that, we'll be back soon screen. You'd much rather us talking, or we can even take questions from you. Maybe your questions about the tournament, the Pro Tour, what we think about these X, Y, and Z. We've got some cards to show that we can also go through.
Seems like just 2 left on the venue.
Do we have the slide production with the most played cards? They're going to work on that. They're going to get that. We'll talk through the 10 most played cards this weekend. Of course, 468 players turned up. That's 468 decks, not completely different, but they do share a lot of the same cards. And we're going to tell you what 10 cards were the most played this weekend, which I love information. I love just data when it comes to events, and that's why people like Frank Carsten and Fire Shoes on MTG, Rob. Like they do so much work for the community that just goes under the radar and don't get enough appreciation from what I think. And then as we transition, this is the most 10 played most cards in this tournament this weekend. Pick your poison, no surprise. I could have guessed this one, I think.
Yeah.
Why the Leyline Draco sort of combo is around, the Splinter Twin of modern currently, it makes sense. Plus, it can hit the one ring. It's got so many extra things to be able to hit. So I think that makes sense. Lightning Bolt, it's a cheap one drop.
No,
right?
Lightning Bolt is one of my favorite cards. It's cheap one. You can just use it for so many things. You can shock creatures. You can hit your opponent. Go face. You have many options.
I got a question for you, and I got a question for you, chat. What lightning bolt art do you use in paper?
Oh, I use whatever I have, but
what?
my favorite.
That's the wrong answer. You can't just say whatever you have. Everyone has to have the best lightning bolt art. Whatever.
My favorite was the one that Alessandro played in the last game. The full art.
The GP ones.
Yeah, it's amazing.
They are beautiful.
They are amazing.
The GP promos. Chat's going to tell me that revised. We got some borders in chat. We got the Japanese ones, beta bolts.
It has so many different hearts that you can choose. It's an amazing.
4 different ones. There you go. Someone's like you. just 4 random ones, whatever I find. Magic Fest 2019 full art. Love to see it. 4th edition. Strixhaven art. Why is nobody saying the Secret Lair Street Fighter Hadouken art?
Oh, that's
I'll
cool.
say it because that's the ones I use. That's
cool.
right, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. I just like. I don't even know if the art's that good. I just like the idea of saying Hadouken when I'm being like Hadouken to your face.
Do you shout Hadouken every time you played?
Sorry?
Do you shout to your opponent Hadouken?
I must be the worst person to play Magic against because even when I play Legacy and I'm playing Force of Will, I'll go Force of Me. And I'm the worst person to play against. Okay, Master Bolt, Look, see, everybody has their favorite sort of lightning bolt art, and there's some absolutely stellar ones out there, chat. So appreciate it.
Levitan knows me.
The One Ring, literally the opposite of only being one. Well, there's 541 copies in the room. We know how powerful that 4-drop can be, giving us self-protection, but also going deeper and deeper through our deck. From Pro Tour Lord of the Rings, when we first saw it kind of pop on the scene, and since then it hasn't slowed down. Does so much work. Love everything about it.
We have less One Ring than the first LMS that we did after the release of the card. In the venue there was every single deck had at least One Ring in it.
So they should. This card's great. Even the flavor of it is great. The fact that the longer you keep it on the table, the more temptation of drawing cards, the more damage it does to you. Just like poor Frodo, R.I.P. Anyway, next up, the most played fetch in the room. Okay, so this is the most played land. That is going to be a Flooded Strand. Makes sense that a fetch land would be in this top 10. We are playing modern after all. But the most played creature in the room, Ragavan Still. And I think that's a hedge that the fact we don't have as many Orcish Bowmasters floating around in the format anymore.
Right now,
obviously, that 2-drop's incredible, especially in like blue format, so to speak,
Yeah.
where people are drawing a lot of cards. Now it's on a slight downcline, and when this aggro strategy, it makes sense. We're going to see Ragavans turning up, and also we're going to see a downcline in the Orcish Bowmasters. But then one thing we do see an uptick in is Leyline and the Guild Pack, these 5 color decks. What can they take advantage of? Well, Leyline's Binding, the powerful 6-drop, which realistically only costs 1 or 2 mana, and you can get basically any permanent off the battlefield on the other side. So premium removal there just makes it, you've got deck building gets a lot better. Fortseas, kind of it's Fortseas. We're seeing like the coincidence that there's a lot of 1-drops being cast in the top 10. Subtleties. Creatures are thing in this format. You know what I mean? Even the control decks play subtleties, as we saw. They're actually beatdowns with subtleties in that last match.
It's very good.
It's a very good sideboard card. Now we're seeing it starting to move to the main deck. It's very a meta-orientated card. Out of the 5 elementals that were printed with Fury, Grief, Solitude, Endurance, this one's probably sees the less play, I would say, since they've been printed. It is definitely, in quotes, the weaker one of the lot, but really good in the right situations. The fact that there's this many copies right now in this tournament makes sense why Titan isn't doing too well, because this card's really good against Titan.
Yeah.
They can have as many Cavernous Souls as they want. Doesn't matter. I can bounce it, put it on top of your deck. If they plan that whole turn out, get a load of mana floating in and do it, it will be pretty sick. Swamp. Okay.
I'm always happy to see a basic land in the most played because...
It's interesting that it's Swamp, though. I feel like Coppers is probably pushing that up there.
Oh, yeah,
you know
probably.
I mean?
And you played that maybe in Yawgmoth, and so many decks can have
Yawgmoth,
at
Coppers,
least
the Mono
one
Black
Swamp.
Grief decks, the Ephemerate decks.
Yeah.
There's a lot. Swamp is very good right now. It obviously goes very well, nice in hand with Fortseas. And
Very
then
strong card.
I'd say land, but Besage is not a land, really. It's
No.
definitely a remove, a shatter effect, destroy target artifact, enchantment, non-basic land. And on the other side of it, it can also be an untapped green source if needs be. One of the channel land of choice, probably made the hugest impact in multiple formats now at this point. It's so good to see, just new cards making their way into these formats. And this isn't new. It was done in the was it Neon Destiny set when these channel lands came out, which is still a standard set that is legal. So I mean, it's technically new. Tamagawa, thank you very much. That's what it was. It is one of the newer sets that is in.
Yeah, but it's still so useful. You can, if you are screwing your mana, you still have a land that you can hit and land. And if you have enough mana, you can still have the channel.
Right, I like that this card is one of the most played cards, because it also means that there's a good chance that I don't think there's any Tron in day 2. And basically
I don't know.
by able to, well, I can have a little look. Well, while you say things and stuff, and I'll have a look, see if I can see any Tron lists going forward. Obviously, it is a close deck
I think
tournament.
that we probably has the slide of the metagame breakdown.
Yeah, but there's also mono white goblins in that, and so
So
I can't take it.
that's the thing.
There's
That
no Tron.
sometimes when you mislabel your deck, it can be tricky for us, because then for the graphics we of course take the name that you choose for your deck, and then we have something like non-color goblins.
Curse goblin is key.
That's cool. That's really cool. We still have one matches going on in the venue.
Yeah, there's probably like a judge call, time extension, deck
Probably,
check,
yeah.
something along those lines. So while they get, we'll see. We've got some other slides that we can get up on the screen. Let's have a little look at. Can we see some of the cards that have been printed in OTJ or maybe Modern Horizons 3? The Wizards are nice. They do give us a little bit of hint of what's coming out in the latest sets. Plus, we've got some OTJ cards that have done quite a lot in the format recently. So let's have a little look at this one. Flare of the Cultivation. You may sacrifice a non-token green creature rather than pay its mana cost. Oh, this is one of the new ones. Okay.
Yes.
Search your library for up to 2 basic cards, reveal those cards, and put one of them into the battlefield tapped and the other into your hand.
Then shuffle, of course.
You
don't like this.
I don't like the fact that it's going to be cast against me a lot. So you're telling me I can go turn 1 Bow Grazer, play a bounce land, then I can cast this, sacking the Grazer, because I don't need that little 0/1 anymore, and then I can add another land to the battlefield and another to my hand.
Yeah. That
Come
can
on.
be a problem.
So I untap turn 2 with 4 mana. Really? Really, Wizards? Does Titan need any more help?
Chad, what do you think about this card?
That is... Yeah. I feel like this is going to see some play.
Yeah.
But then This is the
Probably.
part, I imagine this is part of a cycle. So I think every color will have a card that kind of
Yeah.
does this. I know there's been leaks out there, and I'm not going to talk about any leaks because unless it's
No, of
official,
course.
we
I
don't
don't
know.
like that.
But
Well, the thing is
oh,
that every time that a Modern Horizon set is coming out, then it will impact a lot in the meta of Modern, of course, because that is the reason why they released this kind of set.
I'm being told that they think it's bad in Amlet because they only play 2 basics. But what if I can tell you just get them straight to your hand and have a fell mana next turn? It's nuts. I do love that someone just said it's disgusting with Young Wolf. Now that I like. So you can go turn 1 Young Wolf, sack Young Wolf, comes back and dying, make a
And
2/2.
yeah.
Have untapped turn 3. So turn 2, you can go get yourself a, I don't know, a Wall of Roots into a Grist or something would be pretty sweet.
Oh,
going
yeah.
forward. I like that.
Yeah. That can be a problem.
Why is it basic? It's not good enough. It's only basics. Come
yeah,
on.
you can
Come on,
just
Mike.
pick up fetches if you want.
It does continuous run of 3 spells. That is great.
That's cool.
Chat
That's
not
cool.
thinking this is good. Okay. Look, I'm more than happy to be wrong, chat. I am terrible at evaluating cards, but I think this is a good card. I think it's going to see some play,
Well, we will
at
see.
least in the early stages. Will it end up being a staple? Probably not. Will it be great in some decks? I imagine it will be absolutely incredible in some decks. But that's for the deck builders to go through. I'm not the best
And
deck builder
you know what?
of Modern. I leave that to people like Aspiring Spike. I'm
We
sure
will
he'll
have
do-
a full Pro Tour for
Oh.
discovering out this thing, the Pro Tour in Amsterdam. That one that you can qualify in by playing this kind of event and then qualifying for Naples, and with Naples qualifying for Amsterdam. That will be the Pro Tour for Modern Horizon 3.
I can't wait. I literally can't wait for that whole weekend. Can't wait to like be there, watch it, have anything to do with it. Like, guaranteed, I'm watching it. That's
That's
doesn't
for
matter
sure.
where I am in the world or what I'm doing. If I'm not there in person, I'll be watching it in some capacity because I literally love it. And I've just got the notification saying that the pairings for this round have gone up, which means momentarily we're going to close this round. We're going to get the other casters in. They're just going to start setting up who they want in the feature match areas. Of course, we're going to start getting to those later rounds. Now we're going to start finding out who is getting themselves locked for top 8 contention to then get themselves into that top 8. And that's what's going to happen over the next couple of rounds because this is the end of round number 11. We're going to pass over to round number 12 with the other 2 casters, so make sure you don't go anywhere and stick around, and we'll see you shortly.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. I'm Filipa, I'm joined by Skura, also known as Islands in Front, and we are ready for round 12 of the Grand Open qualifier. 64 players remain and made it here into day 2. Today we have a total of 6 rounds plus a cut to top 8. So only 3 more rounds and then we will know our top 8 getting to
Yeah.
a finishing line. And let's take a look here at the conversion rate. So what decks did perform well and made it into day 2? So this is the conversion of the players that made it into day 2. So from 468 players, 64 made it here today. Golgar Yagmoth being the most represented deck on day 2, which is different than day 1, because on day 1, the most represented deck, if I remember correctly, was
Amulet Titan.
Amulet Titan, which now it's third, with a very poor conversion rate, Philip.
Very poor, yeah. So let's invoke the actual numbers. So we had 40-ish Amulet Titans and 10% converted. That is pretty poor, I would say. That was really, really poor.
Amulet Titan looks like it was the choice of the deck here for the weekend, but not performing up to the expectations. On the other side, we see Dead Shadow doing pretty well, 100%.
Yeah, probably
which-
like 1 or 2 people probably brought this. Because that's another thing. Like when you look at the conversions, you have to think of the sample size.
Yeah.
Because if there was like one, let's say, one The Rock player, and they toed, well, it's 100%. But I really want to focus on the higher sample and then the results. So what's impressive is Yagmoth, Coffers, Rhinos, and Prowess, I think, is one of the biggest winners of this weekend. But then the disappointments, Amulet and Zoo, huge disappointments, even though they were the 2 most represented decks. Like it was Amulet and Zoo. But they clearly didn't really show any proper performance based on that. So I think that's a shocker. It's very interesting, though. Murktide also doing pretty poorly. Sorry, Blue-Red Mages. So I would say overall that the big winners is Coffers and Prowess, which is not something I thought I would say. And Yagmoth is basically just as good as advertised, right? And Rhinos maybe are not dead after all.
As you are talking, I was just doing some calculations to... So 468 players yesterday, 64 today, which means that 13% of the players made it into day 2. So everything that you look here, everything that is above 13% did perform well, right? Or better than average. So as you said, a lot of the decks there doing very well. Yagmoth and Mono Black Coffers, as you said, Rhinos, Temur Prowess, which we saw Mattia Rizzi 2 rounds ago do beautifully and playing that deck to an extreme perfection. Let's take a look here at our feature match for round 12. Both players X and 2, which is a great score. We have Affinity versus Rakdos mid-range, which is the Rakdos Grief deck.
Yeah. So we have seen Affinity a couple of times on camera, but it's usually done pretty poorly, having like mediocre Memnite, just mana draws. But in practice, they are doing really well behind the scenes. And here we see Samuela at 9-2 with Affinity. And it is exactly what you expect. Urza Saga, Thoughtcasts. Now, I have to say that I've got a personal affinity to this particular list because there is Emery in it. And it makes me super, super happy. We also see Simulacrum Synthesizer, which is the new addition that seems to have revitalized the entire strategy.
Love the pen that you made there, Skura. And very interesting to see new strategies come up in Modern, or may I say, old strategies coming back to Modern and being played here this weekend.
Yeah, so now we see a bit of draw go. Tapland. Now it's very clear what both players are playing. Like for them, for the other side, because no other deck begins like this. Samuela already with artifact count 3, but is he passing? Was that a pass? No, it would make sense, right? Because you might as well play Thoughtcast. Yes, you would walk into Bowmasters, but like, is there a choice really? And you actually don't walk into Bowmasters. Yeah, well, ooh, we bolt a Memnite. I think that's the best outcome for Samuela. No Bowmasters and just actually trade a Memnite for a Bolt. I really like Samuel's position here.
Looks like a very good choice of deck here to bring this weekend. And for those of you asking, this is a closed deck list tournament. But after the top 8, the lists will get released on MTG Melee. So then you can see what decks performed well. And if you want to try out these decks, you can do so.
So now we see a Tapland. So let me double check what's green in the deck. I can only assume it's Pick Your Poison, the sideboard, and I would not be mistaken. So Ornithopter enters play. We'll probably see another Ornithopter enter play in just a second.
Okay, so another land there. The artifact count is very high right now. Synthesizer.
Yeah, so let's put this on the screen because it's a new card. No, maybe not everybody knows it. It's also from like an additional type of sheet. But Simulacrum Synthesizer, 3 mana, that's cries to 1 entry. Not very exciting, but whenever another artifact with mana value 3 or greater enters the battlefield, you get a construct. Now, crucially, if you play, for example, a Frogmite, it does trigger it. If you play Mirror Enforcer, it triggers it. If you play Thought Monitor, Sojourner's Companion, it does trigger it. So it can go absolutely ballistic. So I'm really curious if we're going to see some construct action. I can see Thought Monitor in hand. And for a fair deck like Ragnar's Grief, it's going to be really difficult to deal with.
That Shieldred there is not going to be enough. So you see the Thought Monitor entering the battlefield.
And now we get a construct.
Drawing 2 cards. I mean, losing some life. So Shieldred starting to do some work.
Oh, there's a Frogmite. So that's a 0 mana construct. And that's just, again, for a fair deck, that's just insurmountable.
And look at the amount of constructs right now. This is quite the board.
Oh my god, we're popping off, aren't we? Sojourner's Companion trigger. I mean, I think Samuel is just going to kill Cecido on the crackback next turn.
Yeah, and I'm
Oh
not.
my god.
I don't
Oh
think.
my god.
Oh, I don't think he has a way to deal with that. No board wipe, nothing.
Wait, how big are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Are there 13, if I'm counting correctly? And 13 is a lot.
That is a lot,
Yes.
and Cecidio not in a good spot right now.
Yeah, nice Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Nice Shieldred's Edict that deals with 1 creature.
Yeah. Also, nowadays, nobody plays engineered explosives like they used to. So, I mean, Cecido can try to survive, but there is no long-term plan, is there?
I think this is going to finish really fast here.
Spellbomb. Boop. Can just bounce Shieldred even. Or just not even bounce Shieldred, just attack with everything, and Cecido says, yeah, I got it.
This was quite a game here. Samuel taking the win with Affinity and so many constructs.
Wow.
So this game shows exactly why Simulacrum Synthesizer is making this deck viable again in Modern.
Yeah, that was insane. And we all know that the scariest part about Urza Saga has always been constructs because they scale so well. And they interact in combat interestingly because, you can kill one, make the other one smaller, but also vice versa. You can continue with your own plan and they will incidentally just grow. And this making constructs, I mean, so like I remember on Twitter, one person said that, well, it would be great if this card made constructs when you cast 3 or less mana cards. And it turns out that it does the opposite and it's still just broken in half.
And let's take a look here at our deck list from the players. Let's start with this spicy Affinity list by Sam99. So we have here the full list. Anything in the sideboard that is going to enter against this Rakdos deck?
That's a good question. Because there is nothing that excites me. The there is nothing that excites me really. Maybe you could side in like a couple of rebukes, maybe. Um, there, there is nothing that excites me, honestly. Honestly.
From what I saw game one, it doesn't need to happen because that game one was completely crushed here by the Affinity player. So let's take a look at what the Rakdos player that does need answers can get against these decks. So sideboard here, anything that we see. So explosives that you're talking about, there it
Yes.
is. Legion actually takes care of all the constructs, right?
Yes. We also have Paving Eagle doesn't do much, but we've got two call against commands that also get rid of artifacts. We also have Pick Your Poison that, maybe not the best, but sacrificing isn't destroying. So if, for example, we go like Ragavan Pass, although I'm not sure if Ragavan even stays in, maybe on the play, the opponent goes tapped artifact land pass, then we can actually Pick Your Poison it.
Not this one though.
No, not specifically this one. Yes, this is a 3 green black sorcery. This is a bit of a different, but with the same name for some reason. But yeah, even though the artifact lands have indestructibility, sacrifice doesn't say destroy. It's a different type of animal, and actually circumvents indestructibility. So to summarize, as you said, Legion's End, explosives, I think call against commands, and some Pick Your Poisons. Ragavan might come out. Blood Moon, I think, comes out. Maybe some of like Dotty Void Walker doesn't block. So that's also maybe a bit of a stretch. Orcish Bowmaster kills Memnite, but not really anything else. I think Affinity is just well suited to play against Ragna's Grief, honestly.
Unrelated with this match in particular, I have to say, Sideboarding is running two Blood Moon main.
Yeah.
That's definitely an interesting choice here. Usually we see this card a lot in the sideboard, but Sideboarding deciding to bringing this main, thinking that is good enough against a lot of matchups in Modern. So very interesting here, that decision. So let's take a look here as our players are getting ready for game 2. Now, Rakdos player Sideboarding is going to be on the play.
Yeah, I think that was a really good call from Cecidio, because as we said, the most represented deck was Amulet Titan. So that was a really good call to have Blood Moon's main deck. But what it turns out is that in the winner's metagame, it's not a good choice, because there isn't a lot of Titan, there isn't a lot of Tron, there is a bit of Coffers, if you wanted Blood Moon against that even. So in the winner's metagame, it doesn't impress me that much. But he wouldn't be playing in the winner's metagame had he not gone through the day one metagame first. So
definitely today is going to be a bigger challenge to deal against these meta breakdown compared to yesterday. But somebody had to pave the path to now have these conversion that we saw. And let's see, because a lot of things can happen. These Rakdos mid-range deck has been strong for quite a bit. It survived the ban of Fury, still being played, still making top 8 of events. So a lot can be done.
Yeah, I'm just sending through in chat conversion rates, because not everyone probably tuned into our segment. But I will have this open just in case someone asks, so we can link it. But yeah, conversion rates pretty cool. We can find all the graphs, all the graphics actually on Legacy European Tour Twitter at Legacy EU Tour.
When looking at the conversion, it's important to know that we had 468 players yesterday, 64 today, so 13% of the players made it in day 2. So that's relevant when analyzing these meta breakdown.
Yeah, now we see a mulligan from Samuela. Again, you never want to really mulligan against a Grief deck, in addition to never wanting to mulligan in the first place. In general. And I see Ragavan. I think I saw Malaki Rebirth. Yeah, Ragavan is tricky in these matchups, because like on the draw, I think on the draw it's a cut, but I think on the play, it's probably in. So we draw, monitor, land, both of them artifact only, stop to Saga Drum. Okay, that looks like a banger hand. Unfortunately, you have to put something back, but it's a really good hand, it seems.
Yeah, it does seem like a strong hand here. So we are going to have a very interesting game too. The game one felt a bit one-sided with
It-
Samuel just going wild with that synthesizer.
It was absolutely unreal, yeah. Showcase the true power of the card.
Showing why Samuel is 9-2 here today.
It's also really nice that Prowess and Affinity are the decks coming back and getting stronger. Like the sentimental me is really happy about that.
Are you excited for Modern Horizons 3?
Definitely. I mean, there are some cards spoiled, there are some cards talked about, which make me super excited, and I do wish, I do hope that we will see, a bolster for these decks like maybe Merfolk, maybe Goblins, maybe, Affinity, rather than a new banger card for already existing strategies.
what a start. Turn one and we already have so many things into play here from Samuel.
Yeah, so now the question is, do you chump Ornithopter? I assume you don't, because you want to have a high artifact count. Now the question is whether Cecido maybe aggressively terminates it. And there is a very interesting interaction going on, because there is a welding jar that says regenerate target creature, so you are sure that some artifact doesn't get killed. But there is also terminate. And terminate specifically says destroy target creature, it can't be rejected. Oh, yeah. Let's see if we... Samuel, don't pop the jar. Don't. Thank you.
And Samuel reading the terminate there and not popping the jar.
Thank you very much. Woof, that was a sweat. Saga up to 2. It's unfortunate that Ornithopter died, but because the construct that Samuela would be creating would be just absolutely huge. Cecido knows that, and so kills the Ornithopter. Heads up play.
I see a grief there being drawn by Cecidio.
Yeah, and I think it will be Hardcast here.
Yeah, we have the treasure tokens.
We could also pitch, but I don't think you want to pitch Shieldred and this double grief, because like double grief is like a tempo swing, but I don't think you. I think you just rather play magic cards.
So surveil land there, and I cannot see if this is a Legion's End. I guess we'll discover next turn. Just playing
Ooh.
Shieldred.
Okay, this Shieldred, yeah, just playing to the board rather than try to interact with what Samuela has in hand. I like that approach. Shield is also particularly good because it stops all the card draw, and that's one of the strengths of the Affinity strategy. Now, Relic is the top deck. Yeah, that killing that Ornithopter was the game changer, absolute game changer.
Terminate MVP.
Yeah,
Is that one of the few times that the creature cannot be regenerated part actually does matter?
Yeah. And it's also an interesting exchange because Cecido knew he's actually using a premium removal spell that costs 2 mana, terminate, for a 0-drop, right? But that play made all the difference.
What an interesting game that we have here for round 12.
Another one. Let's go. So Urza's Saga was just find Ornithopter, full stop. Not even a land. It didn't even add mana once. It's just like, yeah, just find Ornithopter.
And there's 1 mana floating. Land.
And there is a relic, there is a thought monitor. You've got 1, 2, 3, we've got 5 artifacts. Oh, there is a synthesizer, but you don't have enough blue to like go synth into thought monitor. So I think that's what he's debating, whether he'd like to play monitor or synth.
Okay, so it looks like we have the synthesizer here.
Yes, Cry too, because why not? Double bottom, that was fast, wasn't it? Now Relic will probably enter the battlefield. Yep. And now we can just top deck, and that's the good thing. Synthesize on the battlefield. Just top deck the good cards. Now the Grief will be really powerful because it will take Thought Monitor.
Not
Or
only that,
Legion's
but
End. Yeah, as you said.
Sazidio here able to deal 6 damage. And Shooter is going to do 2 more in the upkeep. In the draw, I meant. So,
There's a really good observation in chat that I agree with, that Ornithopter did not need to be cast immediately. We could have waited on it and then play it. When Saga went to 2. So yeah, that would have been a D's line. Yeah, so now we'll probably see a hardcast Grief. Take that Thought Monitor. Pass back.
okay, let's see what is the top deck that Samuel needs here. Going down to 6 live.
Yeah, I don't like his position. Yeah, that was just Ragavan terminate.
And I
Shielded.
really like the choice of Sazidio to going Childred turn 4
Mhm.
or 3, I'm not sure, but just going with Childred instead of the Grief and just creating the board there, kind of stopping Samuel.
Yeah, that was a really good opener. I'm curious. Cecido doesn't seem to re-sideboard, which I think in this case actually gives proper information. So yes, you should always like fake re-sideboard, but Ragavan is a especially polarizing card that's really good on the play and sometimes really bad on the draw. And Cecido doesn't even bluff that he's going to do it, so yeah, Ragavans do stay in on the draw.
So you would fake sideboard here, Skura?
With Ragavan decks especially, I do like fake sideboarding. I mean, depends on the level I play. If I play anything lower than something like this, then I wouldn't. No, I don't really care. I would at least maybe double check the sideboarding. But at such a level, I think you want to conceal as much info as possible, because like, if I'm Samuela and I know that Ragavans are in, I think I just might keep differently or play out differently. So
Yeah, it's those small things that add up, right?
yeah, a couple of things here, there.
Players shuffling in, and this game is going to be quite decisive. The player that wins here is going to be in a very good spot to top 8 this event. Not quite yet, but getting really close.
Yeah, I mean, but top 8 these LMS events is just so difficult. Like you have to go like 12-3 or like 11-3-1. Yeah, this is insane.
So looks like Samuel debating whether to keep this hand or not. He is on the play, so
Are there no lands for
I don't
Samuela?
think so. Maybe one? No. So, no lands, which means mulligan here.
Yeah, so no lander is a difficult sell, but these affinity decks could very realistically keep single land hands. Single land hands, yeah, that was. So the big upside of affinity decks overall is that you've got a very high density of nut draws and the high possibility of nut draws, because you just steamroll and just go, no, discounted this into this. The downside is that if the chain is disrupted at some point,
Like we saw with that terminate.
yeah, exactly, then it gets way tougher, and sometimes you actually have to play Frogmite for like 2 mana, which is just awful, right? So it might have these kind of polarizing draws at times.
Let us know, Twitch chat, where are you watching us from? I hope you're having an amazing Sunday. Hopefully with some coffee and magic, which is my favorite way to start my Sunday mornings. And we have a lot of modern coverage here for you.
Yeah, I can see a lot of Polish players in chat. Tomek, Barczek, Chichotek, known Polish players, Polska Górą. Sydney. Oh, okay, we've got some Bologna gamers here. Good choice, good choice. You know, between the rounds of your open qualifier, just watch the stream. Cecido goes Grief with this Memnite on the battlefield. Grief pitching Grief. Showing Memnite Thoughtcast. Oh, we didn't play the other Memnite. Ooh, fancy, not showing all the tricks. So we might just take Thoughtcast, Grief again, because of course we will.
So you were talking about how Samuel's deck, this Affinity deck, does have some just nut draws, right? And not, looks like Sazidi on the other side. The Rakdos Grief also has.
Yeah, it does. But no, the good thing for Samuela is that Metallic Rebuke was the draw. But he cannot play the drum. If you I think that's so telling. I think it has to be super telling. And let's see, we might see Legion's End on Memnite, which gets rebuked. But the strength of this situation for Samuela, or maybe the upside of what's happening, is that he's just playing off the top. So future Griefs, future Thought Seizes don't really do much. The bad thing is that Cecido's hand is pretty decent. So what Samuela really needs is card draw.
Legion End here is a 2-for-1, but okay, there's an answer for that, thankfully, because that would be quite the exile there.
Thoughtcast off the top, maybe? Or drum. Okay, so we'll probably go drum into drum. Drum, dum, dum. Pass. Yeah, so now we just give me some card draw. Just give me some card draw.
Just hoping here for a good top deck.
Yeah. Also, we cannot turn on the send, because if we could destroy Memnite and Springleaf Drum. Voidwalker, bash you for 3.
What is this Heart of the Voidwalker?
Yeah, I think it's a FNM promo or Stormchamps promo.
Very nice.
What?
What is
Whoa,
this?
whoa, let's go. Oh, that's literally what he wanted.
But both cards go to the bottom, so one top deck is there, but there's still more that need to be.
Okay, I have to sit upright now. But we can now turn on the send. And thanks to the Scry, we also put 2 dead cards on the bottom. So now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 artifacts, so we could actually top deck Thought Monitor. And then chain spells even more. Yeah, not blinking, I'm staring. Now the descent is going to be big. Poop. Poop. Yeah, I really like this phrase. Do nothing until it does. That's a really good way to put it.
Molten Collapse there.
Yeah, and now crucially the artifact count is taken down. But even a Frogmite off the top is fine.
So Samuel here at 8 live. Let's see what the top deck is.
Sweat it.
Drum roll. Show us.
Welding jar. And in hand we see Terminate. So after that very explosive game 1,
Takanuma here, 4 mana, just terminating.
Yeah, and attack you for 6.
I
down
mean,
to 2.
Samuel, what is going to be the top deck now? It needs to be something very good, and that's an handshake. Samuel started very good here, winning game 1 of this match, but then Sazidio managing to win both games post-sideboard. And we just saw why this deck keeps being good.
Yeah, the Grief opener is this.
I gotta say, I got really impressed by the Affinity deck, though, and I wish Samuel keeps having a great run. He is still in to potentially have a top 8, so he's not out yet, which is great. And I hope we can see more of Samuel's deck, because it's been a blast to see this Affinity this weekend long. Any decks that you're excited to see here today?
Oh yeah, definitely. So we had Goryo Vengeance deck, which was super popular a month-ish ago. Then it fell off a little bit. Domain Zoo ticked up. And then with the amount of removal for the Zoo decks and Pick Your Poison, Goryo's again is coming back up because it's basically invulnerable to Pick Your Poison and to creature removal. So I really want to see this in action.
I want to ask our technical team if we have the slide for the most played cards of the weekend. Because I remember last time in Prague, the most played card, which was modern, still same format 1 month ago, was Pick Your Poison. Now, I wonder if that has changed or not and how the meta evolved. We have been casting modern events for a while now, Philip, and I feel like every time we do it, it just passes 1 month and that everything changes, or at least something changes. No ban since Prague, nothing really changed, only the OTJ being... Okay, so it looks like some things don't change.
Yeah, some things don't change. On average, every single deck played Pick Your Poison, let's say. We had 450 decks day one, 600 Pick Your Poisons. Yeah, so probably even like every single deck played like 1.5 of them.
Yeah, Lightning Bolt here though, coming close thanks to this Temur and Gruul Prowess deck that started playing. So I think Lightning Bolt here has to thank the Slick Shot
The show off, yeah.
show off for this reappearance on the most played cards of the weekend. Do One Ring, I mean, it is an artifact. It enters in a lot of decks. It makes sense. Flooded Strand here. Ragavan, Leyline Binding, Thoughtseize. I love this.
So this data is really useful, I think, if you want to choose your deck for the next event, because you can just see, okay, how vulnerable am I to these cards? So, for example, let's say Goryo's Blink, right? Or Goryo's Vengeance, Goryo Atraxa. Do I care about Pick Your Poison? Nah. Lightning Bolt? Whatever. The One Ring? Yeah, a bit. Flooded Strand, of course, not really. Ragavan? Maybe a little bit. And so, like, you go down this list and you see, okay, maybe my deck, by and large, is properly relevant. And, yeah, for example, Underworld Breach, I think, matches up pretty well against the cards we see here. So, yeah, that's just saying.
I'm curious to see next event if Pick Your Poison will still be the most played card or not. I mean, it's going to be standard, so probably not. Let's take a look here. I think we have a backup feature match, maybe.
Yeah, and the backup is what I really happily chose because it's Marco again on Goryo's Vengeance versus Blue-White Control. And I do think this could be a very interesting standoff because Marco has to play around counter magic and Nicolo has to also sequence stuff properly so as not to get caught off guard. So 1-0 for Nicolo so far, 25 minutes for both of them. If Marco takes this one down, yeah, we might see it come down to extra turns.
I see a Traxa on the graveyard already, so that's very interesting.
Probably surveil the way, yeah.
Nicolo here, 9-2 with control. Same with Marco. Actually, I think both of these players were in the feature match area last round, but playing against different opponents.
Totally, yeah.
I saw Nicola was playing an E1 against, I don't remember what deck, to be honest, and Marco also won.
Philippi, there is a very important question. How about the deck lists from this event?
They will be published after the top 8 announcement. So right now it's closed deck list. If you do see any of the lists here on the screen, it's because the players agreed to show off their decks for coverage purpose.
Yeah.
But it is a closed deck list tournament.
Bam.
Ooh. But that gets forced.
Yeah, and then forcing it is like, so if we don't, the question is whether we have a follow-up. Because if we don't have a follow-up, then we just 2-for-1 ourselves in the face of Blue-Eye Control. And I think we have another Atraxa and Ephemerates in hand, which is very bad because I think Nicolo has another Rip. So this might indeed be Rip.
Very fitting name, rest in peace. I mean,
yeah.
If a deck is known for playing things from the graveyard, reanimating, that rest in peace is going to be crucial. I don't think Marco runs Busejo in these colors, but maybe there's something to deal with enchantments.
I think now he really wants to draw Teferi. I think he's also thinking whether he even wants Surveillant. Yeah. Yeah, it's also so unfortunate that he lost game 1 pre-sideboarded, because now he has to play, even if he wins this one, which, yeah, it's uphill battle, he would have to win against another post-board configured strategy. Satoru is the draw.
I gotta say, I love that we can see the pictures here of the players. It gives so much more intense games because you feel like you're rooting for one of these players, and both of them. Marco is so smiley.
Yeah, Marco is such a heads-up person. He's a judge regularly at the LMS store, so if you've seen Marco, if you know Marco, you'll know that.
Yeah, I
He's a
saw
good
him
sport.
yesterday on the top tables, and I was like, usually we're not doing this. Usually you're judging.
Yeah, and he decided, well, if I'm not judging, I might as well crush this event. So yeah, proving how good how good he is. So for Blue Eye Control, I think I saw a couple of lands, Narset, Subtlety, and this Subtlety is actually a hidden lock, I think, on the game, because Marco will really needs to draw to Fairy. And depending on how confident he feels, he would like ephemerate Satoru to draw a card, and ephemerate it again and draw a card.
Somebody's saying that Nico here is their local game store owner, and that is the best. So very, very nice to hear that.
Oh no! I mean, it's not an oh no. I think Marco knows what he's doing, but now Nicola will try to ambush Satoru with Subtlety, but Marco will be like, I mean, I will ephemerate it. I planned to do it anyway, so whatever.
Subtlety here.
And I think that's actually really good for Marco, because he might even draw into Teferi, for whom there is no Subtlety now. Although Teferi would have to bounce Subtlety, I think, anyways. Oh, also Satoru has Menace, right? Yeah, so
He does.
So Marco is like, okay. And Nicola, okay. I guess fair enough. So a pretty funny spot.
Menace is an important keyword. So looking here at Nicolo's hand, we see Narset, Parter of Veils, and a Leyline of Sanctity, right?
Yep. Narset and Leyline. Leyline, would have been much better on the battlefield, because now with the thoughts is already played. I think we're probably taking Narset, and Nicolo actually is on empty. Okay, if Marco wins this game, I mean, that would be just mad impressive, wouldn't it?
That would be mad interesting indeed. So, I mean, but how exactly? Looks like we are blinking there.
Yeah, now we proceed to draw, because Satoru entered the battlefield and no mana was spent to cast it. We have to remember about the rebound. I'm surprised Marco isn't the type of player who, for example, puts a dice on top of the deck, because you might forget. I typically put some comically large objects on top, like my phone or a bottle of water, to really know.
A bottle of water.
Yeah, literally, yeah, just a bottle of water on top of my deck, and then I never miss the trigger. But Narset was the pickup. Really good top deck there for Nicola.
Is this a Totsis bug?
It's actually really important, because now Marco cannot draw 2 on upkeep with Satoru and draw step. So that was a double grade pickup. Unless maybe like Marco ephemerates now in response, which would be bold, definitely.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Marco is like, didn't I just got rid of that card?
Yeah. I hate Thoughtseize bug, man. Nah. Why Thoughtseize bug ERL?
I mean, Marco is down to 11, and that Subtlety is also attacking, so...
Yup. That's very true.
That Atraxa in hand, unfortunately, is not going to do much, as Marco does not have mana to cast it soon.
Now the question is, even if he draws in response, what is he drawing into? And I can see a hand. Yeah, we're ephemerating. Draw. I think that was an island.
So the Narset Resolve, we are going to look at the
Ooh.
top 4 cards.
That's a good one.
What is this? Philip?
Hallowed Moonlight.
Hallowed Moonlight. Let's put it on the screen.
Yeah, a card that's really good against things that entered the battlefield and they weren't cast. So it's really good against Ephemerate, it's really good against Goryo's Vengeance, but it also works against like Living End, against Rhinos, because it doesn't say non-token. The last match was won by Ragdar's Grief. As I think Marco just says, okay, I'm not casting my Ephemerates. And then proceeds to draw a card that's really good to Ephemerate in the face of Narset, so kind of punished by the way draws lined up.
It's a Phalange Archaeologist, right?
Yeah. We're slowly approaching hardcast Atraxa territory.
Okay, so let's see. But these meals, but with Rest and Peace, you still get the card though.
Yeah, now we attack that down. And now, do we proactively play Needle on, like the One Ring? Because now, again, Nicolo doesn't have any card draw. He does have pressure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lands. I can see Marco is a believer of not lands in front, but lands to the side.
Let's see what Marco is going to say. With the needle.
Yeah, so needle names, let's see, but probably ring, I would assume. Maybe this is Kahira time. Oh, it is. 4 to you in the air with Vigilance. Marco going down to... Yeah, boop, 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 boop. Thank you.
Bring. Is the card chosen there by Marco to name with Bidding Needle.
Yeah, and so he has got two draw steps right now. Oh, subtlety of his own, but it isn't enough because opposing subtlety is a 4/4.
So what can Marco do here?
Awkward position.
I mean, you can always double block.
He couldn't because subtlety flies.
Oh.
And Satoru doesn't fly, unfortunately.
Yeah, but it can block the Kahira. That does attack eventually.
Yes. Because now if he attacks with Satoru, he's forced to do some chomping. He kills off Narset, or attempts to kill off Narset. Then we die. Oh, okay. Oh, God, Marco.
So
Marco
now
is so
that
good.
that Kahira is
Wow.
gone,
Marco,
the subtlety can be
you
casted
devil.
and
You devil. Oh, Solitude was the pickup, I think. Yeah, Solitude was the pickup. And I think he'll just... Actually, if Marco flashes this in and attempts to block, and Niccolo says no, Solitude, and then Marco goes, okay then, top deck a land Atraxa, then we're actually properly into the game. Interesting.
so let's see here. We know that Niccolo has that Alad Moonlight.
Yeah, I think Marco's best draw is just a land on top.
Untapped.
Untapped, yes, you have to say that because we know how magic gods work.
Yeah, it does have a green source there in play.
Yes, there is the mortuary thingy.
Underground mortuary, yeah.
Thank you. Do we subtlety? No. Now, Niccolo, from his perspective, has to think, okay, what do I lose to? And if he says, okay, I think I lose to Atlanta Traxa, because like Marco hasn't been playing his cards, even though he's got a lot of mana. So I think it has to be Atraxa from his perspective, or Goryo's Vengeance. I think these are the two best bets.
Oops.
Oopsie, oopsie, oopsie. Ah, he flipped the Traxa now. He flipped it. Okay, so now top deck land. Force of Negation's not a
That's
land.
not what
he's
you
alive.
want there. Allowed.
Cycle Moonlight, draw.
So how much damage is this?
Okay, we have to jump.
3 damage.
Down to
Marco
3.
goes to 3.
Oh, I think now there was a subtlety draw of the top.
Yeah,
Ah.
that's even if there's a land there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was another force.
Oof.
So Marco just showing the cards in hand, and this is going to be 2-0 here for Nicolo, the Azorius control player.
Woof.
What a game.
What an ending. What an ending. Yeah, so close yet so far.
Would you say that Rest in Peace was Rest in Peace?
It was indeed. It rested him peacefully.
But once
Not so
again,
peaceful,
it's the
actually.
same situation as our previous match, which means that Nicola now is in a good spot to try to make that top 8, but this doesn't mean that Marco cannot do a top 8. If
Yes.
Marco wins the next 3 rounds,
Yes.
he should be making it into the
Exactly.
top 8.
So it's not a lose and out. It wasn't a win either. Now let's switch on for a third
the
match.
action doesn't stop.
No downtime. This is our motto. No downtime here. Third match. Jakob on Prowess 10-1. Whoa, that's insane. Against Gianluca on Rhinos. Rhinos not dead despite the outburst ban. And let's digest what's happening here. 1-1. Okay. There is no ley line. There is a ley line. And Scion of Draco enters play. Oh, Scion of Draco is in play. Layla enters. No. Okay, never mind, never mind. You know what's happening.
So let's see if Jacob here wants to do anything. In response, it looks like we are going to
Seek the beast.
exile the top 2 cards there.
Yeah.
And that's an adventure now. And Mitra's Bubble lands.
Okay, we sought the beast and then spell pierce on Leyline. Now, no vigilance. Yeah, attack you for 4. And Gianluca's at 8.
And Jacob is at 10 now.
Oh, Bloodmoon. But there are 2 basics. But you can still play. So you can play Surveillant, Trigger, Bloodmoon, but then you're off of green for Druid.
So we'll start with Mishra's Bubble here.
I think that was a white card.
Yeah, it was, but it didn't seem like a land. Maybe a Leyline Binding?
Yeah, it may have been. And remember that with Bloodmoon, cards are mountains, but there is a plains and an island. So actually, binding is 3 less. Trigger. Okay, remember
There's an Unholy Eating End as well.
we've got the bubble trigger, waiting to be resolved. Oh, bolt to the graveyard. Wow, okay. Now we play Druid hold up Spell Pierce, which is what I really like. Never mind, not holding up Spell Pierce.
I think it's
Or we
maybe thinking about Unholy Eat right now, that
yep.
Draco.
Because Gianluca has 1 card in the hand, and Jakob knows what he's top decking. Gianluca stop decking, not Jakob stop decking. When will the decklist be available, Philippa? Take it away.
They will be available after the top 8 announcement. So right now this is a closed deck list tournament, but the top 8 is open deck list, and they will be there. I would advise you to follow Legacy European Tour on Twitter. That's always a good place to see all the information, and I think they will tweet when the deck lists go open.
Yep, and we've got this round and then 3 more of the Swiss portion.
Jacob, you're really considering, like, do I prefer to unholy it now or keep up this spell piercing?
Yeah.
Can also unholy it in instant speed. But decide, okay, let's do it now before there's an answer on the other side. Unholy it, let's just check the graveyard for Delirium. Okay, so confirming there, there's Delirium.
And
so
draw, okay, we remember about the bubble. Oh, iteration
Ooh,
of the top.
iteration is a great
And
pickup there.
Okay, a layer binding that we knew about. What we can do is also play Bloodmoon and then Spell Pierce Leyline Binding. Ooh. Oh, we couldn't because we don't have blue. Never mind. Got too excited for just a brief moment. But yeah, I really like Jakob's position.
And Gianluca is at 8 life. This beast is going to keep growing. And there's also a Swiss spear here that can start attacking right away.
Yeah, we can't really Blood Moon because then we can't play iterations. I think we might go like Swift Spear iteration. Now that Spell Pierce is really just a huge stinker.
So 3 mana,
Yeah, this Blood Moon is just like...
Blood Moon.
And then we will Binding in response on Druid.
Should put a counter on the
Oh.
because of the Blood Moon, and now
Oh, and he says okay.
another
Okay, Swift Spear,
counter.
yeah.
So that probably gets binded, right?
Yes, definitely. Definitely. So now we just get attacked for 1. Gianluca stop the king. I don't think that Blood Moon
Honest question, why not play the Swiss Spear
Oh.
first and then Blood Moon? Ooh.
I think he wanted to keep up the Spell Pierce with Blood Moon on the stack to do something, but he's heavily punished for playing that Blood Moon.
And not keeping up the spell pierce.
yeah,
Because now we are going to have Rhinos.
We could have played Swift Spear iteration hold up Spell Pierce. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, Blood Moon was... Yeah. That's a tough one. And now Jakob doesn't really have cards in hand because there's a Spell Pierce and iteration. Both are uncastable, so... Yeah.
So getting punished by his own Blood Moon.
Yeah, that's brutal. I think that Blood Moon was a bit too optimistic.
Bloody Blood Moon.
Yeah.
Getting Giganta into hand and passing. And Jacob is at 10 life.
Oh, and Scion of Drake off the top. With
There's
3 types. 3 types,
that
yeah.
costs 6. So it's not castable right now.
Giant Growth. Well, it might actually help to block the Rhino that's exalted. Oh, God.
Another Ardent Flame.
Wow.
More Rhinos, and Jacob is like, go ahead. I'm sure Jacob is feeling so bad about playing that Blood Moon. Things would have gone so differently.
Yeah, it's really painful to watch the game come down to this position. Now we attack with 1, attack for 6. I think he just has to mutagenic and block with Gigantha. Okay, he can maybe still win if he top decks Underworld Breach. But the question is whether he even plays Underworld Breach. Let me check. Jakob on Prowess. He does play 2 breaches.
So maybe.
Yeah, but he cannot top deck another iteration because no mana. No preordain, no, because of mana.
Very rough spot there.
Rough spot, and it feels like there may have been some miscalculation on the plan there. And this is something that I talked about with one of my friends. Blood Moon is like a very polarizing card because if it works, the opponent is mad, and if it doesn't work, you are mad. And it's exactly the spot here. I think we're jumping.
What do you think of printing a Blood Moon that has an effect like you can sacrifice it?
Oh, well, I mean, I can sacrifice it as the Blood Moon player.
Yes,
Yes.
as the Blood Moon player.
Be my guest. Oh, we use Gigantha for mana? Okay. That is one way to try to
So you
come back, okay.
Gianluca is at 7 life. There's Lightning Bolt, but there's blockers.
There is a lot of blockers.
Okay, so he's here.
Give protection! Give protection from green!
Give protection
From
from green.
Whoa,
Prowess.
whoa, whoa, whoa. No way! Woo!
Is this
That's
a game?
insane.
And I don't think Gianluca can really respond to that.
What? He giganted iteration for this sequence. That what a game!
I feel really good for Jacob because I'm sure he wouldn't be able to forgive himself.
What? That's insane.
Beautiful line. So Chad was going crazy, like, why would you play that Blood Moon? Losing the game, we were like, now he lost the game. But after all, Jacob knew what's going on.
All these Prowess players give us the best matches.
That's
You
true.
know, I mean, that was insane.
And Jacob is the player that is doing the best here in the tournament.
Yes, 11-1.
11-1, like almost guaranteed to make the top 8, no?
I think he might suggest a draw to the next opponent, but I wouldn't be surprised even if he like just lose, and then still is in. I mean, premium position.
So we will
But
see
wha-
more of Jacob here in the tournament. That was quite the match. That was
Insane.
so insane. I love these matches.
I love these matches, and there was another very interesting thing because he could have still lost if he missequenced. Because if you go like, okay, Apostle Blessing protection from green to attack, then you cannot play mutagenic because he has protection from green. So you have to start with mutagenic, then give pro green, bam, bam, bam. Yes, that was really cool. Really,
That
really
was
cool.
a great match to watch, and that was actually the last match of the round. This was round 12. Lillian Hall will be back for round 13. Don't forget, we have a total of 15 rounds of Swiss and then a cut to top 8. I'm Filipa. I'm joined by Skura, also known as Islands in Front, and we will be back for round 14. See you soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Pro Tour after pie or pre-pie, whichever way you look at it. You might watch it after, you might watch it before, but welcome nonetheless. We're here at the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will. That is Lily, and we're bringing you round number 13 of Modern Action. That's right. If you're just joining on where you've been, we've had 12 rounds of it. We had 9 yesterday. We bring you 6 today in the Swiss before we cut to that top 8 and crown ourselves a champion, walking away with this trophy here in front of us. So let's talk a little bit about the prizes. We wrote it down yesterday. We had 468 players. We managed to invite 64 of them back to day number 2. So they've all been cashed. They've all got themselves at least $100. They've all got themselves at least 140 ticks to go spend on our beautiful prize. We'll then get them boxes, sleeves, EDH decks. Maybe if they win enough, they can get themselves some nice foil sheets and some giant big cards floating around.
They're amazing.
I'm a huge fan of a foil sheet or a giant card or something that I can display behind me on stream. You know what I mean? Is one of the goals in life is to obviously make a 60-card deck of those giant cards one day and turn up to a tournament. But
it's very heavy to bring with you when you have
fine.
to,
I work
flip
out.
them.
You know what I mean? I'm pretty big. It's the deck box. How am I going to get a deck box big enough? But we need to whittle this 64 down to the top 8. You see that on the screen, the prizes. Yes, it's going to go from $150 to, yes, $250. But when they get to that top 8, they're going to at least have $800 going into their bank account, as well as some card market credit, as well as some flight vouchers to get them to the regional championships in Naples next month.
That's huge.
Top 32 all get invites.
Yeah.
And as I keep saying, this weekend, a lot of hype. There's the Pro Tour on. People want to be there. This is how you can do it if you are in the European region. This is where the RC is going to happen. You need to qualify for Naples. A bunch of people are going to do it this weekend. We've got 32 here. I think we've got 8 or 16 in the Classic. That's also happening, which is Pioneer in this. I'm pretty sure all stores have finished their invites now for the season. So there's literally one more chance to get there. And that is the last chance qualifier happening in Naples on that Friday. That will be streamed on this channel. Yeah. So if you like competitive Magic and you want to see it through and through, make sure you hit that follow button. Back to this top 8. Look at what they comprise. All the way up to first place, $5,500, a bunch of ticks, 20 boxes, which you're going to need that US dollars to get it back to you wherever you're from. Because there's a lot of people from all around Europe. It cost me a bomb to get them back on my flight home. Card market credit, flight, so much to play for still.
Yes, exactly.
So, not only that, realistically, it's the trophy. Like for me as a competitive player, that's nice. But that's just future event. That's going to get me future. This is what I'm after. I want this trophy. And a lot of people in the room have been talking about it, saying that they're getting ever closer to getting in that top 8. They're edging towards it because this is round number 13. So some people can start even locking up as early as now. So we do have table 1 as is it table 1 as our feature match?
Table 3.
Table 3 is our feature match area. But
they are doing pretty good.
You were telling me, oh well, this mono colorless goblins deck looks really, really good. I've changed it. It's not colorless goblins anymore, ladies and gentlemen. It is a mono red Prowess deck. We have got ourselves a mirror. It is I say mono red. It can be Teamer. It does have some stomping grounds in it. It does have some steam vents in it. Splashing blue, green, and red for cards like Iteration, Preordain. But realistically, it's a mono red shell with Underworld Breach using Slick Shot. They're on the new cards that have been printed in OTJ.
And funny thing about Marco, he's a huge pauper player, and he used to play a lot of aggro decks. Mono red decks is our sheriff because he's always with the sheriff star on his hat. And now he's playing so well. He's 10-2, even in modern.
Well, I've got a question. If he's always wearing a sheriff hat, why is he not wearing it here when OTJ has come out?
He has it, but not in the photo.
Why not in the photo? We need to retake that photo if he wants to get himself to the top 8.
Totally agree.
But then on the play, huge in an aggro mirror, but is up against Matteo Rizzi, which is generally one of the best players in the room.
We saw him before after against Yagmoth, and he played so well.
Oh, he just genuinely one of the better players in Europe. Does really well at like the higher competitive events, like at the Pro Tour. Streams a lot as well, not only in his native language, but also in English. So I even get to watch his stream and ask questions. Really, really high level plays from him. And basically, the way I think this works out is if you are on the play, you're the aggressor. Yeah. If you're on the draw, you've got to play more of the control role. So you're going to see a lot of these burn spells get fired off. Looking at the main deck, there's only one card difference in it. Marco on the left of your screen has got the full suite of 4 Unholy Heats. Where on the right of your screen, with Matej has got a a Wild Slash over that. So just 3 Unholy Heats and 1 Wild Slash. So We'll see how that works. I kind of like the split of 1 and of 2 and 3 because Wild Slash does have that extra text that if you have a creature with a power 4 or greater, damage can't be prevented, which I believe is a nice way of getting around the 1 ring if it does
Yeah.
component. But we're just going to see a bit of dawdling here. So, you know, turn 1 creature, turn 1 dead, turn 2 another creature, survey a little bit, preordain, kind of set up for our future turns. Delirium is turned on. We've got sorcery, land, artifact, and instant. So it is now a 3/3. We're going to start off with a preordain on the other side. We see land creature. Looks like we've got Skull Scar Mage. But we decided to take the land. We need the land for a turn. Lots of red spells in there. I definitely see another Unholy Heat. That's a lightning bolt.
Did we make a mistake? Is Mattia on the mono red right now? Just because of his hand?
Well, these are just mono red. Basically, red is to get the damage across, get the creatures.
Yeah.
We're going to have blues like our support color. That's going to let us try and get, you know, turn and burn through our deck a little bit more with preordains and expressive iterations. And the green in these decks, well, that's just for our sideboard because
Yes.
the most played card this weekend is, of course, Pick Your Poison. So we're going to see Dragon Rage Chandler number 2 going to the graveyard, eating that lightning bolt up. Of course, can't Unholy Heat because we don't have Delirium on the right of your screen. Follow-up play is going to be a Taylor Swift Spear. Coming in, I think just the 1 point of damage is going to happen. Then we're going to go fetch. This might be one of the only decks in the room not playing Surveil lands. Is these aggressive synergies?
Oh,
I
is
don't know.
it?
I don't know if it's right or wrong. I feel like in my head that it's wrong to play Surveil lands in this, but then Surveil lands are so good the later the game gets when you're trying to, you know, filter the top of your deck. So we're just going to hold up this two land here. We've got Underworld Breach, a Lava Spike, and a Lightning Bolt in hand for Marco. On the other side, I see that that's we got a Slick Shot. I think we've got a Dragon Age Channeler. Yep, we've got an Unknown Holy Heat. Can't make out what that last card is at the back of the hand, but I'm sure we'll find out
Isn't a breach?
momentarily.
But I'm not sure about it.
Well, it might be a breach. It could also be the Wild Slash.
Oh, yeah. We'll see.
Yeah, we're going to find out. This is not a turn for breach, so we don't have to worry about that if it is. Only 5 cards in the graveyard, as we're seeing there. Kind of bottlenecked on mana. We'd love to do multiple spells in one turn, so that means that we might just do, you know, plots the Slick Shot and try and go for like a big turn next turn. But then the
One
shields
mana?
will be down, so we're trying to kind of play it a little bit safe here. Here comes the Soul Scar Mage with Unholy Heat backup. Of course, with Soul Scar on the battlefield, damage-based removal gives -1/-1 counters. Absolute nightmare for Yawgmoth players with our Undying creatures.
E-
Let's come across.
Attacking with the Monastery and
Lightning Bolt this.
the Mage.
I think it was no blocks.
I think he has done that before the blocks.
Okay, interesting. I'd be interested now to see if the creature going to the graveyard makes Delirium. I think that's what Ritzy is having a look at. 'Cause it does have this on a Holy Heat in hand. Do we want to take the 2 points? I imagine Delirium's on, and that's why we let the creature die. So a full 6 points of damage happening here. That is the old
Makes sense.
RC promo. All you people at home wondering what sort of art that is. And then we're going to just plot the Slick Shot Shore on to, I say, it's like it's a suspend, but you decide when it comes off. It's such a cool mechanic.
The only thing that you have to do is because of the Slick Shot, because of the plot text, you can only play at sorcery speed, not at an instant speed, even if you plot an instant.
I feel like we should have Cowboy as a creature type. Like Bird, Wizard, Slick Shot, Show Off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd like Cowboy as a mechanic. I'm sure some of the EDHs out there would like that.
I totally agree. That would be good.
So we are going to go.
Breach.
Here comes the Slick Shot. Cast for 0, which means we've got mana up to play Breach. Breach, we know how much of a powerful card this is. Exile 3 cards from our graveyard means we can cast 1 more. Very good with 0 mana spells, which we do have a bauble in the graveyard. Also have a couple of removal spells if you want to get that Dragon Age channel off the other side of the battlefield as well, because it is currently a 3/3 with flying, remember. So can block this Slick Shot. How are we going to progress the turn? Looks like we're going to start off by just building our board back up with a Dragon Age Channeler. Got to exile 3 cards for that though. 1, 2, and 3. They're going to move off the screen for us. Now what's the follow-up? Lightning Bolt by the looks of it.
Hmm.
Doing it in this order, though, because Dragon Mage Chandler, of course, has the survey trigger, so we can filter another card into our graveyard. The more cards we start putting in our graveyard, the better. So you'll notice here, so Lightning Bolt this. That Lightning Bolt's going to go to the graveyard. Surveil, we can put one more card into our graveyard from the Surveil, no matter what it is. I imagine it's going to go to the graveyard just so then we also get to cast the Bauble as our last card for the turn. So 3 cards off it, 3 triggers on the Slick Shot. Do we have something that we can do over on Ritzy's side? 3 cards in hand. Needs something. Wild Slash would be enough.
And
Lava Dart.
Lava Dart.
Doing things the hard way.
Yeah.
So we're going to Lava Dart the Dragon Mage Chandler before the Surveil trigger. Because it is currently just a 1-1. Remember, we've out away at that graveyard. Only creature and artifact
Bravo.
in it. Now that's going to die. Surveil trigger straight to the graveyard. Could have had a little bit more thought on that one, though, because now the creature was in the graveyard, which would have made the 3rd card type.
Yeah.
But I agree, you don't want any more lands, especially in this mirror match. Leaving Lightning Bolt in the graveyard as we cast this Mishra's Bauble. So that's 3 spells cast this turn, +6/+0 to that Slick Shot. That is a huge swing of 7 points of life. Then we crack the ball, we'll have a little look at your top card, and I'm going to draw again. So started the turn with 2 cards, finished the turn with 2 cards, but more importantly, no
What a
creatures on the
turn.
other side of the battlefield, and a big chunk of damage dealt.
Really, what a turn. This is why I really love this kind of decks. You can just try, if you go well, he's so huge in 1 turn that
So-
he can really end the game.
Well, Rich is we're bottlenecked to mana right now. He could also kind of have the same line in 2 turns. He's got a Slick Shot in hand. He's also got a Breach in hand. Might also be a Bauble. If, I can't make out the extra card. Yeah, it's a Bauble. So it might just see. Are we hard casting this? Looks like we are hard casting it.
Yeah,
Bauble in
seems
it.
like this.
Get 3 points of damage in. Nice and early. And then next turn we can try and go for a big Breach turn by casting this Bauble multiple times and try and get that 1 shot in. Especially, this is definitely a resource battle this late on. There's another Slick Shot in hand. So now every spell is going to be adding to. Oh,
And
yeah,
Lava Dart.
that's game. So Lava Dart, target you, trigger, sacrifice a mountain. Lava Dart, trigger you, trigger. Both of these are going to get +4/+0. That's going to be 12
Yeah, of
damage this
course.
turn. We're going to game number 2 as quick as that, ladies
Whoa.
and gentlemen. Easy. But being on the play counts for a lot in this matchup.
Yes.
And well, it means you're 1 man mana ahead. You're able to do your Breach turn 1 more turn sooner. And we just
Yeah.
saw it pay rates there. So we do have their deck list. Let's see if we can get them on screen for you all. It is basically a mirror. It's definitely not Colours Goblins. I definitely changed that. It's not Colours Goblins, but just so you can all have a little look, see here. This is the generic build. Looking at this sideboard, 4 Pick Your Poisons. Might be a nice 1 mana answer to a Slick Shot to a Dragon Mage Chandler. But other than that, you I don't hate it, but I don't love it. If I've got some bad cards, maybe this will come in. Flame of Venor, love it. 5 points of damage to a creature, draw a couple of cards. I'm all about that. I'm pretty sure I'll be bringing that one in. I now have to look what delay does. Counter target spell. If a spell countered this way, exile it for 3 times. Okay, so we've got basically a tempo spell with delay. Again, hit or miss. This Unholy Heat is definitely coming in. You could go for the Torment Crypt.
Could be useful.
If you want to go for the graveyard, if you're worried about things like more Lava Darts coming in, if you want to keep Dragon Mage Channelers at bay, probably not the matchup for it. Love a Bone Crusher Giant, because not only can it be used as a removal spell, it can double up as also a threat. And then Spell Pierce. I think Spell Pierce might be good when you're on the draw and play.
Yes.
So I can see arguments of both of it, players bringing this in and trying to go for that more controlling battle.
You can try to slow down your opponent, especially when you have someone with a Temor Prowess and you know his materiality, so he will go fast and will go hard.
Yeah. And that's basically the only differences in these decks is slight cards in the sideboards. I think they're going to want copies of Flame of Venor. They're going to want all the removal they can basically gather, and Spell Pierces to try and fight to keep the creatures alive. Pick your poison. If I think I've got enough bad cards in my deck, but realistically in a mirror, you don't tend to have too many bad cards. They're all going to be doing your game plan.
Yeah.
So you don't want to cut back on them too much. It's just make sure you keep a nice opening 6 or 7 cards and move forward from that. So let's see how they're getting on with their sideboarding. If they finish shuffling up yet or not. Because very quick game 1. Imagine there's going to be a quick game 2 and maybe even a game 3 if Ritzy has his way.
Well, now Mattia is on the play, so it's
Yeah.
possible game 3. It depends, of course, about everything, but
10-2 records as well. Incredibly live to make our top 8.
yeah.
Even with a loss, you're still in top 8 contention. Great place to
Yes.
be going in late, but you obviously you want to lock that up sooner rather than later. You want to get that first seed.
Yeah,
Because the higher you are up in the top 8,
you want
it
to be
is-
sure.
it's play draw dependent. Both of these decks want to be on the play every single game in every single match of Modern that they take part in. And if they can get first, second seeds, that means in that top
Yeah.
8, you're going to be on the play throughout, giving yourself the best possible chance there is. I don't think this is winning in territory just yet.
Yeah, but if you win, of course, you are in a so bad spot.
I haven't worked the map out yet. Though. This is normally where I'd look at Big Z, Matezak, I shout out to the man, and I'd be like, what's the math? What record do you need to make top 8? And he'd be like, okay, I've done the math well. An 11-3-1 will make it.
Maybe someone in the chat
11-3-1
knows.
might make it here. So
Yeah.
potentially, if you do win this,
Exactly.
you can get an ID, you can pick up a draw. But both of these players do want to be on the play, as I spoke about. So we're going to see how it pans out. I think next round 14, we'll kind of find a good bunch of
Yeah,
maybe
probably,
4
yeah.
players will end up getting locked in. And then the last round will bring you, obviously, the winning ins, the players playing to get themselves into the top 8 with everything on the line before we go to that top 8.
Both kept.
That's good. Okay, I'm going to start off. I'm going to
Bubble.
bauble myself. So this is a nice little trick that kind of started around the Death Shadow era I say a couple years ago. It's probably about 8 or 9 years ago now. But you can Mistress Bauble yourself. If you like your top card, you can just play your land, if it's a fetch land or a shark land, and just completely draw that card. If you don't like it, you can use your fetch land and shuffle it away
Yeah.
and get yourself a completely fresh card off the top of your deck. So that's why you see players sometimes doing that. Sometimes they have a fetch land and an untapped land in their hand, and they can just decide to use one or the other with that bauble. Where
Right away with the monastery. He put it on the board directly tapped. Like, you
I
know
love
what I
that.
want to do.
yeah, get Taylor Swift on the battlefield. But then slight edges here, okay, and this is where we come into people think these mono red decks and burn decks are very easy to play.
No, they're not.
On paper, you would have just gone a Swift Spear into a Mistress Bauble, got yourself 1 extra point of damage.
Yeah,
Ritzy realizes this is a nutrition game. I need to make sure every card I draw off the top of my deck is going to be giving me value. Baubled probably was a land or something on top. Didn't want it, so got rid of it and shuffled it away that way. Sacrifice card efficiency to 1 point of damage, and I actually absolutely love that, and hope it kind of pays out here.
totally agree. Sometimes people say that like super aggro decks can be so easy because you just have to slam your cards, but no, you have to manage your resources in a good way and in a smart way. And Mattia is very good in that way.
Okay, so what they saw was a non-land with the
Yeah.
bauble fetched, and then tried to hit second land, missed the second land, which is not where you want to be, especially in this mirror, giving your opponent the ability to cast 2 spells in 1 turn. Here comes a Soul Scar Mage on the battlefield. I think we do have a Lava Dart in hand and 2 more creatures and 2 more land potentially over on the other side.
Both of them have lava dart.
That's definitely a lightning bolt over on
Yeah, but
Ritzy's side.
Mattia has also a lava dart. And the vault.
Lava Dart, not so good when you've only got 1 land. You can cast it twice, but,
Yes, but
the
then
rest
you
of the
are
game is not going to go well for you.
without land.
Okay, so we had a little bit of a mind chess there. We're like,
Mhm.
attack with my Soul Sky Mage. Went, yeah, sure. Block with my Soul Sky Mage. They're like, sure, damage. Nothing happens. Great. I'll deploy a little bit more to the board. Third land drop, and this is where things are going to start getting pull away, and Marco's going to be able to cast multiple spells. This turn could literally go a second threat, double removal spell, leave Matteo Rizzi with just 1 land,
Yeah.
no creatures. This could be a huge backbreaking, potentially game-winning turn.
And the slick shot, hard casted.
Slick shot, unholy heat, trigger, turn them both sideways. This is 5 points damage coming across. We need land, and we need it now. That was an expressive iteration, I believe, off the top. So
Bolt on the slick shot.
slick shot, turn it sideways, 2 points damage coming in. Chip damage. Now, is Flood going to beat Screw, or is Screw going to beat Flood?
You really need the land.
Spell Pierce. great draw. Not normally on turn 4, turn 5 is this a good draw, but when your opponent's only got one land, it is basically counterspell.
Monastery
Swift Spear.
into Lavadart? No, he's thinking about it. No, I will attack with everything first. Then I will still think about it.
I don't hate Lava Dart here. If we Lava Dart once, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lava Dart again, 6, 7, 8. Drop it down to like 5, but we're being patient with it.
Yeah, I
Maybe-
prefer just to do 2 damages.
Maybe we get rewarded. Doesn't look like that was a land off the top. Looks like it was a bauble. Maybe even a Torment's Crypt. It was a crypt.
Yes.
So they did come in. So respecting Lava Dart, respecting Dragon Race Channelers and the ability to make them smaller. And of course, these are both breach decks. So we know how much breach can do, as we saw that in game number 1. Being able to nuke the graveyard with this, it would be going pretty well.
Well, he decided to keep, of course, his mage up. Just 1 land, but he has a Lava Dart in hand, so he can double spell.
It's
response,
not
but
ideal. There's a spell pierce.
No.
This is
of
not going to
course.
go well.
Yeah.
Being forced to block here, because obviously
Yeah,
4
of
mana
course.
up could be
You
a
can
lot of spells
expect.
coming.
You can expect a spell pierce because it's also a mirror, so you know, of course.
Lava Dart
First Lava Dart.
to face. I think we're going to get a little stack here. In response,
And yes, he has to.
Lava Dart, the Swift Spear. So at the minute, there's 1 Prowess trigger on the left of your screen. Momentarily, 1 Prowess trigger on the right of your screen.
Yeah, but it's still on. It's still on the stack. So right now the trigger is not resolved, and here it is, the spell pierce.
Still, the Prowess trigger still resolves, just the Lava Dart does not resolve.
Exactly. But
So currently they're going to bounce off each other, and only 2 points damage are going to come across on that Tear Swift Spear. But we've got more mountains than our
flashback
opponent, so we get to do it
of
again,
course.
which is going to be enough to get that Soul Scar Mage off the battlefield if damage is going to happen. Now, the Ritzy is in a bad place.
And he has
Do-
3 stack of prowess. That's correct.
And yeah, just has to let it die. We can't get rid of our steam vents
No,
to keep
It's
it
the only
alive.
land.
We could get completely blown out by whatever that last card is. Now that
And
the jig is
whoa.
up. There's a land we've been looking and digging
Finally.
for. Has the damage been done though? Marco, no cards in hand, but 3 price creatures in play. We're going to go fetch. We're going down to 3. That's the scary point.
Yes.
How many points of damage does Lightning Bolt do?
Exactly.
Exactly 3 points, which means a top deck could potentially be lethal here. And we've got some good top decks in the deck. We've got Expressive Iteration. We don't
Gosh.
want Underworld Breach right now because there's the Torment's Crypt on the other side. Just a Slickshot Shore on blocking duties, which means any spell that can trigger Prowess will win the game here.
Fetching
but-
on Marco's side also is useful because you get rid of 1 land that you could potentially draw from the top.
Yep, filling your deck. Tay's hoping it is just land off the top, bauble, trigger,
Bubble,
trigger,
yeah,
handshake.
triple trigger.
We knew it
No.
was going to be quick.
Yes.
And it was quick. You know, we saw lands was a big issue in that game number 2, but game 1 was pretty good to see. So congrats to Marco, advancing to 11-2. I'd hedge my bet that there's a good chance we're going to see him in that top 8. But we've got a backup feature match for you all at home. So let's move across to
Let's
that.
move to a more. Oh gosh.
Well, okay, let's see if we can break this one down. We have got Amulet Titan versus Azorius Control. We've got Felix versus Lars. So looking at this battlefield, I would say we're currently in the middle of a Cultivator Colossus hitting the battlefield and a gazillion triggers be going on the stack. So for every land we play, we get to draw a card. Turns out there's a lot of lands in the Amulet Titan deck. So we're just tapping, drawing a bunch of cards. There is 2 amulets on the battlefield. As you can see, one of them is a copy, one is a normal. So all of these are going to start untapping. All of these are going to start having the triggers to bounce, etc., etc., etc.
Look at the mana. It's
Just
not
like a
too much.
gazillion mana right now. But looking on the other side of the battlefield, I do see the 1 ring with 1 counter on it, which
Yeah.
means it was played last turn. It looks like there was 4 mana for Solitude, 4 mana for the 1 ring. Is what I'm taking away for this. But thanks, gents, for us coming in here and kind of work this board state out. There's also two bundle grazers. Looks like there's 3 constructs on the battlefield that are all going to be 6/6s. The
Gosh.
one ring is on the battlefield on the other side, but that's got 5 counters on it. So probably need a way to gain life, I would say, because that one ring is going to put us to 1 next turn. That's pretty scary. We also have all these cards in hand, though.
Gosh.
What's a crazy?
What's happening in this game?
Titan
It's just Titan
is
doesn't
crazy.
Titan. And look at how much mana just floating around.
All right, we're going to cast this Primeval Titan. Sure.
Why not?
So, okay. So we're looking at trying to get an Otawara to bounce something. Not entirely sure there's anything worth bouncing right now. I'm trying to think. So what we could have done is we could get Slaughter Pact, we get Dryad. Every land drop is going to be 3 points damage, but we can't target Lars because Lars does have the 1 ring protection currently.
Mm-hmm.
What Lars needs to do is Wrath the board with a Supreme Verdict or something along those lines. Let's have a little look at the list. Yep, Supreme Verdict is in the deck. So Supreme Verdict into 1 ring, maybe? Does it? Titan just wins in the upkeep with mana pool on a creature, no?
But you were saying that the Titan deck is so difficult to play.
So hold on, it's a very complicated deck to play. So let's have a think. Maybe this mirror pool line works that chat's pointing out. So if we end the turn with a Dryad on the battlefield, which means every land entering the battlefield will do damage. So Lars only being at 8, going down to 7 because of the 1 ring, can we get 7 points damage? So if we can get I see 2 Vesuvius on the battlefield currently, which would copy the Valakut. Is there a second copy of Valakut in this deck? They don't normally run one. Let's have a little look. There's only 1 copy of Valakut. So we'd need to bounce back a Vesuva this turn, replay it, copying the Valakut, play the Dryad of the Listening Grove, in upkeep, mirror pool, copy a Titan, get 2 more lands from the ETB, and then we throw 12 points damage to face. Chat saw a line. If it's going to work or not, I don't know. We don't know what's in Lars's hands. Doesn't look like he's got many cards in hand, just the 1. But that moment does have the 1 ring on the battlefield that can draw multiple more cards if needed. Let's have a little
This
look.
situation is so strange to me.
Oh, it's a very complicated board state.
Exactly.
But, Modern is a complicated format.
Yeah.
But that's why we enjoy it so much. Like, I want these complicated board states. I want the craziness
Oh, do you
that we're
want to
seeing.
play against this kind of situation? Do you want to be in Lars' spot?
As a Yawgmoth player, never. I think we've got a terrible matchup versus
Exactly.
Amulet Titan. People tell me I'm wrong about that occasionally, but I feel like it is just a real bad matchup for us. We can win it, but it's pretty rough to battle through all of it.
Why not surrender this situation? Well, sometimes you also want, because it's game 1, you also want to your opponent to show you his deck.
Yeah.
You have more information about his deck.
It is a closed deckless tournament, so players are trying to work out what they're playing around. We're still just turning and burning. Just adding a bucket load of mana. Lars being a good guy, just adding it all on there. Playing another ring to reset it, so we don't have to worry about potentially dying in our upkeep.
Another ring, of course.
Okay, Lars has got 4 cards in hand. 2 of them are lands, one's Prismatic, and the other is another 1 ring. So could gain protection again in their turn.
Yeah,
But here comes the Dryad. And this is what I mean. Now every land becomes a lightning bolt. So if we have worked out a way of copying our Vesuva this turn, we're going to pact your... It's just like, yeah, thumbs up.
Gosh.
Don't have to use mana for that. We're going to get another Dryad. I swear, if we don't have a line to kill Lars in the upkeep here, and he rips a Supreme Verdict,
Oh, that would be huge.
I'm putting the headset down and I'm walking out the room. I'm done. I am done if that's how this plays out.
Let's see. There is this turn is huge. There is
Matt,
so many
why not
things.
go another card deeper, tap the
Well-
ring, get a Teleria West. We can go transmute that if we want to.
I'm very happy that we jumped in right before this, because guess if you jump in right now and you have to explain this.
So what's actually going to happen here? Right now, the Dryad's on the battlefield. Every land taps at every mana source. They are all basics. So now they are all mountains, which means every land we play is going to be able to do 3 points of damage. So in the upkeep, in Lars's upkeep, they're going to use Mirror Pool,
Mhm.
which copies a creature. It like transmutes into a creature basically. They're going to copy the Corvair Colossus,
Mhm.
which, when we joined, we're putting just a gazillion lands into the battlefield.
Yep.
Well, we're going to keep doing that. And if you look at the hand now, there must be a good 5 lands in hand. So whoa. Lose a point
Damage
of life.
from the trigger. Yeah.
And I imagine, we're letting them draw?
Hmm.
Oh, no, we're not letting him draw. We actually are going to
Nice.
do this one. So we're going to copy the Cultivated Colossus, which is going to be a bunch of land into play. Every land that hits the battlefield is going to draw us cards, but we get 2 cards deeper.
A bunch of mana. Let's see if we can
Nope.
do something. There is a
Oh,
Lorien
we can
Revealed.
untap it. We can draw another 3. Okay, you're telling me there's a chance. Supreme Verdict needs looking for a counterspell. Doesn't hit counterspell. Oh my word, we would have had enough mana to go counterspell with the Supreme Verdict there as well.
Oh yeah.
Whoa! Oh no, counterspell doesn't do it because it's doing the thing. It needs to be a Tidebinder, maybe.
Gosh.
I don't know. Whoa. Okay.
Well,
Cool.
Now we can discuss about sideboarding.
Solitude. That's what we're after. Solitude. My word.
This game was unbelievable.
That is. Yeah, that was game 1.
Yes, exactly. But we still have 27 minutes on the clock. I'm not sure if this will be enough
Let's
for the games.
have a look at their deck list if we've got them production. Let's get one of them up on the screen. Which one we got? We're going to go about Amulet Titan. Cool. It does what it says on the tin. I think it's the best deck in the format. I think it's the hardest deck in the format to actually pilot well. We saw it piloted well there. It's going through some slight changes, which I love. It's about just general decks in Modern, always having like a solid shell, but being able to tune to different metas. Now it looks like they're playing this the Mirror Pool. They're playing a couple extra Fazuvas here. Only 1 Taloria Rest. You still got the Amulet of Vigor, still got the Microsoft Gardens, still got Titans, still got Dryads, and Summoners Pact. On paper, this looks like it's a Primeval Titan deck. When I speak to the good Primeval Titan players, they say, no. This is just the best 1 ring deck in the format. This isn't the Primeval Titan stuff. That's nice. That's cool. That gets me some free wins occasionally. But this is a 1 ring deck. This is the best 1 ring deck in Modern. And I trust those players. They put up amazing results with it. So it's hard to argue. After seeing that game, then it looked pretty good. So.
But the conversion rate for the Amulet Titan in this event wasn't so good. So it's also a very difficult game to play.
I wish there was a card printed called Microsoft Gardens, where it was a blend between Urza's Saga and Gardens, and kind of like you could copy an artifact while also making constructs. Some sort of computer chip. It'd be pretty cool. I'll pitch it to some people I know at Wizards. Maybe we'll get that in the future. Let's have a little look, see if we can have a look at Lars's list. Lars is obviously bringing in a blue-white control deck here. First thing that points out to me is there is like 8 win cons. And that's the 2 subtleties, 4 solitudes, Hall of the Storm Giants, and the Cohera in the board. So remember, we are going into game number 2. So first time we get to touch these sideboards. I like bringing in subtleties here. I think Supreme Verdict comes in here. And not much else. Maybe the Dress Down will come in as well. I'm just going to have a reread of Cursed Totem to see if that's actually... I don't think this is the matchup for it. I think that's for more Yawgmoth. Yeah, so I think I'll just be bringing in, trimming a little bit on some cards that aren't going to be super great in this matchup. Maybe the Days Undoing package isn't going to be doing exactly what I want here. The Force of Negation only got a target of basically Amulet, which they can cheat in anyway through Urza's Sagas. So I'm not huge on the Force of Vigor or the Days Undoing here. I like all the counter magic. I like keeping in a couple of numbers of the prismatic endings because they can get rid of amulets once they hit the battlefield. Narset is great when your opposing player is also playing the 1 rings. But Other than that, I just think, yeah, dress down, subtleties, supreme verdicts is kind of my pick here to come in.
Hmm.
Force can hit the one ring, as chat's saying. Is it worth having one card to line up? I think when I was casting with Gab Nassif where were we last? Prague?
The last one was in
Prague?
Prague.
In Prague. So in Prague last, when I was speaking with Gab, he likes the idea, if your opponent's got 4 of a card that does a one thing, you can bring in one sideboard card that deals with that one thing. So, you know, if there's 4 one rings in the deck and you've got a force negation, sure, I don't mind keeping one in, but you wouldn't bring in a second force negation for that sort of reason. And like the way he described it to me, I was like, actually, that makes a lot of sense. I feel like over sideboarding is huge in modern Magic. I think people kind of get too carried away with, I need to bring in all these great cards against my opponent and try and win the game, and then work out why they haven't won the game is because they've taken out a lot of their actual threats and how to generically win the game with the deck that they built in 75. But they must be coming to the end of sideboarding now. So let's get down and have a little look how they're doing. Looks like they're just doing a little bit of riffle shuffling, showing off a little bit. Are you a riffle shuffler?
Not at all.
Nope. Or
Are you?
No. I jam them together with these big ogre hands of mine and damage my sleeves continuously. I wish I had some elegant way to shuffle and impress people.
Same here.
I can cut a deck with one hand.
Oh, nice.
Not
'Cause
just
you
by
have big
picking up.
hands.
Like I can hold a whole deck
Yeah.
in my hand
And
and
just
then
cut
cut it, which is
Nice.
a trick. That I guess it's a trick. Something that happened.
Sometimes these things happen. You have just to do a shuffle. No, I don't do this kind of shuffle because I'm sure I will destroy my card.
Oh, I don't worry about that.
No, I'm worried about my cards. I love my cards.
I only just recently started double sleeving my cards.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm like, look, I'm a player. I'm never gonna resell my cards. Like that's not what I do. It's not why I play Magic. I play it because I enjoy playing it. Why do I need to double sleeve my cards? Like, well, what if they get
Oh, I
damaged?
know
Well,
why.
I'm still gonna play with them.
I know why. During a tournament of old school, I was a judge in this situation, and during the final, one opponent dropped an entire glass of bourbon on his opponent's deck. That's why you want to double sleeve.
That's the most Italian thing I've ever heard. My opponent dropped a glass of bourbon over my my Magic deck. Ooh, just turn 0,
Golly.
Chalice of the Void. So, you know when we're speaking about bringing one card in to deal with X amount of other cards, well, we brought this in to obviously just deal with Summoner's Pact, which there is a full 4 copies in this list. Very good to assume that as well, being able to turn off the powerful tutor effect for 0 mana. And we're seeing Amulet into Amulet, which is
Ooh.
an explosive start. If we go bounce lands now, it will generate 4 mana, which is enough to play the one ring on turn 2. Lars, you can see there's got a counter spell, his own one ring, and a Lorien's Revealed as well. So it can be kind of guaranteed to hit that third land drop. So... Oh, we're copying the Surveil land on the other side.
Yep.
But because it's a tap land, it comes to play tap, means for a little bit of mana. I think it was just a pass of the turn.
Lorien revealed.
End of turn, we're going to go find ourselves an island. I didn't realize how expensive this card was in the like old scroll version, the poster kind of version they
Oh,
did.
yeah, the Lorien.
I was like, I'll get a couple of these for my legacy deck. My word, is that an expensive common?
Yeah, I know that. It's a silver blade and pauper.
Looking forward to playing a bit of Pauper, actually. I think in June I'm playing a bit of Pauper.
Oh, it's nice.
Currently in the process of trying to decide which deck is I want to pick up and ballot out with.
You have plenty of options.
Oh, yeah. I hear good things. I watch a couple of streamers that play a lot of Pauper. Shout out to Misplaced Ginger. Always watching the stream.
Good thing is that right now also Modern is a very healthy meta. You have plenty of options. You can play aggro, you can play control, you can play kind of everything if you want.
Yeah, there is. There's just so many options in Modern in general moving forward at the minute. Lars picks up a Day's Undoing, so it looks like at least one stayed in. Might be trying to go for the high risk, high reward play here. And that high risk, high reward is that we don't die next turn, which is extremely possible.
Yeah.
Because there's double Amulet on the other side. But 2, if we can untap and get a Day's Undoing happening, we're going to be in super good position. But This is kind of a problem. So this Urza's Saga is going to float 1 mana. It's now going to go find probably another amulet.
That's it. Yes, the third one.
So now every land that comes into play tapped is going to generate at least 3 mana. If it's a bounce land, it's going to generate 6 mana. Turns out Primeval Titan is 6 mana. We've also got 1 floating in the pool currently. So how can we go about this turn? Obviously, Summoner's Pact is really good at enabling these sort of crazy turns, but is turned off because there is a Chalice of the Void on the battlefield. Here comes the bounce land. 6 mana. I think, do I see a 1 ring or a Titan in hand? Definitely a 1 ring. There's another green sign. I think there's a Spelunking in hand. There is a Titan.
And 1 ring, yes.
That.
And here it goes.
So, Hon, so we can go. What build of Titan we got? It all depends on what build we've got. We do have the Slayer's Stronghold build, so we can go Slayer's Stronghold, but we don't have the double strike one in the list. So I don't think. Can we go? What if we get Mirror Pool? Can we Mirror Pool to get a second Titan in this turn? Mirror Pool, second Titan, 8, 16. I'm not sure. Vesuva on Slayer. Okay, so if we go. Yeah, but Slayer just gives it Vigilance and Haste. 2 amulets is always Mirror Pool for lethal. All right, well, we're going to find out, chat, because I'm. Okay, chat's trying to tell me. So we've got Slayer, Mirror Pool, Copy, Vesuva, Slayer, Pump, then both. Oh, okay. So okay, wait. I get what chat's saying now. So what they're saying is we're going to be able to get a second Titan on the battlefield and give both of these Titans the Slayer Stronghold's ability twice, which gives it +2, +0 in Vigilance and Haste. So they will turn into 10/6 hasting creatures, which you can then turn sideways. Okay. And Lars took a risk, took a gamble this turn. Was saying that you need to have Titan this turn to win the game, and obviously the knowledge and ability to win the game. And if you don't, I'm going to try and run away with this game with the Days Undoing package. But let's see how it pans out. As I said, this is to me the best deck in the format. Just extremely hard to pilot.
Yeah.
We're going to play the 1 ring.
Attacking the Narset.
Are we attacking?
He's attacking the Narset.
Okay, okay.
He has a plan. For sure, he has a plan.
This is like, as a commentator, this is like, these are the sort of situations where I'm like, I don't know.
Exactly.
I know something powerful is happening. I'm not sure how we're getting to that point of what powerful thing is happening. Attacking the Narset, I think chat's worked out a way to get lethal.
Well,
With
but
3 amulets on the battlefield, I'm sure it's possible. If there wasn't that Chalice the Void on the other side, I imagine it's lethal gazillion times over because we just keep getting Sally West Summoners packs and keep going pretty crazy that way.
Yeah, but he's 9-3, so probably he has reasons.
So we're going to get Otawara. And we do have perfect caster vision, of course.
Yeah.
So there are other things we need to play around. We know it's not a Solitude in hand. And then we've got to think, right, why would they be tapping out? What's the security blanket here? Do they have a Solitude in hand? How can I play around that best to set up my future turns? And that might be what we're seeing here. So it does go over the Narset. So the Narset, basically the 1 ring is now enabled for us to draw extra cards in our turn. And as turns go, that wasn't as crazy or as bad as it could have been for Lars. As Phoenix played well, played smart, played round potential cards on the other side to not get completely blown out. I think Lars is just going to be forced to crack this now, play his own 1 ring, gain protection for a turn, draw a card, and hope for the best that next turn doesn't die in his own upkeep.
Yeah, you always have to think about what Kenny has in hand. It's a safe, and he's in a safe place, so he can try to wait a little bit, just play safe, be sure that everything going smoothly. The one ring for loss, and first trigger, draw one card on another land.
Just never land. Pass, turn back. I don't think we're in winning in territory yet, especially not a 9 and 3. 10 and 3 is going to put you in a kind of winning in bracket, I imagine. A loss at X and 4 there might be some X and 4s like 11 and 4s sneaking in to 7th and 8th place, but we're a long way off that at the minute. We need to kind of work out how this game is going to pan out for both of these players. Two lands are going to get searched at the library now. One of them is going to be a Teleria West, and then there's a Saga. Remember, they ETB tapped, so again can generate another 6 mana if we want to go that route. But going to go get ourselves something like a Summoner's Pact is not going to be great currently because there is that chest void on the other side. Yeah.
But if you play this kind of deck, you need to find a way to shuffle in a cool way because you have to shuffle a lot.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to Modern. They actually banned Yorion for that reason. When we had 80 card deck, apparently there was too much shuffling happening, so that card was not good for the format.
Meanwhile, we saw a Spelunking, another land.
Do you know the only reason, like when I hear the word spelunking, I think of Batman.
Why?
I'm pretty sure it's Dark Knight, where he goes in to get his suit made better so he can turn his neck, and he goes, "Oh, you've got some bruises or whatever," and he goes, "Yeah, it's all the spelunking I've been doing." And I was like, I had no idea what that was, and then I was like, "Oh, okay, that's what spelunking is." So yeah, I associate Batman with spelunking now, or spelunking with Batman. All right, chat. I'll bite. What's the best Batman film? Let us know in the chat.
Do you really want to dig in that?
Look, I'm a huge film buff. Supreme Verdict. Okay, that is going to be able to deal with this Primeval Titan. That's step 1. Solitude in hand, so potentially step 2 for future Titans coming down.
Oh, Rosejo on the Chalice.
Can't do anything about that.
Looking for a land, a Triumph.
I don't know that interaction, if that's true or not. Does Spelunking make it so lands enter untapped so no amulet triggers? Is that real? If that is, that's crazy. Dark Knight, Tim Burton's Batman. Best Batman film as a character or overall. As a character. So I really like the new Robert Pattinson one. I think that's the best Batman film. But best about Batman, because like Dark Knight's good because of the villains, right? Christian Bale's great in it, but Heath Ledger basically runs away with it, let's be honest.
And now we start with a lot of mana on the battlefield for Felix.
All right, Summoners Pact says sure. I'm going to get this Cultivator Colossus. Am I...
What's
Am
happening?
I missing something? Why are people telling me that the pairings are going up?
What?
Just going to work out what's going on.
Well, meanwhile, we see the Titan on the top, Sibility, as bringing down and decided to. And now we have another Titan counting up everything, and it's a GG.
Yeah, live saying, okay, that's enough moving forward.
Yeah.
And, triple amulet does crazy things.
Yeah, gosh. Amulet is very, very strong, especially if we start like that. But I think that maybe we have a refill, another table that we can see.
Do we? We got another table?
No, we don't have it.
The fact that in our little Discord, I'm being told that like pairings are going up and all this other crazy shenanigans, I'd be like,
okay.
The judges might start shouting at us if we keep hitting too many people on that feature match. But then that's not really a thing, right? The people at home, they're here. They want to see more magic in
exactly.
paper. And luckily for you, There is lots to come because we have not only got round 14 and 15, but then also a cut to top 8, where we're going to find out who's walking away with this champion. And then you're going to have a look, I imagine maybe a wee little break before you get to actually go watch the Pro Tour that's happening.
Yeah,
You
just
see,
drink a coffee, take a snack, and then you have Pro Tour.
why do you guys drink coffee way too late? Okay?
Come on.
People
It's
people don't see after these events like 11 o'clock at night. You're all there just still sipping your coffees. And I'm
Yeah.
like, what is going
It's
on?
never too late for a great coffee.
Well, that is the Italian way. That is the way we've come forward. Let me just have a little check how many games are left playing in the room.
1 game.
Looks like just one. Okay,
Yes.
that's that means that we can end the round moving forward. We can stop this this Batman chat that's probably going on still. I haven't looked at chat. What's chat saying? Well, look, all I saw is someone said agreed Will, and that's enough for me. Ben Affleck was the best Batman actor. I do like Ben Affleck as Batman actor. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a bit of a Batflick fan.
Oh, really?
He's like that older, broken Batman. When are we going to get the Secret Lair crossover on the
With
universe
Batman.
with DC, and we get like a Batman? You know,
Then you'll have to change all your cards because you, of course, will have to play Batman.
it's yeah, I would, I would. There's no coming back. I would like a Batman one. What else would I like? This is something that I have a conversation with Matei all the time about when we're on stream. Is what is the best Secret Lair that you could think of to come out,
Ooh.
and also what's the worst Secret Lair that you can think of when it comes out?
That's
And I think
better.
mine was always the worst one would be a Kardashians one,
Oh gosh, yeah, no.
and the best one would be something like a Ninja Turtles one.
How can you imagine something like the worst one?
I hope not, but then who knows what's coming out? It'd be great. I would like to see a Batman one.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, is it chain veil mask or something like that? You could have that as like the veil of
Oh,
like
yeah.
Batman's mask there. I'm sure there's a cloak equipment somewhere. You could have that as Batman's cloak that gives you flying
Yeah,
or
you
something.
have plenty of options. You can do
Chat
stuff.
saying SpongeBob Secret Lair. I don't know if you're saying that as a good or a bad one. Like I'm here for both sides. That'd
could
be
be
pretty
both.
cool.
Gosh,
But,
there are so many.
Well, it's don't get me wrong. Realistically, me personally, I want a Star Wars one.
Oh,
And
tell me.
I want all 5 swords. Okay, so all 5, like sword, fire, light, fire and ice, and I want all the 5 swords all done as lightsabers.
I want a Chewbacca card because my dog is called Chewbacca. That's how huge of a
What?
fan I am.
Well, there's loads of dog cards being printed. You try and get one of them at
Yes.
Chewbacca. We're all about it. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, we're gonna close this round. This is round number 13. Remember, so we are 2 rounds away from finding out who is in that top 8. The next couple rounds are most likely to be winning ins. We're gonna have to look at the standings and find out who we can get in the feature matches,
We
what
will check
not.
with the judges.
But we are going to do our best to get you, everything on the line matches. Wins, lock them into top 8. Loses, might knock them completely out or might still have them in contention in round 15. And that is going to be the round you see us 2 next. Because we've only got a couple more left today. And then that's it. We're going to have to wait to the RC till we go live again.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. On that one, I'm Will. That's Lily. We'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. I'm Filipa, joined by Skura, and we are here ready for round 14 as this tournament is coming slowly to an end. We started yesterday, 468 players. Top 64 made it into day 2, which is today. We have 15 rounds of Swiss and a cut to top 8, so only this round and one more, and then we get to know the top 8.
Yes.
Things get very excited here. And speaking of exciting things, let's take a look at the most played cards here this weekend. So the cards that the player chose to bring to this tournament. Pick Your Poison, again,
Yeah.
being the most played card of the weekend.
Yeah, the most play card of the weekend, which is some decks are really good against it. For example, Prowess doesn't really get phased looking at Pick Your Poison. And some decks are pretty vulnerable to Pick Your Poison. For example, Amulet Titan. So hypothetically, if you have got a meta game full of Pick Your Poison, you can play Prowess. But if you play Prowess, maybe you can yourself play Pick Your Poison against decks like Titan. Oh, look what we've got. We've got Prowess versus Amulet Titan now, probably playing a win and in the both decks in the hands of super experienced players. So I'm expecting a real treat. Second most represented card, Lightning Bolt, in the Prowess deck, then the One Ring in the Titan deck. So I guess we're just splitting the top cards between these two decks.
And very interesting, it looks like this Prowess deck is kind of the deck of the weekend, performing overall very well and
Very well,
hit
yeah.
on the top tables. On the other side, Amulet Titan was #1 choice, so the most played deck here yesterday, but with less than 10% conversion rate, which is actually quite low compared to around 30% from the Prowess deck.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Huge difference. And I'm curious how they're going to match up against each other. Maybe the planes are already shuffling up, so we can actually see how that matches up against each other in practice.
So one card that comes to mind is the One Ring. That kind of gives protection to Felix. That is definitely going to try to survive until getting the things going on. Does Mattia Rizzi have a way to deal with One Ring?
Yeah, so when the One Ring is played, there is this protection that almost ensures that Felix will untap the following turn, which is nice. But the keyword there is almost, because Mattia main deck plays a single Wild Slash that, with Ferocious, can disallow damage from being prevented, and that's exactly what the One Ring actually does. It prevents damage. So Mattia can, for example, Wild Slash himself, then get that protection off, or the prevention off, and kill Felix through the One Ring protection. In the sideboard, he also plays Bone Crusher Giant and Stomp, which do the same thing. But when it comes to actually getting rid of the One Ring, so there is no more card draw in case there isn't any lethal, we do have multiple Pick Your Poisons, but also multiple Spell Pierces and Delays. Looking at this specific configuration, I think Mattia was actually prepared for Titan, and I would put him as the favorite.
Let's take a look here as Mattia has showed us a couple of rounds ago how strong he is with this Prowess deck. And this is a very important round for both players because if they lose, that makes them in a very tough spot. I'm not sure, but almost out of top 8.
I've heard some rumors that maybe 11 and 4 can squeeze in. And so if anyone, that probably the loser of this match might be the one squeezing in at 11 and 4. But clinching an 11th win now and then maybe taking a draw is like probably the best route to victory. So it is essentially, I think, a win and in and almost a lose and out.
So let's take a look here as Mattia starts with that Steam Vents going down to 18. Close deck list, so he does not know that the opponent is on Amulet Titan. We have a Preordain here. A lot of cards that get unbanned, they then don't see play because they are actually not that great. But Preordain actually got
Yeah.
unbanned and start seeing some play in decks like Murktide, this one as well.
Yeah, unbanning Preordain banned Serum Visions, essentially. And I'm looking at Mattia's hand, and I can see a couple of creatures. I can see Select Shot Show Off, but you know what I see? I see Wild Slash there. So this might come as a surprise to Felix. The One Ring is not going to protect him.
On the other side, Urza Saga. So Mattia might have a clue what's going on the other side, but there's several decks playing Urza Saga. We saw Affinity being one of those earlier on, so...
Yeah. Okay, Slickshot show off, no plotting, because we know it's relatively safe to just deploy it. And this is the strength of the Slickshot. In interactive games, you can plot it. In non-interactive games, you just deploy it and then almost prepare a lethal on the following turn. I don't think we will actually have a turn 3 kill, but we can probably just set up to have a turn 4 kill. But on the flip side, we've got Amulet coming soon enough with Mycosynth Gardens. So a combination of like a bounce land plus maybe like an Explore or a Grazer. Yeah, might really end poorly for Mattia and really well for Felix.
So let's see here as Mattia is considering all the options. We saw him piloting this deck to perfection
Yep.
some turns ago, so I'm really curious to see what line he decides to take here.
Yeah, so this is the question. Do you want to, for example, put as much damage as possible now? Do you want to set up a turn for kill, which I assume is going to be the plan, but maybe there is a line that kills Felix this turn.
Most importantly enough, I believe both of these players are already making it into the regional championships, right? Top 32 gets you an invitation for Naples. So we might see more of these players there. I know that Mattia is here from Italy, a local. I'm not sure where Felix is from.
I've got a very interesting point that both players are aware of each other's deck list because they have both been on stream. You would think that, but actually remember that when they're playing round after round, they don't really have time to rewatch the stream. So unless they've got like, agents informing them on some specifics, then you can't really keep up with that information. Like, you don't have the time to go and scout the tables if you're alone here. Yeah, we see Lava Dart, Swift Spear, or rather Swift Spear, Lava Dart, and I think Mattia says, do your thing, otherwise I'm going to kill you.
Amulet here. Now, can Mattia deal 13 damage next turn? Ooh, we have mana floating.
Yeah,
Explore.
that's the Explore I was talking about. And this Explore might just be... Boop, boop.
Ooh, and there's another amulet there. Playing the other amulet.
Boop, boop.
How much mana is this?
Now it's 7.
Whoa.
Ah.
That's quite interesting.
I think they're double checking the mana. Well.
I mean, showing why Amulet Titan was the most played deck this week, and it is a strong deck. This is what, turn 3?
This is indeed turn 3.
Second Titan there is just overkill. Land. We'll get more and more mana. I mean, there's the...
Yeah, now we're explaining that we can mirror pull, for example, our Titan to get another copy.
This is wild. A lot of mana. And here, Felix just showing the card to Mattia. I think it's in a foreigner language, so we are going to have the oracle text there. Which always ask for a judge. If you are unclear, if your opponent is playing with a land in a language that you do not understand, it's always great to call a judge. We have... a lot of power entering the board.
Yeah, and this is definitely what we call overkilling.
And Felix looks like a DJ tapping and tapping those lands.
Yep, yep,
And
yep.
this is game. I mean, giving ace, and we are going to game number 2.
That was a quick one.
Sometimes when things go right, they just go right. Both decks don't have much interaction when it comes to. They're just trying to do their thing in the case of Mattia, dealing the most damage possible, but there might be some answers sideboard. Can we take a look at our players' deck list here? Starting with Temur Prowess by Mattia Rizzi. So after this absolutely demolition, what do you think Rizzi is going to bring from the sideboard?
Yeah, so I think he's going to bring Bone Crusher Giant just because it's a stomp against the One Ring. I think he's going to bring Unholy Heat because it just kills Titan pretty cleanly. I think he's going to bring in Delay, just to delay a Primeval Titan. Flame of Anor, I know it destroys an artifact, but it's just too slow for this matchup. Spell Pierces, you might go this route, for example, on the play, but then you would have to not play your creature on turn 1, so that's kind of maybe controversial. And Pick Your Poison is just great. Now, what do you cut is the question. I think you can trim on like expensive iterations and preordains that don't do anything, kind of. Maybe Underworld Breach, because the games are not long. Lava Dart is good at racing, but it's not a relevant removal spell. So I think some of the cards I've just mentioned will be cut or trimmed.
So let's take a look here at our Amulet Titan player sideboard. What will we bring? First of all, love to see Roxanne there in the sideboard making an appearance. This is a new card. I always love to see new cards being introduced into the modern play. Anything in particular that might be good against Matthias Rizzi, Temur Prowess?
So I think Fire Spout is fine. Now, there is a risk that you don't catch the creature, but Matthias probably is going to be tapping out a lot, and then you can just Fire Spout the board. Roxanne is probably pretty slow. Maybe Generous End, because it's a big creature and you don't know if there is any Bloodmoon. You could consider Radiant Fountain and Kalni Garden as more relevant lands, because Radiant Fountain gives you life and Kalni Garden provides a blocker. So yeah, I think Fire Spout, these lands, Generous End, maybe Roxanne, who knows, who knows?
Let's see as our players get ready here to start game number 2. Now, Mattia Rizzi will be on the play. Once again, I remind you that this is round 14 out of 15, and then we have a cut to top 8, so only 2 more rounds, and we will announce the top 8. This is a very decisive match for these players, as a win here almost guarantees them entrance into the top 8, just needing to draw the next round.
Yeah, definitely.
And as a reminder, some people in chat joking around saying ban Amulet. Amulet had a very poor conversion rate in today too.
Yeah, very poor.
So
Below 10%, I think.
Below 10% compared with 30% of some decks like the Prowess deck.
Yeah, we had 40 Titans day 1, and out of the 40, 4 made day 2, so...
Not an easy deck to play against. You know what a very good deck against Amulet Titan is, Philip?
What?
Meal. It's true, because I used to play Meal in Modern, and I remember once playing a challenge, and I felt like the Amulet Titan players didn't have a chance against my Meal. I don't know if things changed a bit since then, but...
Good times, good times.
We usually have Meal players showing here and bringing some decks. Even I think we had one place really well recently, but not this tournament. We didn't really have Meal decks making day 2, I believe.
No, we have not. I'm not sure if it was actually 0, but it's really low, yeah. Thank you very much for posting the link to the conversion rates. It's good to take a look at them. Now remember, the sample size matters.
Okay, our players are shuffling in. Mattia announced their Giganta as the companion.
And when you're looking at the conversions, I know that there's some weird deck names. Most of the time, these are not the decks you're reading. It's just players choosing half random names.
Yeah, because when you register for a tournament like that, you have to label your deck in melee. Sometimes the label that you really want is not available, so you end up choosing something different. Sometimes you just misclick.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
actually, we had a lot of 10 rack players. Then, as I said, because
Classic.
it's the first thing that appears when you go, because numbers go first
Yeah.
in the alphabetical order. So it's the first deck that is going to appear when you try to label on melee.
Yeah, and yesterday we wanted to put on Gruul's Scapeshift versus Murktide, but unfortunately the deck named Murktide was Gruul's Scapeshift. So we had a mirror.
A Gruul's Scapeshift mirror.
Yeah, so sometimes you have to believe that we do not choose some of the matchups on purpose because, you have to watch them, we have to cast them. It's just sometimes, luck of the draw, and misluck of the draw. And while we're chatting about players are getting ready to begin after some mulligans.
So Scar Mage being here. Turn 1 for Mattia Rizzi. Let's see if Felix has a great opener like last time. If there's Urza Saga. No, Urza Saga this time. But there's an amulet right away.
Yeah, let's see if we've got that. Pick your poison to immediately punish.
By the way, isn't this the land from the sideboard that you said, Radiant Fountain, that could be played here? So Felix putting already himself at 22 life, making it 2 points of damage harder for Mattia to finish the game. So we have Swiss Spear preordained. So we have 2 Prowess triggers, one for Swiss Spear, one for Soulscar Mage.
I can see Roxanne in Felix's hand. And preordain. Draw. Okay, attack you for 4. Down to, I think, 18. Yep. Draw Bojuka Bog is the pickup. I think it was actively sideboarded in here. Untap, float, return, Dried Arbor. Not Dried Arbor. Dried of Elysian Grove.
Gain 2 more life, and that 2/4 is going to be difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it's both a 2/4 and gave the 2 life. So a pick your poison would also be really cool here to get rid of either of the amulet or the Dryad. Thank you very much for the raid. Full stop. Thank you very much for the raid.
So I see that Mattia has the Slick Shot show off. There's a Lava Dart. But in a very tricky situation here.
Yeah, I like Felix's position. Now a single bounce land takes you up to 5, which allows you to play Roxanne.
A very tricky situation. But we did see 2 turns ago Mattia Rizzi winning a game that seemed unwinnable for a bit. So let's see how he decides to play through this match.
Yeah, and he's thinking. He's attacking in, so Felix probably is the one thinking. Like, remember, Lava Dart or any burn spell can make any creature smaller. Oh, we just attack for 2, and I think it is for 2. No additional.
Yeah, Felix going to 18, because Felix already gained 4 life this turn thanks to the Radiant Fountain being played twice.
Mattia may have kept the hand on the back of aggression.
Plotting the Slick Shot. That's a first here that I've seen today.
Especially against Titan. But now...
But I'm sure there's a plan for that plotting.
I think we are in pretty scary territory. But I'm not sure there is an additional bounce land. Because if there was, I think Felix would have already gone for it. So, Mycosynth Gardens. Okay, first land drop for the turn. Second land drop for the turn. Untap. And then I think Roxanne. Yep. Trigger.
Ooh. Let's put Roxanne on the screen. New card from OTJ.
Yeah, and now she kills one of the creatures. And then you untap it. Yeah, that's strong. That is very strong.
I feel that like Mattia plotted Slickshot with some sort of goal.
And the goal might be to play around that Roxanne, that meteorite token. So yeah, so that plot was a pretty heads-up play against a potential Roxanne. And now, let's see what happens. Yeah, that slick shot plot also plays around Valakut and as well.
So Mattia having to decide now. There's a preordain in hand. There's lava dart. The slick shot is plotted. There's a Swiss spear into play and 2 lands available.
Yeah, I can see Mattia cross-armed, thinking what I can accomplish, considering that Swift Spear is probably not breaking through, but Slickshot very much is.
So slick shot,
Preordained,
preordain. So we have the triggers.
probably trying to find a land drop to increase the velocity and like actually cast 3 spells instead of just 2. And we do take one of the cards. And I think it was Scalding Tarn?
So there it is, land attacking.
Hmm.
So right now this is a 3-2 and a 2-3. Blocking the Swiss spear with the Dryad.
Yeah.
That's a 2-4. Mattia just trying to figure out if there's any way. Okay, so let's fetch. That's a start there.
And Dryad is the one blocking, so if it dies in combat here, it disallows any Valakut shenanigans.
Two mountains
Oh,
available.
but you'd have to push through 18 damage in the air. That's so much. But there are 2 lava darts, maybe, I think.
So, lava dart.
I think there are 2 lava darts, yeah.
But where? The Roxanne.
Okay, so he will basically clear up the board.
And
Do
another
this
one.
again. Yep. And then you do this again. We've got 4 triggers. That's plus 8 for Slick Shot. So it's 9. So it's half Felix's life total, plus he loses the Dryad.
And that's it. Taking 9 damage. The Dryad is gone. Is that enough?
yeah,
There's
and the-
still a lava dart in the graveyard.
And the whole board survives. Now Felix has got Pact of Negation, Pact of Summoner's Pact. And he has got 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. But if you copy Amulet,
And there's another amulet in hand.
you've got 4, but you don't have a bounce land, I think.
Okay. Copying the
Okay.
amulet. Another amulet.
Oh, and then Tolaria West makes 3 mana. Wow.
3 mana.
4, 5, 6, exactly. Stellaria West making triple blue. Wow, being tapped, of course, an upside. Because how else could that be? Meteorite, adding for green, bounce land green, 6 mana. Double checking, someone is packed on the stack. Let's find that Primeval Titan. When nature calls, run.
And Mattia just, I mean, not much you can do here, right? Needed to survive one more turn at least to try to win this game. And I don't think that Mattia will leave to untap here.
Yeah, Amulet, clearly a very powerful deck. It has remained tier 0 or tier 1 through multiple meta games, showing its power.
But a very hard deck to pilot. Okay. Creating a plant token here.
So let's see. Okay, so now we're bouncing Tolaria. I'm not sure what we copied there. Okay, we cycle Tolaria again and get another Titan. I think chat agrees that, you know, Titan is pretty good, but, you know, you just avoid bans by being hard to play. Well, well, well.
You know what's better than one Titan?
What is?
2 Titans.
Yes.
And Felix here is just going to get, looks like an auto aura.
Yeah. You know, if it is a lose and out, which we don't think it really is, you know, Mattia's like, well, I mean, kill me, right? What else have I got to do? I've got still half an hour left in the round.
Yes, Felix can mess up something on the way.
Even Otawara, yeah, along the way, yeah.
Auto-warring.
And then you trigger, and shake your hand. Felix takes it down, showing a very dominant display as Amulet Titan. Played very, very well, advancing to 11-3. Might be luck for top 8, especially with the potential draw next round, but that remains to be seen. And now let's go to the backup, because the action does not stop. Kacper Schneider on Prowess versus Alessandro at 4 life, but there is a Archon on the battlefield. And did we tune in the absolute perfect moment? Yes and no, because we're going to game 3.
So Alexandro won and Casper won. We have Gen Creativity versus Gruul Prowess. So as our players are shuffling up the deck, can we see the deck lists for these players here, if possible?
Yeah.
Just to see what potentially they can sideboard against each other. Both players 10-3, so that's a good score. Again, same situation. If they win, they can draw the next round and almost guarantee top 8.
Yeah, so let's look at the sideboards and see what they are working with.
First, we have Creativity by Alexandro Parisi, and here we see the sideboard. What do you think against the Prowess deck?
Okay, so there are a couple of options. You've got a couple of payoffs, but they won't really be useful there. There aren't that many options, but for Kacper, He can side in Apostle's Blessing, maybe to protect him from removal. Magus of the Moon, it's not as good because the deck is still red based. If there are creatures already on the battlefield, you can cast Creativity. You know, Fable can be played through Blood Moon. Maybe Unholy Heat to disrupt it a little bit. But I don't think either player has many options, honestly. They'll just be like mainly game one configurations going at each other.
So let's take a look at our players as they get ready to start this game. A reminder, this is a closed deck list, but we will have access to the full deck lists post top 8 announcement. And then you can use the command. I think it's standings, and you'll be able to find the deck lists.
Yeah, so they're already shuffling up. I think Alessandro stepped away for a brief moment.
And Philip, somebody was saying yesterday in chat that Kasper looks very much like you.
Do you agree?
Yes. Is it your lost brother from Poland?
Well, maybe he is.
Because
Maybe
he's
he
also
is.
Polish, right?
Yeah, very much. Yeah, Kacper Schneider, powerful Polish magician, Polska górą. Feel free to spam this in chat. That's okay. I allow. But yeah, apparently we're pretty similar to each other. Looks wise. And he's looking at the camera confidently in the photo. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Actually, fun fact. Kacper proposed to his girlfriend yesterday.
Oh.
She said yes.
Oh.
So a day one competitor became a day two engaged competitor.
That's great.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a lot to celebrate this weekend.
Yeah, clearly doing well relationship-wise, doing well in Magic.
If he manages to top 8, that is going to be
The perfect finish of the
cherry
weekend.
on
Yeah.
the top. For sure, you will never forget this weekend, one way or another.
Wife buff. Yeah, yeah.
And somebody making a joke that he better win because weddings are expensive.
They indeed are. But I think Kasper is on his way to be able to top 8 this event. Now on the play with Surgical Extraction, a card that you probably would not see against a traditional creativity version, supposing that Junt isn't traditional. But yeah, much better here, as you can, maybe in response to Persist, get rid of all of them, but also disallow creativities in the future.
Ironically enough, Prowess is one of the decks that doesn't play the One Ring. Let's
Actually,
see.
that was pretty funny. I just
You
wanted to
just
say
took
that.
a moment.
Yeah, it took a moment to hit. Yeah,
Okay.
but I need to appreciate a good joke when I hear one. Oh.
So let's see here what Kasper is going to find. Looks like Mishra's Bubble, so he said no land.
Oh, we see bubbles galore. Trigger, bubble, trigger, bubble, trigger,
Triple bubble!
and attack you for 5. I think he's going to be dissatisfied if there is a fatal push. If there is fatal push. Oh.
And it might be.
Oh. That would be a huge tempo swing.
Somebody asking what is the Prowess creature because there's the alternative art.
Yeah,
I
Soul
think
Scamage.
it's yeah.
Yeah. That's not great. But now we can do a bubble trick. Look at your top card, like it, fine. Don't like it, shuffle away. Yeah, and Fatal Push, not a very popular card anymore. But yes, seeing play here in this Giant Creativity list, coming in clutching his Prowess, where creatures actually... where creatures can actually outgrow damage-based removal, like Fatal Push, maybe Unholy Hit even.
Casper will draw 2 cards from the bubbles on his upkeep, so
Bose.
still a lot of draws. Ooh, Ren. So Ren can already get that fetched. And that's not going to be an easy game for Casper here. He needs to find something explosive. That fatal push really was unfortunate there.
Okay, I saw a Swift Spear. I know there was a mutagenic, there was a surgical. Draw and draw. But I don't think the draw from Casper is really lining up here. Is that pick your poison at the end there? I'm not sure pick your poison is exactly what you want.
So we see Swift Spear, Channeler. So that Swift Spear attacks for 1 damage. Alexandro down to 16 life.
Yeah, in a classic dilemma, right? Do you attack the planeswalker? Do you like attack the player? Ooh, creativity is the pickup. I think there is a fable as well, so we can find like basic mountain. Because of that Boseiju, we are off by a mountain when it comes to Dwarven Mine, but that might be
And
okay.
looks like the players here are not updating the life totals on the pad. They're just writing them. So we are not actually seeing the correct life totals.
Yeah, and I think Fable that Casper was aware of is going to come down. We see a... What's the name of that? Flip card? Flip token? Mark card? Check card? I think it's check card. And Goblin Shaman enters play.
So what's the benefit of playing Rule Prowess instead of Temur Prowess that we saw before?
Yeah, so basically, you know you want to play Pick Your Poison, because you do. And so basically you think maybe that, okay, I don't want to play Expressive Iteration because I might as well play Seek the Beast Questing Druid, so I have the card advantage. And if I think that maybe Preordain, you know, I might as well play Abundant Harvest. So like, some cards are interchangeable, some cards are don't. So the don't cards are like Delay, Spell Pierce, Flame of Anno. So if you think that the metagame doesn't necessitate these types of effects, you can go with clean red-green. Yeah, pick your poison on enchantment.
So we get the Prowess trigger there. And the
Ooh.
Surveil trigger from...
I do think we missed
Chandler.
Ren 6 uptick, actually, yeah. Yeah, we missed the activation.
It happens.
Yeah.
So right now, Alexandro has a red and 6 with 4 counters on it and a token as well.
Yeah, considering how to attack, what to attack with everything. Just the Swift Spear, just the DRC, at Ren, at you.
Just face. Face is the place.
Yeah. No.
So this is for 5 damage, but before the damage, we have mutagenic growth.
Okay. We know that Kacper cannot stop a creativity on the shaman. So if Alessandra goes for it, it will just work. But the question is whether Alessandra will go for it, seeing that Kacper has got 1 card in hand. So, yeah, that's the question. That's the risk aversion aspect of playing Magic. Do you go for it?
So how much damage is this right now?
Yeah, so he's at 15. We updated the life total. So this looks like 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe? Yeah.
So putting Alexandra down to 7 alive. And now the question, does Alexandra go for creativity.
Yeah. And whether he fetches Dwarven Mine, which would enter tapped.
Can also attack to make a treasure token.
That is true. And that plays around a lightning bolt on the shaman. Yeah, go to attacks, trigger. Yeah, and now I would believe that he would go for it. Trying to find the specific treasure. Yeah, we've got them. Okay. That's good. Thank you for 2, down to 14. And a full, absolutely full hand for Alessandro. Using the Scalding Tarn in hand, which might be a slight misstep, because you might as well just stick up a Ren, take Arid Mesa, and use the Arid Mesa in order not to show any information.
And it is a blood crypt.
I saw a dress down there.
I guess not, because Alexander didn't take. Oh yeah, he take 3 damage. So
Yeah, so now if Kacper was playing blue, Alessandro might be playing in spell piece, but knowing it's just red-green, he just goes boop.
So do you have anything?
And it does work.
So let's see what this creativity is going to show. It's like it's the Archon, and that's game. Not quite yet, but
Yeah, it's
I
close
thought he went
to.
for the handshake.
But if Kacper draws Underworld Breach, he can pick your poison the Archon. I mean, or like double, triple bolt the opponent, right? But this is the strength of cards like Underworld Breach. You can still win from this position. It is bad. Don't get me wrong, it is bad. Discard Surgical, so not even casting it. Now taking up Ren.
And this quality also gains life. So Alexander back to 7. So does Casper have a way to deal 7 damage?
Yeah, so let's see if we can top deck Underworld Breach. Let's see. Let's see. I think he would have slammed it.
He's counting.
I think he would have slammed it. Pick your poison. Underworld Breach. What? A Gigantha to hand. Oh! Yeah, because he's technically... Well, he's dead, right? Because it's 6 plus 3 plus 2 of the Shaman. So that does seem like a GG. Just go to attacks. You don't need to use any cards. Just go to attacks. Attacks. With the Shaman as well. Trigger. And that is a handshake.
Alexander here taking the victory with giant creativity versus Gruul Prowess. What a game. I'm not sure if we have any backup feature
We do.
match.
We do. So let's keep rolling. And we see 12 and 1. Wow. 12 and 1 Domain Zoo versus 4 Color Omnoth 10-1 and 2. And do you know why Stefano didn't draw? Because Stefano is 12 and 1. He can just draw into the top 8 easy peasy. He's probably just locked. But Decio says, well, I can't draw. I have to win. So yeah, there we are playing.
That happens often at these situations. A player can draw, the other can't.
Yeah, and,
So they gotta play it out.
yeah, and they're 1 and 1. Also 12 and 1. Such an insane result.
So this game is going to be quite decisive here. And 4-color Omnath is a deck that has been less played Also, Up the Beanstalk got banned. Do you think it's still a viable deck in Modern?
Not so much. If you've always played the deck, play the deck. Although I personally would rather switch from 4-color Omnath to 4-color Creativity, because you still keep a lot from the shell, but you've got a combo finish. But that's a personal preference. I like combo finishes, and I don't like the card Omnath. For mana, speaking of the devil, yeah, and it shall appear.
Omnath. So let's draw.
I like the mana base though.
Land. Gain 4 life. Go to 19. Fetch. Now this land is going to provide Desu with 4 mana from the Omnath ability. So that was the survey land, surveilling that top card away. And with the mana generated from Omnath, playing Teferi. But there's a counter on the other side. Teferi does not resolve. And Stefan doesn't have cards in hand, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Trying to get a good top deck. There's still Giganta that
Yeah.
can be...
I would be surprised if that Gigantha changes anything in the grand scheme of things. So this is the last match for us. So I'm really curious how that shakes out, and then there will be the last round, and people will decide whether they draw or they do not. 4 in the air, Vigilancy, Lifelinky, First Strike key.
Thanks to that ley line of the guild pack. So let's put Giganta in our hands and pass.
Also, I just noticed both players have got pretty pimped out mana bases.
Taking damage here from the One Ring. Drawing 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. Land gaining 4 life because of Omnath.
Yeah, just negating all the Stefano's work.
And it's a fetch, right?
Mhm.
So that you can get access to even more mana.
Yeah, shuffling. I'm curious. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 mana plus for 10 mana.
Yeah, so getting 4 mana additionally here. A Ren. It resolves.
Okay, that's largely inconsequential. I mean, again, this is another.
Ooh, that
Oh.
Boseiju there on Leyline of the guild pack.
Oh, that's cool. But yeah, that's another issue I've got the 4-color Omnath deck, is that yes, you've got 10 mana, you can do anything. So you play red and take up you get a land. Well, you know, that's
I
not
see-
very impressive.
I see Solitude in Desu's hand. And that Draco no longer has X-Proof.
Yeah, now we can Boseiju Draco as well. The fairy even. That's just embarrassment of riches. Whoa.
Solitude there.
Yeah, not even Boseiju, just Solitude. Just show I've got Clock, I've got Planeswalkers, I've got Ring going, I've got full hand. I am not losing. And I think Stefano will just take one draw. I think that's Ragavan.
That's not enough. I mean, there's still the Giganta, but that's a 5/5 that doesn't do much.
Yeah, he
It
does.
can be bounced with the fairy.
He definitely doesn't do
Speaking
much.
of things that can be bounced with the fairy, that one ring is starting to do some damage to Desu, but you can always just bounce it back into hand to reset the protection. So let's take block.
Like gain 3.
Okay.
That show is like whatever. Just gain life. I've got all the cards I possibly need.
This was
yeah.
just an attack to see if Desi for some reason wouldn't block. And we have here Desi now 11, 1 and 2. He was the one that needed this win the most.
Yes.
Because he could not draw. So getting the win here, we might see him in the top 8 depending on how the next round goes.
Yeah, that's a very interesting score. 11, 1 and 2. And I think he'll be sweating it a little bit. I mean, 11, 1 and 2 is much better than... I mean, actually, I think he might be a lock, or close to lockish.
Yeah, especially if he can draw the next one, because then it's the same as having 12 wins.
True. 11, 1 and 3. That's a fair point. I'm not sure if he's going to match up against a person who also wants to draw. Because I wouldn't be surprised, for example, if he's matched up down and plays against someone who has like 10-ish wins. So it might be a little bit difficult to work out. But exciting win-ins coming in next round.
Yeah, I always love the 15th round, and I'm really upset I'm not casting it because I feel like we get in the edge of our seats with these players that are playing win-and-ins, but I'm sure Will and Lily will do such an amazing job. Let us know, Twitch chat, where are you watching us from, and how is your Sunday going? Sunday here being amazing with a lot of modern action.
Yes. I'm happy to spend my time watching Magic, commentating on Magic, and seeing people succeed, fail. The emotions, the stress, the tension is just out of this world.
Yes, and we see so many skillful players here. I mean, I learned so much from some of the players we have seen coming out of spots that we thought they could not win, and they just surprised us and got the victory. So I'm really excited to see who ends up making in the top 8. But I think this is going to be it for round 14. Will and Lily will be back for the last round of Swiss, so stay tuned. They'll be back very soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I'm joined by Caffeine Lily. And we are so excited to have you here because this is round number 15. This is where we're going to find out who is getting into that top 8 and who is going to get that dreaded 9th place and not be able to try and battle it out to win this trophy in front of us. But there's a little bit of drama happening. I was down on the tables as the round got paired, trying to see which tables were actually going to ID and try and get themselves locked for that top 8. And something that doesn't normally happen, tables 1, 2, 3, and 4 ID'd.
But
That's not locking anybody in. There's only 4 players with that, with how that the points will work out. Only 4 players actually lock themselves in. The other 4 players can get overtaken by the next 5 players down. So a lot on the line, a lot of potential. People could be missing out on that top 8 where they actually think they managed to squeak their way into it. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out. But the 2 feature matches we've got do have winning ins. The winners, especially the first one we've got, the winner of this one will be in the top 8. The backup one is a little bit more complicated, but we'll get to that if this game is really quickly. So let's get down to the table. Let's have a little look at who's playing and what decks they have got. So we've got Amulet Titan versus Aureus Control. We've seen it a few times so far this weekend. Amulet Titan, you know, the most played deck this weekend. Probably one of the worst conversion rates going into day number 2.
Still a great deck.
But when you put it in the hands of someone that's really efficient with it, a master of it, able to, you know, scale it really well, as you see here, getting in with a 10-3-1 record. If they can make that an 11th, I believe the winner of this will be locked for the top 8. If they don't, if it's a draw, they're both gone.
Yeah,
they're still going to be top, you know, 16-ish roughly. They're still going to, you know, have all the invites. But right now, they want that money, right? They want to get in there. They want the flight voucher. And we are off to the races as Marco starts off with the powerful turn 1 Amulet of Vigor. Do we have something like a prismatic ending to get rid of it? No, we do not. No, tables 1 to 4 did ID, but that does not lock all 8 players that ID'd. Which is, it's rare you see that.
Yeah, it's really strange because if you draw, you want to be on top 8.
So the way it will stand, basically, the tables, I believe table 3 and 4 are all on 33 points. And they ID themselves to 34 points. But the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, next 5 players below them are on 32 or 31 points. And some of them have incredibly better tiebreakers. So we're going to see that some people potentially might have ID'd themselves out of the chance of making the top 8 rather than playing, but they might just be happy with securing the regional championships invite in Naples next month. So, you know, everyone's playing with something different this weekend. Playing the long game to get to that Pro Tour, of course. So we're going to see, you know, a couple of land. We're going to see an Explore. We're going to see another Amulet enter the battlefield. So now we're in real scary territory as Amulet Titan on the play with double Amulet. Basically could mean next turn just could be game over.
How cool are those full art lands?
The ones that one actually looks like a forest, which is good. This cycle, the swamp looks like an island. The island looks like a swamp. It's a bit all over the place. So yeah, the deck lists are going to start being released once we hit the top 8, and you'll be able to find them on Millie, and obviously they'll be going out on the social medias of Legacy European Tour. So make sure that you're not following them on the socials that you are. And if you're a fan of live paper magic, then you want to be following this channel. Make sure you do hit that little follow button on Twitch, because next time we'll be going live will be the last chance qualifier on the Friday of the European Regional Championships, where we'll be sending another 16 players to the RC, and then that weekend in general, at the end of it on the Sunday, we'll know which 36 players get the invite to the Pro Tour. We'll know which 2 players get their invites to the World Championships, and we'll know exactly which player walks in there calling himself the European champion. Back to the battlefield, we see a 1 ring coming down. We're going to tap that instantly, get 1 card deeper. And this is modern to me. Yeah. 1 player's got everything. The other player's got just getting a second land, and it's coming into play tap. So it's going to be pretty crazy. I should release an energy drink called Blue Mana. Hey, don't look. I'm down. I'm down. Tell me how I can do that. I'm down for it. Think of all the different variations. Blue mana with a hint of cherry. We could call it. Is it energy? You know what I mean? It's I'm down. I'm down. Logan Paul, eat your heart out. My energy drink's coming out. Okay. What are we going to do? How are we going to get deal with this ball state? We didn't have a counter spell last turn. This is the very control heavy Days Undoing Narset list. So a Narset wouldn't be too bad here because that would stop the One Ring being able to draw multiple extra cards. But then we would want to have something like a Subtlety or Forced Negation in the hand for potentially a follow-up Titan Summoner's Pact interaction that can happen. Gonna go find the basic planes. No idea what art that one's from, but it's a beautiful planes nonetheless. Looks a little bit Secret Lair-y. I feel like that might be Secret Lair.
Oh no, I think it's just foil.
And a Narset is going to come down. So once that resolves, we're going to take it down. We're going to look at the top 4 cards. We're going to put a non-land, non-creature spell into our hand. I think that might be a Leyland's Binding.
Yes.
I think really what we wanted would have been a Subtlety or something there. But the shields are down in brackets. Normally when your opponent's tapped out, that means the shields are down.
Yeah.
Not in Modern. We have the elemental cycle. We have force negations floating around. And as we saw earlier on in the preview cards that are for Modern Horizons 3, there's a bunch of new ones coming out as well. But here comes Dryad Elysian Grove. 5 lands on the battlefield. So that means every land now played will be able to do the lightning bolt effect. And then, oh my word, another amulet. We are just missing one piece of this puzzle, so to speak. We need a Summoner's Pact. We need a Primeval Titan. Cultivator Colossus, something big to get the ball rolling. We've got all the other tools that we need.
How scary is the situation when you play against a Titan and you see the bird like the board like that?
Crazy. I already think I'm dead. I'm already thinking about game number 2. But this Narset's doing a bit of work, which means the One Ring couldn't have been tapped in Marco's turn because they can't draw more than one card. Can tap it in your opponent's turn, but you're only going to draw the 1, unfortunately, instead of the 2 that you'd actually really like to see.
Yep. But at least.
Let's have a little look. What's how we're going to move forward here. But the thing with Amulet is it's happy to just get lands on the battlefield because then they'll eventually get Dryad. And I say every land's going to be turned into a lightning bolt. Where the control deck, they're kind of a very reactive deck. Like you're going to do something, they're going to do something to stop you doing it. They're going to have answers. Obviously, they're getting cheaper the more it goes because we do see Leyland's Bindings floating around. I think we're about to see a Teferi come down here.
Yeah, 3 mana. Probably, yeah.
Yep, Teferi time over. Classic control mage where they put one planeswalker at one end of the board and another planeswalker at the other end of the board just to really tilt my OCD. We're going to take it down. Now, are we going to bounce the One Ring, a Dryad? We could bounce the Saga. We could also bounce an Amulet. I don't think the Amulets are where we want to go. But getting that as a Saga back to hand means we're going to not kind of reset it, but what we're really doing is we're slowing down the ability to make constructs. And that is the real power which or the threat that is on the battlefield currently. So that is dealt with. Leyland's Binding in hand still. End of turn. Going to go 1 card deeper. I say the counter definitely still goes up to 2. You are it's not free. The ring will tempt you. Then we go 1 card deeper. The ring also does untap, but don't worry about that. We're going to go explore. We're not going to go a card deeper, but we will be able to play an extra land for the turn.
And we have a Saga.
And that land, of course, doesn't trigger the Valakuts that are on the battlefield because it is the 5th land. It's 5+. So Leyland's Binding is going to get rid of that Dryad.
So now with the Leyline of Binding on the Dryad, the body is a little bit less scary than before. But it will be enough.
Really, it's the Narset that's doing this work right now. The Narset is actually doing a huge amount of work. If this ring was able to just keep tapping and drawing multiple cards, could just be
a
game
huge
over.
Advantage. Yes.
So Ricardo kind of getting a little bit away with it right now. You know, you've got to have the cards to be able to cast them. Marco not being able to do it, but kind of being kept in bay at check. Being a nice guy as well. Untapping his opponent's ring. Draw for turn. Little bit damage dealt.
13 life points, but for a Titan is not a problem.
Okay, this is the first time me and you have seen this interaction on camera. We've seen people try and set it up, but we haven't seen this happen. So We're seeing Days Undoing being cast. Days Undoing says you shuffle your graveyard in your hand into your library and both players draw 7 cards. But Narset says your opponent can't draw more than 1 card a turn. So in the draw step, this is being cast because Teferi ticked up. Remember, it is normally a sorcery, but now we can cast it as an instant, which means Marco is going to have 0 cards.
Oh.
And Ricardo is going about to draw 7 fresh ones, and then can also use the Narset. This is brutal. This is we're going to game 2. I'll be very surprised if we can get back into this matchup, but we do have the setup. We do have a load of lands on the battlefield. We do have a 1 ring. If we could go something along the lines of Beseiju the Leyline's Binding into a land that then shoots down the Narset and then lets us tap the 1 ring to kind of go off, we can get back into this game. Needs to be a very nice top deck for that to happen. And of course, got to fight for the full grip on the other side of the battlefield. This just feels great when you're doing this. Feels terrible when you're receiving this.
Now the situation is very less scary than before.
It's brutal. It feels rough. But I say, we're not completely out of it. There is a
No,
line
for
to get
sure.
back into it.
There is always a way for Titan to back up.
Question is, this ring's doing 4 points damage a turn.
Yes.
We can make a construct next turn, which if it survives, which now
Yeah,
I'm
but
pretty sure it won't survive, but if it did, we could get the Narset off the battlefield.
the clock now is really, really pressing up.
I believe Days Undoing exiles itself upon resolution, right? Let me have a little look.
Yes.
If it is in your turn and the turn exiles,
Exile or spell and abilities from the stack, including this card. Yes.
okay. Oh, only exiled in your own turn. Interesting.
If it's your turn, yes.
But it wasn't their turn.
Oh.
Okay. I personally don't know the interaction, but I will pass it down to the judge
Yep.
because I think that might actually, it might be relevant, it
It
might
can
not.
be relevant, yes. But I
Yeah.
saw the judge is checking the text of the card before, so probably he already checked. But maybe he was checking something different. Who knows? Meanwhile, the saga is getting up to the 3rd stack. So resolves.
Not exiled is correct, is what I've just been told in the chat. So maybe that's just in the graveyard. Because it. Okay. Yeah, I've been told it's in the graveyard.
Luckily, we have
So
a judge there.
it's turned sideways. That might just be how they like lay the graveyard out. That's a neat little interaction. I suppose it's very detailed, but like that's pretty cool. Well done, Twitch chat. 5 points to Yarl. Some lovely construct tokens on the battlefield that I missed while I was kind of chasing that up. And they're going to come in. What are they? They're going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ugh. 2 7/7s on the battlefield. Do have a prismatic ending though, so that can deal with one of them.
He has to, otherwise he has 14 life points right now. He has to get rid of 1 at least of them.
Oh, we're going to go for getting rid of the 1 ring.
Okay.
I imagine the constructs are going towards Narset for the reason of being able to use the 1 ring. Might as well just get rid of the reason and keep our life points high. So we're looking for something like a Supreme Verdict. We're going to cash in this Teferi. That's going to bounce a token. That's 1 gone. We got another Teferi in hand.
Another Teferi.
Cast this one. I imagine get rid of another construct.
Yes.
Gain a little bit more value. Another card to hand. That's another prismatic ending.
Another hand, getting the dice on the Teferi. And is there another Narset in hand?
Yes, that's another Narset. Lauren's revealed Prismatic Ending, Subtlety. Basically, every tool we need to not lose this game, I believe, is in the hand for Ricardo. The only thing we're missing is a way to win the game.
Yeah. He preferred to pass and not play the NAS that he was thinking about.
There's no rush. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing about control players is they're very patient. They know how to get the most out of all their cards.
Especially when you're on your win and in for top 8.
So I think there's I see your chat. I can see what you're telling me. So I'll try and go through it one more time of actually what interaction happened there of the Days Undoing. So there is a very time raveler on the battlefield at the point it was cast. It was ticked up, which means you can cast your sorcery spells at instant speed. So when we pass the turn back to Marco, Marco drew the card for the turn, meaning that is one card that was drawn for the turn. Then the Days Undoing was cast. Days Undoing shuffles your hand and your library for both players into the graveyard and hand into the library, and then both players draw an opening 7. But with Nar set on the battlefield, that means only one player can draw 7, so that's Ricardo. Marco can't do that because he's already drawn the one card for the turn. It doesn't get exiled because it was cast in Marco's turn, and the wording says if it's cast in your turn, it gets exiled, so it moves to the graveyard. And that's kind of where it is. I hope that sums it up for you all. As we're going to see, Primeval Titan cast. Subtlety is going to be cast in response. So now we do have a way to get some damage across. Marco dropping down to 6 life. Leaves the Primeval Titan on top of the deck. Now, is that a Besaidu I see in hand? Or is it just the Simic bounce land?
Well, I cannot see that.
If it is a Besaidu, I think we got a game. If not, it might be pretty tough moving forward.
Meanwhile, 4th mana. And the One Ring is maybe,
So
or maybe
do you want me
not.
to say something pretty controversial? I'm currently in the process of upgrading my One Rings to the poster art ones that are basically unreadable.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't like the art of them. A lot of people don't like the art of them. And come at me, chat. Come at me. I want that disgusting poster art version of the One Ring.
No, I in this situation I totally agree with you that those are amazing.
I like them. I do like the scroll ones as well. I like the full art
Yeah.
ones. In fact, they all look good no matter what. But that is the one I'm definitely going to try and get my all 4 copies of. Narset's going to hit the battlefield. Get a look at the top 4.
Force of negation.
We can put sorcery or non-land, non-creature spell into our hand.
Well, there is double force of negation and yes.
Yeah, I passed it down to them that the amulets need to be exiled. They'll sort that in a second, chat. It's kind of like, like picking the legs off a spider at this point. It's like, you had all these tools, well, we're just going to get rid of them. There we go. There goes the amulets.
Yeah, this one is not the situation. So, paying 4 in upkeep for the Summoner's Pact that was casting in the last turn.
Play bounce land, return surveil land, untap, 6 life, tick to fairy up, tick Narset down, top 4, there's a One Ring, there's another Subtlety, there is no idea what that card was. It might have been a Supreme Verdict. Going to put the lands binding to hand, get in there for free. And with a grip of 4 cards, do I like playing the One Ring here? I don't hate playing the One Ring.
3 and 4.
Yeah.
Yes, we got it.
Play the One Ring again, get protection again, pass turn, land off the top.
Not a land for Marco.
We know there's a Surveil land in hand, so what's the one of the unknowns? It is a Primeval Titan. They said sure.
Why not?
Both these lands, remember, come into play tapped. If one of them could be untapped and it was a red source, we could potentially give this Primeval Titan haste. But no amulets, no untapped mana, No, we can't even block at this point. What if we get Bounce Land, Beseiju? How does that work? Bounce Land, Beseiju. We bounce the Beseiju back to our hand. Don't think that does it.
I don't think it's enough.
Well, so Han, so if we can get somehow get Beseiju back to our hand and cast it, which I don't think we can with the way we've tapped our mana now. But if we could, and we cast the Beseiju, we deal with the Leyline's Binding, get the Dryad Arbor back. The Dryad Arbor, we might be able to do it. The Dryad Arbor comes back down. We have another land drop for the turn. We play the land drop. We can then shoot the Subtlety, as long as Ricardo's got nothing that interacts with that whole sequence. There's a chance. I don't think it's great, but maybe. Let's see it play out. A lot on the line. So that is the red mana source that we was talking about.
Yeah.
That's the one that gives it haste. There comes the Leyline's Binding, and that is enough for Ricardo to take down game number 1 and be 1 game away from locking themselves into that top 8. Crazy stuff. Right, let's have a little look at their lists on the screen. Let's see what we got. Who we're going to start with. We're going to start over on Ricardo's side. So this is the Blue Eye Control non-Kahira version. Okay, so sometimes you see Kahira as like a companion. They put it in their hand for when they eventually want to win the game, or when they put it in their hand when they want to ditch it for subtleties. But what do we need to be bringing in here in this matchup? Good question. Against Amulet Titan.
Yeah.
Leyline Sanity can stop the Valakut sort of version, as in the Valakut target in face. Is this the matchup for it? Probably not. Dress Down. 100% coming in. If the Titan ETB, we can stop it. That's going to be great.
Useful.
So that's going to be going down. Supreme Verdict, maybe if the board goes completely crazy with Constructs and Primeval Titan.
Yes. Then you can just wipe everything out and restart.
We've seen that multiple times. And what else we got on? Don't think we want Surgicals. Don't think we want Damn Spheres. Don't think we want Rest in Pieces. Wear and Tear doesn't do much. I suppose it can hit an Amulet. It can hit a Dryad of Elysian Grove, and potentially any other sideboard cards that come in. But I think also Prismatic Ending does the same thing. So maybe we'll cut down on some Prismatic Endings and bring in these Dress Downs. Force Negation, again, 2 for 1 on ourselves in the early turns might not be where we want to be. We'd rather have the cheaper answers like Prismatic Endings. I'd kind of trim the fat a little bit, bring in some of the good cards, but overall not change too many cards. Let's have a little look if we can see the Amulet list now, see what this 75 looks like and what we've got in the sideboard to shore up this matchup and take us to a game number 3. And the answer is, I'm not sure. I think the Beseiju comes in because we know there's Leyline Bindings. Pick your Poison, not going to be ideal in this matchup. It's only really going to have Leyline Binding as a target, even though 1 mana access to that is pretty good. It's still pretty niche, especially when we can just have a Beseiju to deal with it. I actually like bringing in Flash Threats against control decks. I like bringing in Endurance. Not for the ability to be able to shuffle a graveyard, for the ability of it's a 3/4 with Flash. So I can do it end of turn. They use their counter magic on it. I end turn, I actually get my turn. So I don't hate bringing Endurances in here. This isn't a Blood Moon matchup, so we don't need to worry about Generous, and we don't need to worry about our life totals. We don't need the Fountain. It's not a graveyard deck, so we don't need Soul Guide's Lantern. There's no real creatures, so don't worry about Dismember. Pick your Poison. Now, Spelunking, I haven't played enough Titan to know if Spelunking is a good sideboard card or not. This is one of the new ones from Thunder Junction, the Starfall Servant, or Roxanne Starfall Servant, which is the 4/3 ETB, makes a tapped mana rock that also has a shock effect to it. And every time you attack, you also gain one of them. I have no idea why we're seeing this pop up in lists. I'm sure there's a real good reason for it that chat's going to tell me, but off the top of my head, I'm not entirely sure why we're now seeing this in Titan lists. I think this is the 2nd or 3rd deck this weekend. We've actually seen this in the deck, so pretty interesting.
They say it's for the Magus of the Moon.
Is that better than playing just a Dismember? I don't know, but I'm sure. Look, enough of chat knows about it, so it must be a really a thing now these days. It's cool to know. I suppose it also makes the mana token as well, so you ramps you a little bit. I can see.
Makes sense.
Oh, because you can search from it from packs. That's okay. That makes a lot more sense to me. Yeah. Chat is so big brain. We should get chat in the booth. I'm just going to go sit in the corner. Chat can be here and do it all. That is interesting. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. This is something that you can search with a summoner's pack. They can get a Magus of the Moon off. Of course, a lot of people now play a mix of Magus of the Moon and the Blood Moon because things like Force of Vigor and Besage are floating around now. They can deal with Blood Moon. So the way to get around that is you play a Magus of the Moon. This is a way to get Magus. Big brain plays there by the Amulet players. As I keep saying, I'm not smart enough to be one of them. Let's get on to the match, see how they're getting on shuffling up.
Yes.
Looks like we've got a keep on the left of your screen from Ricardo,
Who's on the draw?
who's one game away. Do you see a wear and tear did come in?
Meanwhile, Marco, I think he has decided to mulligan.
Yeah,
6.
I think I'm not entirely sure on the game plan. This is what I mean. Like, Amulet is, I think, the best deck, but the hardest deck to pilot. What are the sort of hams that you're meant to keep in a control against a control deck? Do I keep the turn 1 Amulet of Vigor? Is that my best draw? Do I need to try and advance that way? Or do I need the turn 1 like a bundle of grazers and get my mana going as quick as I can? Try and overwhelm by casting 2 spells a turn into the 1 counter magic a turn. Like how am I meant to play around or into this? Is my priority to get the 1 ring down ASAP and start overwhelming with card advantage? This is something that seasoned Titan players will definitely know moving forward. Where I can only guess, and looks
nice
like we're going
start.
turn 1 Amulet into Saga into a turn 1 Amulet. Not many decks do you see turn 1 as a Sagas, except for Amulet Titan, purely because on turn 3 it's kind of like a guaranteed way to go get themselves another Amulet.
Round 1 fetch for Ricardo.
Dom Harvey appears in chat. Had an absolutely amazing run the last weekend, I believe it was, going back-to-back dubs at the NRG. And we're going untapped into into 1 mana Stone Rain. We're going to see the, I believe is it Wear or is it Tear? What side is it? Let me have a little look. It is the Tear side. Just 1 mana, destroy target enchantment. And there's a Saga is enchantment. So
yes, the only one on the board.
also not getting too greedy there as well. Like we could have waited to turn 3 and tried to take out both at the same time, but decided, oh no. Oh no. That was the only untapped land. We've only got bounce lands in hand. We draw another bounce land for turn. And remember, bounce lands as well also only tap for colorless mana. This is okay. Still not great. Still not in a great place.
Not at
missing
all.
land drops. But both players missing land drops here. Oh, okay. I'm not entirely sure Dancing Sphere, this is the matchup for it, but
Gosh.
a full 4 copies, 3 copies in the list, and we're seeing 1 in the graveyard, 2 in play. That means
all of them is out right now.
so we're going to try and filter some green mana here. So the Gardens basically says pay 1 colorless, add 1 mana of any color. So we're going to play the bounce land, trigger on the stack, tap it for 1 colorless mana, put it into the Gardens. The Gardens are going to convert that into green mana. Then the return a land to our hand is going to happen. We're going to bounce the Garden back to our hand. Try and use that green mana here for this Abundant Grazer. Now, are we going to subtlety this? Oh, yes, they can't. It's going to cost more mana. Thank you, chat. Let me get that downstairs.
We are passing down the information to the judge that has already stopped the situation.
Damping Sphere. So can we get that one on the screen for everybody? So everyone can have a little look at Damping Sphere. This is, you don't see it too much in Modern these days. You do see it quite a bit in Pioneer, but for 2 mana, you get a 2 mana artifact that says spells after the first one cast cost 1 extra. So currently, spells cost 2 extra because of the 2 Damping Spheres.
I'm trying to get it on the board.
It should cost 2 more. It should cost 3 mana. We're trying to get it passed down to the table. Oh, honey, it was it was the first spell. It was the first spell cast, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it was just multiple lands. So it was the first spell.
Address down so that he can stop for a little bit the Arbor Grazer. And fetching.
Well, I think we're just doing this to cycle. We need to go a card deeper. We just need to try and hit our land drops.
No,
End
yeah,
of,
you're
end of
correct.
turn is going to go. But it's a nice little insight to what what is coming on the other side. Here comes free. Well, yeah, it's still free mana because of the dampening spheres. Here comes. I forgot her name. Azusa. Azusa coming down, which means we get 3 land drops a turn basically. And land drops don't cost anything. You're not casting your
No,
lands,
exactly.
remember. So we can deploy multiple onto the battlefield.
But you can build up your mana, and then it's a great way to deal against the spheres.
Will's drunk on blue mana. Chat. I'm going to be professional. Stop making me laugh. Jeez. Triumph coming into play. You're completely correct. The Gruul Turf shouldn't be tapped, but maybe they floated some mana and then didn't want to use it.
Oh, possible.
Solitude drawn for the turn.
He has 2 in the hands right now. 1 ring, an asset.
It's kind of good insurance against potentially future Titans coming down.
Yeah. And Adus 2 subtlety on the end of the hand.
But remember, so 1 ring coming down.
Yeah.
We are completely tapped out. Can't be casting any more spells this turn because of the dampening spheres.
Yeah.
Currently on the other side of the battlefield, looks like there's a lot of mana, but actually it's only 4 colorless mana.
Yeah.
Remember these the bounce lands do generate 2 mana, but because they produce more than 1 mana, it means it's going to be reduced to 1 colorless mana.
Mm-hmm.
So Besage being
Rosacea
played
of
for
the
turn.
land. Yes, Roxanne, a Spelunky, another Boreal.
Are we meant to sing the Roxanne song if it comes down? Is that something we have to do? Float 1 green mana. Play the a bounce land.
Getting
Remember-
by the Boseiju.
Remember the trigger to untap it. Play the Besage again. So that's 3 lands for the turn. No more land drops left.
Tapping 2, 3, 4,
6.
5, and 6. And
Is it 6 or is
Roxanne.
it 5? Right.
it's
How do we sing this Roxanne song? Can someone get the lyrics up on screen for me?
Meanwhile, I will get the card on the screen for you.
You know when I was talking about like amulet players and like the good ones and they do really well in tournaments, etc. Well, we've got one in the chat. Hello, Mr. Canada MTG, one of our fellow casters. This is one of his favorite decks to play in the format that is modern. Delightful to watch his streams. I always try and watch it to see if just so I can try and learn the deck, and I never do. I never do. Grip for the cards. How are we going to start deploying them? This is a lot like game 1. A lot
Yeah.
happened on the battlefield early, but there was no real big payoff to
Mhm.
happen, and Ricardo was able to get back into the match. Now we've got Roxanne back on top of the deck, of course, because of that subtlety. Means well, I don't have to sing that song.
Not yet.
Nope. Feel free to DM me the lyrics on Twitter chat. I'm down. I'm down for it if you're down for it. So here we-
Meanwhile, again,
tap again, playing Roxanne. Now we're going to hard cast the subtlety. We're going to put it back on
going
top.
back on top.
I feel like I'm just doing play and pause on the CD player right now with Roxanne on it.
Yeah.
That's right, chat. I said CD player. Come at me. This boomer. I was born in the 1980s.
Are you that old?
Yeah,
Yes, I am.
I was born in the 1980s. We had CD player. I remember cassettes. Having to manually rewind them with my finger. That was
Good old time with Walkmans and other stuffs.
Don't know how good we've got it these days, chat. Don't know how good we got it. That's the boomer Will speaking. All right, subtlety, that's going to come in. That's going to get 3 points of damage. Just going to drop Marco down to 17. Still quite a bit of way to go, so as the life total is quite high. Remember, double dampening sphere on the battlefield means every second spell is going to cost at least was going to cost 2 extra.
But I don't think that mana right now will be a big issue. Roxanne back on hand and back and another
never
subtlety.
Okay, well, what's actually happening is we've got Roxanne. We've got it on replay. It's happened. That's 3 times in a row we've seen Roxanne subtlety, Roxanne subtlety, Roxanne subtlety.
Marcos is continuing to trying to play his Roxanne. Arcado is continuing to say, no, I don't want you with that on your side.
The red mana is coming from the gardens at the top, so it has the added ability that you don't really see too much. Pay one, tap it, add one of any mana color, so it kind of filters it into red.
Exactly.
They're not being very subtlety about it.
Oh.
I love it, chat. I love it. Thank you. Please come again. Chat. Please never change. Okay, untapping. Double subtlety in play. 1 ring on 2. 2 life points lost. Days Undoing was the draw for the turn. We still know about these this Solitudes in hand. We think there's a Narset in there as well. But we're going to start the turn off by drawing 3 fresh ones off the top. That's land, and another Days Undoing. So that enables us to hit our 7th land drop.
He has plenty of way because right now he has a 10 life points. But I think that he can try to find a way to deal with that. And first of all, Narset.
I like casting the Narset here. It sets up for a Days Undoing turn, and we know how bad they end up turning out. They can't really attack for it either. Azusa only got 1 power, so not incredibly scary on this battlefield.
Yes.
Do we have an answer for this Roxanne that I'm guessing is going to be attempted to be cast for the 4th time
But there is
again?
a ley line of binding in hand.
This ley line is going to cost an extra 2.
Oh, yeah, right. You're
Um,
correct, sorry.
I'm going to pass that down. Looks like we're going to get rewindsies. Potentially, I don't know how it works. That's why we have judges.
Yep. A big shout out to our judges. They are doing an amazing job.
They just obviously like re-ranked how the judge system works in Europe, and we've gone back for
Yes.
It used to be there was level 5 judges, and then we went to level 4 judges was the head judges, and then they changed it to there's only 3 tiers of judges.
Yeah,
and
now
they've
it's
just
back to
changed
5.
it. Now there's 5, and there's actually 4 of them in the room.
Yes.
So technically, we've got if they do like a Transformers, Power Rangers, Zord type thing,
And believe me,
they can combine into a level 20 judge.
yes, and believe me, we have some still level 3 judges that are perfectly level 5. They just have to do the papers for that.
Paperwork.
Yeah.
All right, getting in for a point of damage with Azusa.
Yep.
Now we're going to
Roxanne.
cast Roxanne.
Again. Black belt judges when. I just hope for that.
This is the last round before the cut to top
Yes.
8.
And this one is winning in.
Hey, they actually had the token as well. Good effort, Marco. So this is a mana rock token. Remember, it can tap for any mana that you like, but also has the ability to shock attached to it.
Yes.
Now, end of turn, we're going to ley lines binding? Maybe? Or we're going to
Let's see.
use a Solitude ditch. We are going to Solitude,
Solitude.
ditching a Supreme Verdict. 3
So-
points of life gained. So 1 mana plus 2 to pay the tax from our own Damping Spheres. Get the Azusa off the battlefield underneath that ley lines binding.
Now he has 2 rounds, maybe 3, to try to get Marco down.
Well, let's think. Like, look at the clocks. The 1 ring, 3 damage a turn currently.
Exactly.
Ricardo's down to 4. 18, 6 power on the battlefield. That's 3 attacks that we need. So we need a way of gaining life, and we need to find it quick. Or a way to reset. We could find another 1 ring and just cast it to kind of reset it, which is the main reason you normally see more than 1 ring in these decks. We might also have one, I think, in hand currently. No, that Days Undoing right now.
Yeah. Huh. He was just waiting because he thought to draw the 4th card with the ring trigger, but he preferred before that to just
So
use.
we see a Surveil land.
Yes.
Land's going to the graveyard. Don't want that. See, it's a fairy cast for turn.
Exactly.
And I think we're going to see a upkeep. So if we go upkeep, Days Undoing,
Yeah,
that means there's nothing for Marco to do.
Yeah.
We untap, we go to 1.
But he still has one round for trying
Well,
to
We might have to subtlety ourselves.
everything on top. And exactly as he was saying, he's preparing his mana.
He's going to say, you can go to your draw step.
Yeah.
Marco will draw a card. Then we'll see Days Undoing cast. And we spoke about how this one works. So, yep, you've drawn that
Yes.
card. Okay, and now I'm going to Days Undoing. It was the one ring that was drawn, but unfortunately, we don't get to cast that.
No.
We could use a Beseiju. That's the only thing we've got in hand that we can fire right away, and we're going to
Position,
use
ley
that
line.
on the ley line, maybe?
Seems like on the ley
Yes.
line, yes. So
On the ley
let's
line.
back on the board.
So we now get to go find another land, put it into play, or not. What are we doing? I imagine there's a judge question here about something happening.
It's possible.
You can use these channel lands through to fairy on the other side of
Yes,
the
you
battlefield.
can.
You're not casting a spell to get it
Exactly.
through. I believe it's a trigger or an ability.
I don't want to say something that I'm not sure about it.
What one of the someone in chat will do. Yeah, it's an ability. So it gets underneath that little rules text.
I'm
onto fairy.
pretty sure that it goes underneath, but again, I'm just a level 1, so I don't want to be the one who says surely like that, and then it's not.
Oh my word! So if Azusa can attack this turn, do the point of damage, the one ring is going to do the 3 points of damage to kill Ricardo.
Yes.
I think Ricardo had a Solitude in hand, but not a white card to
He
ditch
cannot
for it.
play it. And meanwhile, he has also no blockers for Azusa.
Azusa can't attack. Doesn't
Can't
have
attack
haste.
though. Okay. Yeah, correctly.
Remember what time of match we're in, Will?
Yeah.
We're in the draw phase. I got excited, chat. But I'm not technically wrong. If that Azusa could attack and do a point of damage, technically it would be dead.
The
But
only problem is that she cannot attack this turn. This
as
round.
if Azusa doesn't have haste. Mon Horizon's free incoming. You wait. Azusa with haste. Days Undoing does not end the turn because it is your opponent's turn, not your turn.
Well, but still is one more.
It
creatures,
basically
and
ends the
she
turn,
cannot
though.
block because
Yeah.
they're both flying.
You can't cast any more spells. There's still double dancing sphere on the battlefield.
Exactly. 3
Okay.
damages for the ring. Down
We
to 1
need another one ring,
for exchange with
or
that.
we need a. Oh no, we can just bounce the one ring back. We got to fairy.
Yeah.
Come on, easy. Another Teferi drawn off that. Get in there for
Double attack.
6. Dropping
No.
Marco down to 6.
Yes, you cannot block that because they fly.
We have a Leyline's Binding, so we can deal with the Azusa on the battlefield. We have a Dress Down in hand, so that can deal with any prime time or shenanigans coming in. I don't think there is any reach in the... Okay, there's a Roxanne. Roxanne wouldn't work because I believe it's an ETB, which won't work for a Dress Down. I think Ricardo's got this pretty much locked up.
6 mana.
Uh,
But, well, we has the ring again, so we still has protection.
what was the first 3 mana cast for? Oh, another... Am I missing something there?
Okay, it's
No.
GG.
Yeah, it's pretty much GG the second
Yeah.
that Days Undoing resolved. Like, valiant fight there for Marco. Was in with a chance of getting into top 8. Unfortunately, he's probably going to have to settle with like a
Yes.
top 16-ish sort of mark. Great run this weekend. More importantly, has got the regional championship invite. Ricardo, I believe, being the only player that was on 32 points going into this round, this is going to whack them up to 35. So I'm almost certain that we're going to see Ricardo in our top 8 later on because they were in 9th place going into this round. So let's have a little look at our backup match, see how they're getting on. Now, as I said, this one, the math is slightly different. So
Yes.
Casper on the right of your screen, 10 and 4. Do not think can make it. But Marco on the left of your screen has got an outside chance. He's got pretty good tiebreakers.
You can try. Yeah.
Sitting at around 60, 61% tiebreakers.
Yeah.
And he's got that draw over a loss gives them the extra point they need
Yeah.
to basically go level with tables 3 and 4 that ID'd this round. And if I look at tables 3 and 4, let's look at the tiebreakers. We've got better than 1, 2. There's 2 players that have ID'd that they've got better tiebreakers in currently. But obviously, tiebreakers is something crazy how the math works out on that. I'm not entirely sure how it works. It's definitely a Mitzay Zalakai type thing to work that out. So the tiebreakers will obviously change to around 15, but it does give them a puncher's chance. But looking at this board right now, not in a great position. We just see a dampening sphere on the battlefield with a Arcbound Ravager. We do see the hangerback walker there at the top of your screen. I think that might be on blocking duty / tapping to try and add an extra counter before damage is dealt. While we've got a Taylor Swift Spear, the Dryad, and what is that at the bottom of the screen?
It should be Dragon's Channeler.
No, I think that's a Soulscar Mage. I think that's like an alternate art Soulscar Mage.
It can be a Soulscar, yes.
Which I can't tell you I've ever seen the art for. It's a secret lair one.
Soulscar, yeah.
Of course it's a secret lair art. Why wouldn't it be a secret lair art? I wasn't even aware there was a secret lair art for this, but, you know, doesn't look bad. Don't hate it.
Back, so trigger. The Monastery is going up. The Soulscar going up.
So we're going to sacrifice it in response. Put an extra counter on our Arcbound Ravager. Generate a 1/1 flying servo. Yeah, a Taylor Swift Sphere. Yeah, we were talking about secret lairs. What if we had a Taylor Swift secret lair?
Yes.
Okay, we need something like Hardened Scales. That'll let us kind of try and boost our creatures a lot bigger.
Yes.
Survive a little bit more through things like lava darts, which we can see in hand here for Casper. This is game number 3, remember?
Exactly.
Marco needs this to have an outside chance of getting into the top 8.
Marco is playing for his win and in, maybe.
Let me have a little look at how the matches are panning out. Let's have a little look. Let's go back. Let's have a little look round 15. Who's winning? Who's losing? So they ID'd. So
Now it's kind of difficult for Marco, but not impossible though. Let's see.
So who won this matchup? So I think that...
Meanwhile, 8 life points are so low against a Gruul Prowess, against any Prowess, any aggro deck. Especially when he plays Lava Dot, he's playing Bolt. There is multiple ways for Kacper to deal the damages.
So basically, if Marco wins this, I think there's a chance that 3 people that ID'd can get knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially, if he loses, there's a chance just 2 can kind of slip. Tiebreakers are definitely going to be a thing and a bit of a sweat for some of the players going forward. And we get kind of one of my favorite things in Magic, where it's not open decklist, which means the results don't go up straight away. So people literally have to wait for the announcement to find out. And I literally love seeing that crowd reaction to, and in 8th place, and in that dramatic little pause, where everybody's having a bit of a sweat, and then one person's dreams happen, and the other one heartbreak as you come in 9th place.
Especially when the first 4 table decide to draw, and some of them won't be in the top 8.
So yeah, for people that are just tuning in now into round 15, obviously we've had 15 rounds of modern action, but going into this last round, tables 1, 2, 3, and 4 all ID'd. That only locked 4 of those 8 players that ID'd though. Don't get me wrong, the ones that also ID'd do have good tiebreakers and do have outside chances, but there are still some players that can leapfrog them if tiebreakers don't go their way. So, and one of them is Marco. If Marco wins this game, he's got an outside chance of getting himself into that top 8. Got to
So,
survive this attack, though. Really scary. Couple Prowess creatures plus the Druid with couple cards in hand and 3 open mana on the other side for Casper.
he has 4 cards in, and that's scary, especially when you are at 8 life points.
It would only be 2 spells, mind you, because there is a Dampening Sphere on the battlefield,
Yes.
which might be the saving grace.
Mm-mm.
And we're saying, how do we want to block?
Yeah.
Looks like we're just going 1, 2,
1
3.
for all. Yes.
I'm pretty sure we're not going to get to
But-
damage just yet, though.
No, there is another. There is a channeler in hand. There is a lava dart in hand of Casper. So probably he can try to do something if you want.
Well, they got to react. But at the minute, you just say, cool, go to combo damage.
Yeah.
But knowing that this Arcbound Ravager is going to have some artifacts sacrificed to it to make it a little bit bigger. So that's what we see here. The server is going to be sacrificed. Is there any response to this? We're going to tap 1 red, and we are going to use Lava Dart.
Trigger, trigger, trigger. So +1/+1 on the druid and 1 trigger of prowess for everybody else.
All the triggers.
And he has a mountain that he can use for flashback the lava dart if he needs.
Remember, it does cost an extra 1, so yeah, could end up doing that.
Oh no, yeah, sorry. You're correct.
The main bit here, I would say, is if we let this resolve, it's going to take one of these +1/+1 counters that are currently, there's 2 of them on the Arcbound Ravager, and turn it down to 1 +1/+1 counter. It won't be a damage on the stack. Because the Soul Scar is on the battlefield, damage dealt from spells will be done in -1/-1 counters, which is happening here. So look, now it means the Arcbound Ravager's ability to sacrifice, get a load of counters, and move it to other creatures isn't as good. So Lava Dart is going to resolve. Arcbound Ravager goes down to just a 1/1.
Yes. That Soul Scar Mage, his ability is something that I really like. Fetching, founding the land.
Not something you tend to do, shock your lands in against hardened scales, because it can be so explosive going forward. But when you're in a command position like this and you are the aggressive deck,
Yeah, you can try that.
so it looks like we are going to flash this Lava Dart back, getting rid of a mountain. Of course, it does cost an extra 1 because of that Dampening Sphere.
Yes.
That's the second spell. Now, what are we going to do here? We do have the option to sacrifice another artifact, potentially the Patchwork Automaton. So it does survive, but then it won't survive actual combat damage because the Taylor Swift Spear is currently a 3/4.
There is some suspense on this game.
Yeah. Well, it's like it's just a game of chess, right? It's like when are you going to
Yes.
fight? I'm going to fight. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And I think by the end of it, Marco is not going to be in the best
No.
position, and Casper might end up taking this game down. But still, lots on the line. We have seen miracles. This is modern at the end of the day. So much craziness and shenanigans can happen in it, but then realistically, the breakout deck of this tournament, I would say that we've seen putting up lots of performance, is this slick shot show off kind of aggressive red strategy. A lot of players turned up this weekend trying to deal with the zoo lists, and this is a lot quicker than the zoo lists, and it's paying off for them.
Well, with a quick look to the top tables, there is like so many different decks
Oh yeah,
in the tops.
it's modern. It's why we love modern.
Yeah, but sometimes we have like 2 or 3 archetypes in all the like top 20.
Okay,
But-
so Dampening Sphere is
Okay.
now going to get sacrificed to
Yeah.
put another counter on the Arcbound Ravager. But now this opens up and potentially another spell in hand if Casper has it, because the Dampening Sphere is not on the battlefield anymore.
Exactly. And there is still 1 mana for him. So both of them
Are we just letting combat
fine.
damage happen?
Yes.
No targets? Oh, it's yeah.
And
handshake?
I will have a channeler.
Handshake time? Okay,
No, not yet.
not yet. We've got 5 more cards to look at.
I will try my best. stay alive and try just to fight for the winning in.
Nope.
And no,
That's
not
the
enough.
handshake. It just looked
Not
too much to
enough.
overcome. Weirdly, we saw Dumpling Sphere in both matchups there.
Yeah.
Like, I haven't seen that for like forevers, and now we see it both in round 15 here at the LMS. So we're going to come back to the booth. I don't think we've got any more feature matches down there. So let's have a
No.
little look at the standings that are currently working on. There's
Yes.
currently one match floating around in the room. So
But meanwhile,
let me do
the
some
top
math.
4, they all intentional drawed.
Yep. So we've got one
Then-
player at 38, one player at 37, one player at 36, one player at 34. They're the locked ones. Okay. No one can overlap 35 points currently. Then the next down. So 4th to 8th are all on 33 points. They also all ID'd. So they've all gone to 34 points. Okay.
Mm.
Below that in 9th place, we've got Ricardo, which you just saw there. He's on 32 points. Won his match, so he's going to go up to 35. So he is going to leapfrog himself up into probably 5th place.
Mm-hmm.
Below that, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, all on 31 points. I think 3 of them were in. There was 3 different matchups that broke them all up. So if the other 2 31 pointers won, they can advance themselves to 34 points, which puts them level with people in 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place. Then we've got to start looking at tiebreakers. Okay.
Yeah.
In 8th place, Nicholas.
Yeah.
56% tiebreakers.
Huh.
That is not good. That is the weakest of all of them. There's another at 61. So the top 8 is not locked at all. The tables that ID'd maybe should have played to guarantee it. Maybe they're like a little bit of a sweat. Maybe their goal was just to get themselves into the top 32 to get that regional championship invite to the RC. We don't know. But what we do know is after this round, we'll be coming back and we'll announce to you which 8 players are locked in that top 8. We'll tell you how the bracket is going to unfold and how we're going to finally whittle these final 8 players after this round down to just 1, and they get this trophy. They get the interview. They get all the glory. They get the tweets. They get everything. But what deck is it going to be? I can tell you we've at least got an Is It Prowess. We've got a Domain Zoo. We've got a 4-color Omnath. We've got another Prowess. And then it's kind of open. It could be Yagmoth, it could be Titan, it could be Jun Sagavan.
Yagmoth won the last game 2-0, so it
What,
can go.
this one?
Yes.
So they got 24, and their tiebreakers is 60. Yeah, so we could see
Can
Yagmoth.
go in.
Lots of speculation. I'm not a math genius and working this out. This is a Matej Alakai job. This is what I always look at him for to do. So
good things is that they all end their games. There is none left in the field.
That's good. That's good. That means that we can have a little talk just while because there's going to be a lot happening behind the scenes right now. I've just seen a piece of paper passed to one of our production crew with the top 8 on, so now they can start making the graphics, etc. But of course, that knowledge isn't to the players yet. So we're going to just have a little talk about what they're going to be playing for. Can we get the prizes on the screen? Like everybody now, once this round finishes, is going to know where they came today, because obviously 64 players got invited back to day 2, starting with 468. They all know at the end of this round, we'll know how much money they're taking away, how many boxes, prizes, etc. But we need to find out who is in this top 8, because as you can see there, they got the flight vouchers. That's going to get them to the regional championships in Naples. Top 32 are going to gain the invite to Naples. That's huge. They also get the card market credit. We've seen the card market crew. They're running around here filming some videos for the YouTube channel. If you get in the top 8, well, you're going to get a couple of boxes of Thunder Junction, which is actually really good for you now.
Yes.
The old boxes were around 100 euros. These new boxes are around 120 because the boosters have changed.
Yeah.
And you can get like 4 rares per pack.
It's more money.
More value, more drafts with your friends in the evening. Then there's a whole bunch of money on the line. I don't want to work the map out, but I'm going to say it's probably around 15K just in that top 8. And then a bunch of ticks as well. So still loads to play for all the players in the room. We'll be coming back shortly and telling you which 8 players it is. And then we'll be bringing you that quarterfinals before we pass off to the other 2. And they're going to bring you the semis and the finals. So from me, from Lily, don't go anywhere. We'll be back super quickly to tell you who's in that top 8. See you soon. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here to the Legacy European Tour, where we have conducted 15 rounds of modern action, and we are finally here. We know who is in our top 8, and we'll be talking about that momentarily. Because first, I need to introduce ourselves. Maybe you just tune in. Well, me, I'm Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. This here to my right, well, that is Caffeine Lily, and we are, again, happy that you are here. This is the Pro Tour pre-show or post-show, depending on where you are in the world, but we are so happy that you're here and being part of it. So, we started this weekend, 468 players.
Yes.
9 rounds of modern action. We whittled that down to 64. Today, 6 rounds of modern action. We have managed to whittle it down to the final 8, but who is in that final 8 and what decks are they piloting? Well, the production team's put a nice little graphic together for us. So this is all my first time of seeing it. So let's get it on the screen. Let's see what pleasures they've come out with this week. Always something new. So our top 8, we have got a little bit of a difference going along with all these decks. You can see here, these are the beautiful photos of our 8 players in the positions that they're at and who they'll be playing in our top 8s. Let's start going through the deck lists. Our main feature match for this round is going to be 1st versus 8th place. Is it Prowess? This is kind of the talk of the town this weekend.
Yeah.
Slingshot picking up real quick wins for a lot of players. Managed to go underneath some of the zoo decks in the room. Well, it's going to be going up against the most played deck this weekend, which was Amulet Titan, but had one of the worst conversion rates of this weekend. The most played deck to only 4 copies into day number 2, but one of them has managed to get here in 8th place, squeaking in. Going down one in that bracket, well, we've got Mono Red Prowess versus Azorius Control.
Yes.
There's a lot of control in this top 8.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you, a lot more than I thought it was going to be. So just so everyone's counting, that's 2 Prowess and 1 Control so far, 1 Amulet Titan. On the right of your screen, we've got 4 Color Omnath. I'm counting this as a control deck. It's got counter magic, it's got sweepers, it's just got 4 more creatures than you normally would see in a control list, and that is Omnath, because we all know how good that card can be with fetch lands and just being able to do multiple things in one turn. So we see that. Going up against Jund Creativity, we've seen it numerous times on camera so far. The Jund list is kind of very different to the traditional 4 or 5 color lists that we've come to see a lot in Modern. But Jund, we've seen it double around. We use it because it's got persist element, being able to put the Archons in our graveyard, being used to a great effect here, and managing to get another player into the top 8. And then, by no means last, we've got Domain Zoo. You knew there was going to be some at some point.
Yes.
You know what I mean? This deck is too powerful to not do anything, where we've got the Leyline Draco plus the Leyline of the Guild Pack, put them together, get Splinter Twin, makes all our stuff really, really good moving forward, and that is going to go up against a Kahira control deck. So that is our 8 deck list. That is our 8 players. Let's come back to the booth momentarily, because I've got one more thing to say before we get down to the feature matches.
Yes.
The top 32 players this weekend have qualified for the regional championships in Naples. They know that. We know that. Everybody knows that. But that is the first step to the Pro Tour, to getting to the dream, to play against the world's best. You've got to play against the Europeans' best. These players have now done that. They now get to go to that stage and start proving themselves, saying they're one of the best in Europe. Well, we've already had a couple of players do that. And 2 of them have managed to make it to the top 8 of the biggest stage of them all, the Pro Tour. So let's get that screen slide back up on the screen one more time. We need to say a huge shout out, a huge well done to these 2 players on your screen.
Yes.
Two of my friends as well, which makes it even better for me. One, Sean Goddard, okay, Beekeeper on Magic Online, is genuinely, and I've been saying it for so long now, one of the UK's, if not the UK's best player. They will be battling out in only a matter of hours to find out how far they can advance in the current Pro Tour happening, OTJ. And, of course, we've got Arnie Huschenbeth.
Yes.
Now, an absolute powerhouse in European Magic, a powerhouse in Twitch streaming, has joined literally one of the biggest teams in the world with CFB, and is now awarded that with another top 8. But yet we don't know how far these 2 have done, but I do know that they started here at the regional championship level. So people watching at home, maybe you want to get here, you want to go to Pro Tours, you want to try and lock yourself a world invite. It starts here, and these 2 are living proof of it and representing Europe perfectly. So huge shout out to them. But
totally agree.
Let's get away from that Pro Tour top 8 stuff. Let's go back to our top 8. Let's get see who's walking away with this trophy. So let's get down to the games, see how they're shuffled up, and if they're ready to go. That is definitely our faces and not the table. Let's get down to the table, please, producer. There you go. And they are just ready for the call. The thumbs up from us to start off. It looks like we've got a Multi 5 on the right of your screen for our Amulet player, and on the left, we're not even slowing down. We're playing white bordered basics. Blah. into a Shadows, a Soul Sky Mage.
Yep.
And on the other side, which following up? How about
Goes
turn
an
1
amulet.
basic into an amulet?
And 1 mana, a channeler and bubble. So
Sean's nickname on Modo is Beekeeper. You're known from playing in multiple Moxes, winning lots of challenges, and being absolutely an incredible Magic player over the last couple of years. Has really put up some amazing results. So Jacob not holding back on the reins here at all. Second threat, Dragon Race Chandler is going to hit the battlefield. Bubble, get us some triggers going and a little bit of damage coming in.
Garden for Felix. And just a fetch for Jacob that now has to go fast against Titan. We saw Felix play a lot of times before this round. He can manage his deck very well. He's an amazing Titan player.
Well, he's the only one. Remember, most played deck, and only one was able to get into the top 8 today. So he has piloted, but did squeak in 8th place. Obviously, 8th place was very contested for. 34 points, went from 6th place all the way down to 10th place. So 2 players did end up missing out on getting a top 8 invite. I've been told that it has all been made live now, so everybody watching here in the stream, if you do ! standings or something along those lines, it will take you to MTG Millie, and you can see all the deck lists in their entirety, all the standings, how everybody got on each round, etc. Because I know that's what you want, chat. I dag out blind for you to get it going, and bam, here we go. As we see a slick shot come on the battlefield, we're going to see mutagenic growth, triggering everything, plus giving 2 points of damage. Now this is explosive.
The slick shot hardcasted, mutagenic, paying. You can pay mutagenic with your life points.
And then we get the surveil as well. So coming in, we've got land, we've got artifact, we've got enchantment. We are going to have instant, which means that Dragon Race Chandler is going to be a free powered flyer coming across.
That is a good way to trying to deal with Titan.
So
just
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 power just came across there. Is Felix going to go, cool, nice deck, and just untap with double amulet and start going off? Looks like we're going to try, because the dice have come out. 4 mana.
Of course we will try.
Use 2 of it. We're going to use this Farseek, Explore, which gives us another land drop. We know there's a bounce land in hand. That's going to give us up to 7 mana. I can also see a Summoner's Pact in hand. So again, generate a bunch of mana. We're going to then bounce it back to our hand. We're going to use 3 and 3. Just straight up play this Primeval Titan from our hand. Triggers. Go find 2 lands. Okay. this might be the quickest top 8 game in history.
Yes.
This was like, is that all you got? Cool. How about this? Now, double amulet with 1 Titan. Is this a build that has got the double strike land that I can't remember what its name? We've got Slayer Strongholds, obviously. That's the way we're going to give it haste. Do we have... It doesn't look like we do. But we do have... This is the Mirror Pool version. And that's what we see enter the battlefield right now. So, again, we could be going multiple Titan, as in copy multiple Titan routes and giving them +4, +0, plus haste and vigilance.
And again, a lot of
all the
mana
dice
floating.
are out. Yep. More. Yep. Give it haste. More shenanigans.
This is crazy.
So what I believe we're doing is we've copied the Titan. We've also now getting a second trigger. Lovely copy token there. I believe that's the ditto done by RK Post. Shout out to RK Post. One of my humble brags is I play Pokemon Go with RK Post. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm that guy. And we're going to, tap, give it +2, +0, +2, +0, and haste. And then they're going to bounce these back. These combat triggers are going to happen.
Okay.
These combat triggers are going to get 2 Vizubas. The Vizubas will copy those lands, and then we'll do the same trigger again, and that's how we're going to get the extra +2, +0, making them 20 powers worth of creatures, which is a one-shot. What did we just witness? That looked like an amazing turn by Jacob, trying to get across the line in one big shot, saying, cool, that's enough. I'm going to win in my next turn. Felix went, no, you're not getting a next turn. That is what Titan can do.
I will stop you.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I told you. How many times have I told you this weekend? Best deck in the format. Best deck in the format. Just the hardest in the deck in the room to pilot. Also, that was a mold of 5, ladies and gentlemen. That was a mold of 5.
Does it decide Felix? I am not sure, but Felix seems like I'm not sure if he decided to side in and out anything, or just
Might just be really quick and efficient with the deck.
Yeah,
Obviously, we've got
exactly.
access to their deck
It
list, so
might
let's have a
be
little look.
very quick.
Because everybody at home, you also now have access to all their deck lists.
Yes,
And
this one is the Prowess side. We
So
have the deck list. We have the sideboard.
we
What do
need
you
s-
think?
Yeah, go on. I'm going to say, what do we need? Think we need?
Yeah.
I like Blood Moon. I like Pick Your Poison.
Okay, makes sense.
I also like Unholy Heat.
Hmm.
So Unholy Heat lines up very well. 6 damage, can get rid of a Titan once it's been targeted with multiple effects, etc. Blood Moon, we know how good that is in these big mana strategy decks, but we also know that they kind of expect it and they play things like Besage You in their main deck on purpose, just to be able to get rid of these things and normally have a couple in the board to be able to, fight their way through Blood Moon effects. So there's no Magus the Moon sort of shenanigans happening here.
Mhm.
Flame of Anor, 5 damage, doesn't line up particularly well against 6 Power Titans, so I'm not huge on that. Pick Your Poison, I say I like it, just because it's a nice early answer to an amulet, which normally amulet players will mulligan down until they can kind of get that powerful turn 1 start with an Amulet of Vigor. So that's why I kind of like Pick Your Poison. Downside of it is doesn't do any damage, but will trigger Prowess on a lot of these creatures. So I don't hate bringing that in. So I'd probably go like 3 Blood Moons, 1 Unholy Heat, maybe 1 or 2 Pick Your Poisons. Dealer's choice on how you want to do it. You don't want to get too cute and bring in something like Surgical Extraction. This isn't the matchup for it. As much as you think, oh, what if I kill a Titan and I can surgical it, and then the perfects happen. It doesn't line up that way 9 out of 10 times. That's why I think it's probably one of the most over-sideboarded cards there is. Let's have a little look on the other side. Let's see if we can have a look at what Felix has got going on. This is the list that they have brought this weekend. Kind of stock, if you ask me, like I say stock of how they've moved towards the more mirror pool version. But looking at this sideboard, we've got some stuff and some things that we can do. So we've got Fire Spout. Fire Spout is a nice sweeper in these decks. 3 mana, can do a bunch of damage, as in 3 damage to all creatures with or without flying, depending on how you want to tap your mana. So that can be a one-sided sweeper against these small Prowess creatures. Elish Norn, as good as she is, don't think this is the matchup for her, but then we might just want a 4/7 blocker with Vigilance. So that could also be good. What else have we got? I don't think that we want Roxanne. We might want it just so we can have like a shock effect and deal with a creature, have it also add a blocker. But again, I don't think this is the matchup for it. I don't mind bringing in a Paducah Bog away to Nuka Graveyard, make sure that things get a little bit smaller. But again, it might not be the way we want to go. Besage You, that's definitely coming in because, now we're in the top 8 open deck list. We know there's Blood Moons on the other side.
Yeah, makes sense.
Radiant Fountain, I also like bringing this in. A little bit of incremental life gain with bounce lands means a lot more incremental life gain, which could be the difference from having an extra turn or not and being able to win the game. We saw it then. There is a shout that Canopy Garden can come in. It is just it makes a 0/1 plant, or as I like to call it, a blocker. The creatures on the other side do not have trample, so a 0/1 blocker could be good enough, or at least enough for them to waste a spell removing it. A lightning bolt, which means another 3 points damage not going to the face. I don't think, in fact, also Glorious Ent. So if you expect Blood Moons, you bring Glorious Ent in. Why do you bring Glorious Ent in? Well, it's got forest cycling, so you can cycle it through a Blood Moon, find yourself a basic forest, keep continuing to play the game of Magic.
Yep.
Don't ask me what I'll be bringing out, because I don't know. I imagine some of the lands we trim on that are, maybe we don't need the Otawara. Maybe we don't need all our fetch lands. Maybe we don't need all the explorers. There's a few things we can trim on here and there to kind of make way for all these. So that's how I would sideboard. We're going to see though from the players that managed to get themselves into the top 8. Let's have a look at how they're going with the opening hands. Come to the end of sideboarding now.
They're checking for each other sides so they can decide what to bring in, what to bring out. Because it was a closed decklist tournament until now, until the top 8. So you have to check it, because maybe sometimes your opponent plays something slightly different than what you expect.
Well, realistically, we've got 5 or 6 different decks in the top 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 4, maybe 4, if I work it out. And that's there's a different couple of builds of the decks that are also kind of copies of each other. Realistically,
Exactly.
it's nice to see a new deck doing well in the format with this Is It Prowess deck. It's always been there. It's just never really been the flavor of the month. Obviously, traditionally, it used to be a lot of like red X, so
Yes.
red and blue or red and green had to kind of work on their mana in the early turns to try and get these great effects later on in the game. Well, now with Slick Shot, it's really good. It's in the color. We don't have to worry about that too much. We can worry our later game stuff like is specific iteration and preordains. That's where we will have more chance of hitting our multicolored mana and moving forward. So,
Yep.
both players looking at their opening
They're ready.
7. Doesn't look like Felix likes it. It's going to go down to 6. But we've got a keep from Jacob on the left. Remember, Jacob a game down, but was our number 1 seed going into this top 8 and was on the play, but did fall to the hands of Felix on 5 cards on the draw with the powerful Prime Evil Titan deck. Can he follow that up with a second win and secure himself into the semi-finals? Or are we going to go into a game number 3? And I love game number 3s of Magic the Gathering, ladies and gentlemen. Let me remind you.
Well, at least if we are going we're not going to game number 3. We still have plenty of Magic.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
we have other games.
We've got a backup feature match
Yes.
happening at the same time for you all as well. Hopefully that doesn't finish by the time we get across to it. That is another Prowess deck versus Azorius Control. And I say that I believe there's 3 control decks. I'm counting that Omnef deck as a control deck.
2 at least.
Two straight up control decks and then 1 Omnef control. Is this a better opening 6? Looks like Felix likes it. 1 card going to the bottom.
And fetch. Monastery attacking directly.
It doesn't even tap. It just comes
Yeah,
into
it's
play
just-
tap. That's how it is. Taylor Swift Spear. Good douche. 1 point of damage to the face.
I really like that card.
Steam Vents is going to be the land of choice. We do see that Radiant Fountain did come in. That's the draw for the turn. Remember, that's got ETB gain 2 life. No turn 1 amulet, I don't think. for you. So going for a slightly slower play here.
Let's see what is his strategy.
It looks like we just got a bunch of land and a Cultivator Colossus. All right, I'm going to copy your
Getting
Steam
rid-
Vent.
Yes.
Pass. No
Another fetch. This time is playing the fetch and then get rid of the fetch. A little slower than the first one.
So, question for you, Twitch chat. Does anybody actually tap the fetch lands before sacrificing them?
Well,
You never see it. You just pit the fetch land in the graveyard. No one ever taps
Yes.
it, sacrifices, puts it in the graveyard. You just don't see it anymore.
I don't think that it's a big issue. Like, it's a shortcut.
Okay, now chat's coming out. I do. Okay,
I do.
okay. I've
Everybody
just never seen it, chat. I've never seen it. If you're ever at the same event that I'm casting, I'll get you a feature match just so you can show
Ooh.
us all. As we see Slingshot coming down with a Mistress Bauble, a bunch of triggers. That means an extra 3 points of damage is going to happen on top of the original
14
2.
each.
And we're going to look at that top card. It didn't look like a land, so it looks like it could be a spell, and it is. It's spelunking. I spoke about how that reminds me of Batman later on.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone doesn't get the reference between spelunking and Batman, then you can either go back and watch this VOD or just go watch yourself on. Go watch yourself some Dark Knight. Great film.
And you know where you can find the VOD after this tournament? On our YouTube channel.
Yeah, we've got YouTube channels. They've got Twitch VODs. Make sure you're following all the socials.
Checking the Oracle text. It's always good because sometimes, especially when the cards are very old, the text is changed.
Okay, and just an untap. 14 life because 2 was gained off the fountain. Can we?
Humana expressive iteration. So trigger, and resolving the expressive iteration.
So we get to look at the top 3. Put 1 into our hand, 1 into exile that we can play to end of turn, and 1 to the bottom of our library. When I first saw this card, I thought, okay, it looks pretty cool. And then I kept casting it on turn 2, and I was like, this card's terrible.
Yep.
Why is this card played? And quickly realized it is a turn 3 onwards card, to get yourself the max amount of value from it. So here we go. We're going to pit the Dragon Race Channel to the Exile Zone. We do have another land drop. I can see that the back of the hand there. Looks like we've got 2 extra land drops plus 2 preordained.
Seems like it. First one, attacking with both, so 4 more damages. No, they are more. Five.
Five.
Yep.
And we've got the option to play a Preordain
Mhm.
in our hand, but decided we're going to use this Dragon Reach channel to add a bit more power to the battlefield and try and get lethal next turn. Because if we go fetch up a blue source here, which we
Yeah.
are doing, Steam Vents, to cast
We
it,
saw what happens.
and it's not as scary when your opponent doesn't have an Amulet of Vigor on the other side of the battlefield. So, okay, Fire Spout is what is going to be cast, and that's we use the green mana for it. I did speak about this being a sweeper that could potentially come in. So if you do use each creature without flying, if you use red, deals 3 damage to each creature flying. If you use green, and not all of them die, right? Because because there is red being cast because it's a Steam Vents as well.
Yes, it's a steam vent.
Yep, 3 damage to all creatures and all flyers. So we do need to rebuild. Luckily, we can do that. We've got multiple Preordains in our hand, plus a Taylor Swift Spear. That was a very timely Fire Spout.
Yes.
If you don't have that, I think it might have just been game over there. Move to match number 3.
Yes, but now Jacob can still does something. The problem is that now maybe is getting late for him.
So
Every round count.
this is where things are going to get problematic. Okay, so we get a couple of damage
Yes.
in here. Okay, 2 points damage come across. Sweet. We've sculpted our hand a little bit. If Felix can go land into the 1 ring, that buys him another turn.
Yes.
There's land. There's
There
1
is
ring.
a ring.
Protection for the turn.
Protection.
Do we have any ways of getting through protection in this list? Let me have a little look, ladies and gentlemen. No, we do not. We have got none in the 75. So we're definitely going to have protection for this turn, which means next turn, can we do maybe something of the same? Or can we get an amulet into multiple land drops in the same turn and cast the Primeval Titan and just win the game? Jacob has done a lot of damage to himself, i.e. 10 whole points of damage.
That's kind of tricky.
So here comes the setup turn.
Pick your poison. Getting rid.
Pick your poison,
Soulscar
came in.
Mage. And another land, 3 mana, get the Giganta on hand. And of course, he's not attacking because there is still the protection from the ring.
Yeah, no need to. You can attack, just
Yes, but
Well,
it's useless.
you might need these on blocking duty.
Exactly.
3 mana. Dried Elysian Grove, I believe, might be the play. But, of course not. It's
Spelunking.
blunking, which gives us an extra land drop for the turn. So we've got 2 land drops, and our lands come into play untapped. Okay, is
Now
there...
there is.
Surely we can't cast a Titan through all this. So bounce land's going to come in.
I never say never.
Trigger. Bounce it back to our hand. 2 mana flowing. 1 white, 1 green. Plus either a blue or red, whatever we need, generic. But it's going to be the 3rd mana week to cast this Dried Elysian Grove. I still think we've got 2 land drops.
Well, let's see. The Dried is down. So 2 mana floating. Another land on top. And there is a bounce. And trigger.
Gain a little bit more life. Play
2 mana.
another Dryad. Get another land drop. Play a castle. And pass the turn back and hope that you are not dead. With the draw step,
Yeah.
we can empty our hand, but it is not a good position. It is going to be fetch, go down to 7.
Now it's very difficult for Jacob.
We're going to play Giganta. We're going to play the Soulscar Mage. And then I think we're just going to have to pass the turn. And I know there's a Primeval Titan. You know there's a Primeval Titan. I know that there's Vesuvius in the Valakuts in the deck. And I know that there's ways to copy that Valakut in the deck. So I don't think Jacob is going to get another turn. We're just going to show the
And
Primeval
yes.
Titan. And he's going to be like, look, this is going to be more than enough. I'm going to be able to throw lots of lightning bolts to your face. But we're on camera. I'm going to make you do it. There's a chance that you slip up. It does happen. This is Magic the Gathering at the end of the day.
And
So-
after 15 rounds, you can start to get tired, especially when you play something like Titan.
Exactly. So this is going to come into play. ETB, go search 2 lands. We're going to give it
I don't
haste
think
as well.
this one is the
Haste
game when he can.
Do so this ETBs is going to be 6 damage. 6 damage to you. Haste. Get another 2 triggers. Do another 6 to you.
And yes.
Game over before even combat damage is done. We're going to see Felix, who snuck in 8th place with the powerful Amulet Titan deck, advancing to the semi-finals. But our number 1 seed, Jacob, is going to fall short, but has put up a stellar performance with this. Is it Prowess, Team of Prowess deck, whatever we want to call it, but the new aggressive strategy with the slingshot. But we do have more magic for you, so let's go across to our backup feature match and see how they are getting on. Where we've got Azorius Control versus Mono Red Prowess.
You mean
Marco versus Ricardo. It's not looking great.
you mean colorless goblin, right?
Yes, the meme, if you've been following along with us all weekend long, obviously Marco did think his deck was colorless goblins. And I put an end to that shenanigans. I put the foot down. I was the sheriff in town for that one. I was like, no, we're not having that anymore.
Well, at least he won the first match. Now he is 1-0 for Marco, so
yeah, it looks like Ricardo's in the driving seat in this match. Active ring on the battlefield, plus the solitude, a grip full of cards. Where
this
Marco,
can be difficult.
I think Marco's missing blue mana by the looks of it. Just double mountain. Says
And
that's
let's
enough
go to
time.
game 3. But that gets us a chance to see their deck list and their sideboard.
Yeah, it does. Let's see if the production's got them ready to go. We can get them on the screen. Who are we starting off with? We're starting off with Marco's list.
With the sheriff.
We just saw it obviously pick up the L in the other game. They are kind of carbon copies of lists. We see some slight variations here and there, but this is kind of a generic 60, I would say, for this Prowess list. Looking at the sideboard here, 4 pick poisons, sure, is what it is. Flame of Anor, delay, spell pierce, blood moon effects. Like, what do I want against these control decks? Spell pierces, I imagine I'd want coming in. If I've seen Leyline's bindings, maybe I want to bring in some copies of Pick Your Poison, but it's very hit or miss if that is actually going to be good at all. Could bring in delays. Delay could count. Obviously, it counts any spells, but puts it on a delay. For 3 turns. And then those, obviously, I'm in the aggro deck. I want the game to be over by the time that suspend happens. So I wouldn't mind also that coming in. You could try and get them with a Blood Moon, especially as you're on the play. These Azorius control decks, just because they say they're Azorius, they do play, as I say, Leyline's bindings, do play triomes, do play a lot of non-basic lands. In the past, they did play quite a few of them. This list is just playing the full, playing 5 copies, 3 islands and 2 planes. So there's a chance you can kind of get them in quotes. And worst case scenario, it might even just bait out a counter spell and leave you open for your fast, aggressive line. But I think if I'm on the play against this matchup, I don't want to be bringing in my slower, impactful cards. I want to keep my early explosive draws moving forward. And the way I'm going to do that is with spell pierces and with delays. So that's how I'd sideboard on that one. But on the other side, on Azorius Control, what we working with? Well, Supreme Verdict, definitely.
Yeah,
kills creatures.
sure.
I think Rest in Peace might be a trap. It seems good against Dragon Race Challengers and Lava Darts, but if that's what you're doing on 2 mana, you're probably having a hard time. I don't mind Dress Downs, turning off Prowess for a turn, making sure
can be useful.
Yeah, make sure they don't go crazy. Ley Lines of Sanctity could also come in, means that we can't be targeted with the lightning bolts, the lava darts. They can't go to our face, which might actually be relevant. But again, it's very hit or miss. It will look great if you cast it on turn 0 and your opponent's just got lots of lightning bolts in hands. But if they got a very creature-heavy draw, which is what they actually won, you might look a little bit silly. So we could see something like Dampening Sphere coming in, taxing them, not able to cast multiple spells in one turn, which means there's not going to be enough Prowess triggers. There's not going to be enough +2/+Os going forward. So I could see maybe Dampening Sphere coming in. And as I said, this is a card you don't traditionally see too much in Modern anymore. Occasionally you'll see it as like a one-of in some sideboards. But this weekend, Prowess on the radar. I imagine that's why we're seeing an uptick in Dampening Spheres. So let's get down to the match to see how they're getting on. As they're off to the races. Looks like turn 1 land into Bauble, trigger Bauble in graveyard, cast second Bauble. And the follow-up is going to be, I'd like to Prismag, ending that by fetching a basic Plains. Oh, I think we've had a mulligan here. I can only see 2 cards in hand for Marco.
Oh, that doesn't look good at all. Hard mulligan.
Definitely need a large variety of cards to, or volume of cards to try and win this game. We're going to bauble end of turn, try and go deeper. That means we're going to get 2 cards in our turn. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Untap. We're looking for a threat.
Drawing a
That's
slick
probably the best threat that we can find.
Yeah.
Now, do we get it in now and dodge any potential counter magic on the other side and get a point of damage in? Or do we plot it and try and go for a later turn and get a big explosive multiple cards in one turn kind of shot?
Well, he gets the mountain, so it's untapped. He can choose what he prefer to do, and he's hard casting.
I think I like hard casting it here. I think you're already down on cards. Your odds of winning this game already are significantly cut in half. They're pretty rough. My opponent's got a full grip and it's post-sideboard. They know that they're going to have more removal, more answers, more kind of trimming down on those big spells to smaller spells to interact with me.
Yeah.
I need them to just have a bad draw.
Yeah.
Have a couple more land than they potentially could at this stage of the game so I can get there and get this damage in. But looks like we still have the answer. Going to affect a basic island. Only costs us 1 life. Prismatic ending number 2 is going to deal with it. Another slick shot. Slick shot, land, and lightning bolt left in hand. I'd be firing them all off this turn and then keep tapping the top of my deck and hoping.
Fetching down to 17. And this was such a top deck for Marco. Like, we are still here. We are still playing. We are trying. I'm not that yet.
I think what he needs to basically find is a expressive iteration or a preordain.
Taking Giganta in hand.
Okay. I'm trying to work out.
Lawyer revealed for Ricardo.
Marco's got a plan. Maybe just want a few more cards. I feel like we might have just been able to do that next turn if we draw a dead card.
But, you know, he managed to the top 8, so
I
guess he has a plan.
Played this game a lot more than me over the, in fact, 15 games more than me. So we'll see how it goes.
But, yeah, that was unexpected.
Untap. It's just another land. And that's what I mean. Like, right now, I think we could have got a bit more aggressive.
Hard casting is just. And let's see. Starting with the combat. Then 3 damages from Bolt. And we have Solitude.
Solitude, ditching Leyline Binding. That's the 3rd threat that's going to be dealt with.
But yeah, still 3 damages from the Bolt. And land down on the board and pass.
Land drawn off the top. We're going to play that. Tapped. Not going to use any more life than we need to. 3 mana, that's going to get ourselves a Narset, and that's going to tick down straight away. Looks like Rest in Peace did come in.
Huh.
We've got option of Rest in Peace or Supreme Verdict.
So he did bring in the Rest in Peace.
Yeah. It is a Underworld Breach deck as well. They do play a full 2 copies, so the graveyard is relevant the later the game goes. It would actually probably be a half-decent top deck at this point, just to be able to try and recur some of the spells in our graveyard. But of course, there's no creatures in our graveyard because they've all been exiled.
Supreme Verdict was the one. Patching down to 13.
Which again, for Marco's not great to know. He's like, okay, so whatever threats I play, I can't really deploy multiple in one turn even if I had them, because they'll just get swept away with that Supreme Verdict. We're going to do a little bit of deck thinning here. Fetch, go get a shock. Would really like a Surveil land there, but obviously we don't have it. There's a expressive iteration.
Can still do something.
This is a way to get back into the game, because remember, it doesn't draw you the cards.
Double, Bolt, and...
Was it a Slick Shot?
No, it wasn't. I think it was Dragon Channeler or a Mage. A Soulscar Mage.
Yeah, it was a Soulscar Mage. Okay.
Yeah.
Good eyes, good eyes. And then we're going to bauble now, so we draw the extra card in our opponent's turn, because that's how we can get around Narset and get extra cards.
That's cool.
And pass the turn back, upkeep, draw off my bauble.
Another expressive iteration.
Look, chaining these off back to back is definitely a way to get back in this game. Problem is, on the other side, Narset is just finding absolute gas with a dress down, a prismatic ending. I imagine we take the ending here. I also see a one ring and a subtlety in hand here for Ricardo.
Well, let's see.
I think like the way the game's panning out, and I think Marco, that mulligan is really going to affect him here,
Yes.
just in card quality.
No,
We're
it's
gonna,
just for the Teferi.
we're gonna well, Teferi also like, we can cast it this turn and just get rid of that threat because that is one of the threats in Marco's deck. It doesn't have haste,
Well,
but we are going to cast it. We also get an extra card for it. That extra card is the one ring.
when you use your Narset and it's like that, and you have to choose, oh, can I get this good card on this better card or that better card?
We're going to fetch again. Go down to 13. Thin the deck a little bit more before we cast this EI. Which, at this late in the stage in the game, you're probably just going to try and look for like a threat plus, and we see Lava Dart plus 2 Soul Scar Mages, so we can pit. I don't hate Lava Dart to hand, Soul Scar Mage to exile, hard cast it. Now Lava Dart, get rid of the Teferi, yes.
And the first one.
And then a follow-up of another Soul Scar, but then the problem is we know about that Supreme Verdict, so we can't really commit more than one threat a turn, which is great for Ricardo because he can't really die from one threat in a turn, especially not of the hand that he's got. Might just see the one ring deployed here. That's what we do see. That gives us protection for another turn. Now, does this have a way of getting around the one ring? No, it does not. So we definitely have protection for at least a turn. Marco can kind of step back, take a little breath. Marco's having a look at his graveyard. What else have I got? Do I have any more lava darts? What's the roll going through here? Narset is going to bite the dust though, because of course it's just the player that gains protection, not the permanents.
But at this point, with your opponent at 14 life points and...
Ooh, Underworld Breach was drawn.
So, Giganta is down on the board.
5 mana for a 5/5.
First of all.
Nice stats. Is basically an extra card at the end of the day as well.
Yep.
But this is a huge problem. The one ring drawing more cards, meaning that we can hit our land drops, double spell
Huge
in
value.
these turns. We probably see a Supreme Verdict this turn just to get everything off the battlefield. Nope.
Oh, another ring?
Ricardo's been a master at this. I love it. He's baiting out more. He's like, no, this isn't enough on the battlefield for me to fire off my Supreme Verdict yet. I want you to commit a little bit more. Or at least I'm going to try and get a bit more land on the battlefield before I do need to fire it off. Maybe I want to try and get it to Teferi down with a Supreme Verdict in the same turn or something. As we're going to plot this Slickshaw and just pass the turn back. One ring, tap, draw another card. That's a Prismatic Ending.
So much value.
Wrong, it's a Leyline's Binding, not Prismatic Ending.
Yeah, it's binding. Another Narset in hand. So now he has plenty of options. First of all, he will land drop.
I feel like the game's over.
Yeah.
I feel like it was over about 5 turns ago. The problem is
Probably.
Ricardo's deck is not good at winning the game quickly. It's good at winning the game of Magic the Gathering in Modern. It's just not great at winning real quick. And in an untimed top 8, this might take a while.
Yeah.
How many ways does he actually have to win the game? Let's have a little look. Let's have a little countsy poos. We've got 4 Solitudes, 4 Subtleties. That's it? We got any Hall of Storm Giants or anything? No. My word, there is...
But we know Marco, I think he won't surrender. He will try, at least until the end. Another trigger on the ring, 2 cards in hand. Land drop, and let's see.
Yeah, Pluto Delta is the land for turn, and that's what's going to get cracked.
Touching. Down to 11.
Getting a Triumph. It's going to give us the Swamp that we were missing, meaning the Leyline's Binding is now going to be reduced to 1.
Also, another thing is that we know exactly what Ricardo has in hand. But Marco doesn't know. So he can guess, of course, because when your opponent has 6, 7 card in hands, you can guess that he has option against you. No, 8 cards in a hand. Getting rid of another land.
Getting to the point where you need to discard, it just feels bad. Like, we've got
Yes.
creature spell pierce. You can't even spell pierce the Supreme Verdict. One, because it's 2 minutes land on the battlefield, but also it has that added tax of can't be countered.
And another ring down on the board in the last round. So again, protection.
All right, so now we're deploying this other Soulscar Mage, which Ricardo knew about. Is this enough to bait out this Supreme Verdict that we are trying our hardest to get out of the hand for Ricardo? And Ricardo knows it. He's just buying his time by playing multiple rings, playing multiple land drops. And this is the turn. This is enough. A 3-for-1. We're happy with that,
the
Ricardo
verdict.
says. Sure, these are now all going to go to the graveyard. But obviously, remember, there is a Underworld Breach, I believe, in hand. So 3
Yep.
more cards to the graveyard means 1 more trigger of that Underworld Breach if it does resolve. But we are playing this control deck, which does have cards like Force of Negation in it.
Steam Vents. 2 damages.
I'm looking at this deck. This doesn't play Counterspell.
Nope.
No, it doesn't. That is interesting. So how do we follow up? Preordain off the top is a good one, but maybe this is the turn we want to try and fire off this Underworld Breach, gain some value. We could end the turn with a couple of Soulscar Mages.
Okay, so trying to cast the Slick Shot from the plotting zone.
That might... I feel like this is a subtlety target. We've got 4 mana up. We can just hard cast a subtlety
It's
deal.
still, yes. Still thinking about it.
Because plot is you cast it for 0
And
mana.
yeah.
So yeah. Would you like that on top or bottom of your deck? And if you go top, obviously we can get it back with the Preordain. If we can find... If we do that, put it back on top, recast it, cast the Underworld Breach. No, we need like 1 more land for it to go pretty crazy. But we are going to put it back on top. And
The
Underworld
Breach.
Breach is going to be the play for the turn. I have no idea what's in that graveyard. Looks like we've got a Lava Spike, Iterations, Lightning Bolt. There it is. And that looks like that's going to be the first spell cast. And we're getting rid of the creatures. Okay. Oh, hold on a minute. Is Ricardo at 6?
3. Yes.
Are we just 3 Lightning Bolts away from death?
Yes.
1 ring is going to get tapped. We're looking for a Solitude. If we can hit Solitude, we can gain ourselves some life.
And
He doesn't
no,
have
it's
it.
a GG.
Ricardo looked like he had it completely locked up, but was not able to get there. There was a turn where he chose the card over Rest in Peace, but Lil Dino, Rest in Peace, would have guaranteed him this game. Marco manages to snatch it from the face of death and advance to the semi-finals.
Such a game.
Ease. Jeez.
GG.
I would have bet all my channel points on Mark. What just happened? That was crazy. But that's why we
That
love
was
Magic.
crazy.
We know Underworld was
Yes.
good, but we didn't take into effect how low his life points were. How many times can we cast Lightning Bolt in the same turn? Absolutely crazy, chat. What?
That
Mind
was
blown.
so good.
Mind blown. Love seeing it. Right, let's see if there's any conclusion to the other matchups, if we know who's winning what. So let me go to here.
Well, we can check.
So we know that Amulet Titan went through. Felix went through there. We also now know that Marco went through on Prowess. So how are the other tables going? Let's have a look.
And on table 3, we had Stefano Pezzella against Niccolò Alfiniti. And Alfiniti won 2-1.
Azorius Control, right?
Yeah, Azorius Control.
Yeah, Azorius Control 1. So that's the Kuhira version taking down Zoo.
Exactly.
And in our other match, we've got... Let's have a little look. Hover over that. Of course, you can also follow at home. I think that game's still playing by the looks of it.
Which one?
As in the last
one,
last
yes.
semi-finals,
Seems like it.
which is 4-color Omnath versus Jund Creativity, Alessandro versus how do I pronounce that?
I think
Di-
they are
Diso?
Alessandro Parisi against Decio Sacco.
Decho. Is that how I say it? Decho. So
Yeah,
they're,
but
they're
I'm
still
not sure.
playing, but obviously they're on another table away from the cameras. I don't know what match they're in, so I don't think we can move them across to try and bring you that coverage.
Yep.
I will ask the question though: what match are they in currently. Because if they're in like game number 2 and they're going to go get for site game number 3, we'll see if we can move them across, give you the most
Yeah,
magic
maybe.
action that we possibly can. Because we do things slightly different here at Legacy European Tour. When players finish matchups, we go out into the crowd and we try and get the people sideboarding and moving across. So we've got a constant flow of magic happening all the way through.
Hmm.
I still haven't had my reply back yet. Pretty crazy. We've seen some crazy things, but that might be the
Yes.
craziest thing I've seen this weekend. I would have bet so much that we were not gonna have that outcome to that match. That they were outdone, dusted. Never, it's not gonna
Yes.
happen. There's too many cards on the other side. But then when I realized there's no counter magic,
Yes,
it was pretty weird. Normally you see a lot of counter magic in those decks, and
I have to say I'm pretty happy because I really, really like Prowess.
is that your deck? Is it? You feel like if you're playing modern, that's the deck you'll be picking up next?
Probably, yes.
Well, clearly it's a good one. 2 copies in the top 8, multiple copies throughout the weekend.
Yes.
Slick shot. I'm being told that that last match is all over, and the winner was not reported yet.
Well, they will report it.
Hold on. We've
Oh,
got Philip.
Alessandro.
Philip's right next to us. I'm
No,
just
no,
gonna ask Philip.
it's
Who won that match?
Alessandro Parisi.
I mean, told doesn't know. Wasn't watching it. Okay, he's gonna
Alessandro
go find
won.
out for me. Alessandro won.
Yes.
Okay.
So creativity.
So creativity got in there.
Yes.
Sweet. So just means that the top 4 is going to be Amulet Titan, Team of Prowess, Azorius Control, the Kahira version, and Jun Creativity. 4 different decks in the top 4. You love to see it. But that is going to be it from myself and from Caffeine Lily today. We've had an absolutely outstanding 2 days casting
Yes.
to you all. We hope that you have enjoyed it. For the last 2 rounds, you are going to have Skura and Philippa. They're going to see you through, and they're going to crown us a champion here this weekend and pass
Yes.
them this trophy. So until you see us again, have a good evening. Enjoy the Pro Tour. If you're going to stay up and watch it after this event, I hope you do. That's what I'm going to do, especially when I'm on the flight. I'm going to pay, pay that extra money
your
on the
phone.
Wi-Fi so I can watch it on my phone. But again, chat, we love you. Thank you very much. It's all because of you that we can do this. Huge shout out to the team and stuff, but they'll be doing
Yes,
the good buzz
of
at the
course.
end. So from me, from Lily, see you next time.
Bye.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. This Grand Open qualifier is almost ending. We have the semifinals and the finals left. Let's take a look here at the animation to see what players and decks made it into the top 4 of the tournament. Very exciting things, very different decks. Let's take a look here from the top 8 who won.
Yeah, a lot of different archetypes, but actually, surprisingly, a lot of blue-white control and a lot of Prowess. But yeah, Prowess goes down the main zoo. Blue-white control, 4-color Omnath. And we see Amulet Titan versus Mono Red Prowess and Giant Creativity versus blue-white control.
Great matchups. What do you think, Philip, that the outcome can be from these?
Well, Felix has shown his dominance with Amulet Titan against Prowess, so let's see if he can actually pull this off yet again. Blue-white control versus creativity. I think I'm banking on blue-white control for this one.
And who are we going to have in your feature match?
Let's go with Amulet Titan versus Mono Red Prowess to see if Felix can actually just destroy all the Soulscar mages along his way.
I know that you're a Bridge fan, so you should have watched the last match because I saw that Marco Rossi here on Mono Red Prowess was able to use Bridge to triple bolt
Nice.
for exact lethal against the Azorius control player.
Yeah, so Amulet Titan versus Mono Red Prowess. And then we will watch blue-white control versus Giant Creativity.
These Mono Red Prowess that actually plays blue, right?
Yeah, yes. The name is mainly because of the melee name.
Giganta revealed there in the companion area as Marco Rossi companion. And let us know, Twitch chat, who are you rooting for, Mono Red or Titan? Titan that did very poorly in the conversion from day 1 to day 2. Only 9% of the players that brought Titan on day 1 made it into day 2, compared with, for example, 30% of the Temur Prowess conversion rate. Not performing too well, but it looks like Felix here piloting the deck very well into the top 8.
So yeah, let's look at the opening hand for Rossi Marco. Yeah, if we have to put back 2 cards off of this hand, and it gets definitely tougher. I guess a double creature, bobble, bolt, double land. So you might be. It's just so difficult. Now I think Marco will be on the play because he was the highest seed, and it does seem to be the case. I think we'll go Soulscar Mage turn 1, turn 2, no plotting, slick shot, bobble, smash for 5. That's what I would expect.
And let's see here what Felix has. I already see Amulet in hand, so...
Yeah, that's the start.
What do you think of these basics, Philip? I know that you're a big fan of some basics. Is this in your top list?
Definitely. If I were not playing beta, I would be playing 4th edition Japanese. I play bolts and counterspells, 4th edition Japanese.
Very nice. So Felix already has Amulet. Marco here trying to be fast before the Titan starts just taking away the game. And I think, as you predicted, we might see a plot there from the slick shot show off. There it is. Oh no, just played it immediately. Bubble, bubble.
Oh, double bubble. Okay, that's nice. That's nice.
Which makes sense, just a lot of damage right away. And Felix very quickly going down to 11 life. That was a great turn. Now Marco gets to draw 2 cards from the bubble. Grazer there. Another amulet. And go.
Yeah, that Graze is holding down the fort pretty effectively because now we attack and just 2 damage coming across. And with double amulet, we might see the game closing right now. I'm not sure if 5 minutes have passed. Trigger.
A lot of mana floating.
And yeah, I think we can go to the next one. Yeah, just pay appropriate. Okay, put it to hand from the pact, and then use the mana Titan. And Marco says, "Yup, just resolve it."
And let's see what Felix grabs there for the lands. We know 2 amulets in play, so this is not looking good for Marco. And this deck just showing off how strong it is. Was also the most played deck yesterday on day 1. 42 copies of Amulet Titan.
Yep, that seems
That's game 1.
about done.
Felix taking the win here. Marco did have to move on the play. Now, let's take a look at this player's sideboard so we can see what strategy they might have against each other.
Well. That was definitely painful for Marco, but maybe he can prepare a bit better for the post-board games. It is indeed best of 3. Not best of 1, not best of 5. And we'll try to get the deck list on the screen to see how they might be sideboarding. So for Felix, he has got some strats already prepared because he's played against Prowess multiple times today. I could even probably check how many times exactly. Actually, let me check. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is his 4th Prowess match, so maybe not as much as I thought, but I would expect Generous End, Roxanne, Double Fire Spout, and maybe Bojuka Bog. He has sided that in the past. Radiant Fountain, Colony Garden. So a couple of solid options for him.
And let's see on the other side what the Prowess player is doing. Marco here, sideboard. What do you think might enter?
Yeah, so this sideboard for the deck called Colorless Goblins on MTG Melee has got a couple of options. Pick your poison, probably the best one. Gets rid of Saga, gets rid of the Amulet, so that's these. You can play Delay to just straight up, buy yourself enough time. It's like a mix between Counterspell, Remand type of thing. And Blood Moons. Double Blood Moon can also be huge, especially in this version where you are really red focused. So yeah, I would side in probably like 7-ish cards that are all really good. Maybe you can cut like Underworld Breach, maybe trim on the card selection. So yeah, there are a couple of really solid options. I think Marco improves a bit more than Felix, but I think it's close.
So let's take a look here as our players get ready for this game 2. Marco will be on the play since he did lose the first match, the first game there of the match. But a lot of things can happen. Let us know, Twitch chat, where are you watching from? It's been a full weekend of Magic. Modern is such a fun format. We got to see so many different types of decks, and it's been a blast being here all weekend, streaming from Italy.
I also know, I talked with Felix a little bit, and he told me that he played in Ghent, but he punted away a top 8 match, or a match to get to the top 8. So this is his like redemption arc, basically. And he has played the deck since 2015, he told me. And if you count, 2015 was 8-9 years ago. So basically a Titan exclusive player.
Usually, a lot of the Titan players play this deck exclusively. It's not an easy deck to master.
Yeah, definitely. It's a classic situation when everything goes according to your plan. It's pretty easy, like most decks. But if something doesn't go to your plan, then it is definitely challenging. Maybe you draw the wrong land that you wanted to search for. Maybe you're playing around a subtlety, so you don't want to pact, and multiple other instances like that. Okay, so now let's look at the openers. I see a couple of creatures for Marco. I think I see triple creature for Marco, actually.
Yeah.
We're off. Okay. Let's go. Gigantha on Marco's side.
And let's see what land it picks up here.
So it is Steam Vents, pretty classic. But if like Marco finds maybe a basic mountain with the next one, I would probably expect some Blood Moons to come down. And now, in the top 8, they are playing open deck list. So they are fully aware of what the other side could have.
Starting with Soul Scar Mage on the other side, Amulet Titan. Amulet here for the Titan players, so great start.
Yeah, another time Amulet turn 1, followed up by copying that Amulet to have two amulets. So we might see another turn 3, yeah, going completely nuts on turn 3.
And I already see Titan in end as well for Felix, so things are looking up. Let's see if Marco can be fast enough to finish this game before that happens.
Oh, no spell, so probably we see double creature. Yep.
So we have triple Soul Scar Mage.
Oh, if there is a bounce land, we can play Fire Spout. Oh, there isn't. But if there was, Grulter, for example, we could have just Fire Spouted the entire battlefield, and that would be huge. Okay, we're copying. Thank you very much. We're copying Stomping Ground. 2 mana, Explore. Oh, we drew an amulet. Oh my
Untap,
god.
no.
Wow.
2 amulets versus 3
Well,
Soul Scar Mage.
Never mind. 3 amulets next turn.
Okay, let's see what Marco can do here to try to prevent Felix to once again win very fast with 3 amulets.
Yeah, so let's see if we see Magus or Bloodman. I don't think we are. Oh, this is just. Oh,
I mean,
just 5.
it's great, but not enough.
Oh no.
Also,
Oh
no spell to give the prowess, just
Yeah.
creatures, not even that much damage. Felix still staying at 14 alive there. And
Roxanne
we
is the
know.
pickup. I don't think there are lands actually. Wow. They don't even play this out. Felix just goes Fire Spout here. Okay. GG's to Felix. 2-0 against Marco.
Yeah, and Mark was like, no, you got this one. Let's move on to our backup here. The other semifinals. So we have Gen Creativity versus Azorius Control. And Philip, tell me, if you were on the Amulet Titan player side that just won, would you prefer to win here in the other semifinals?
Good question. I think I'd rather play against Creativity because Blue-Eye Control has got, has Binding, Ending for Amulets, has got Subtleties. So actually plays on the stack. Against Alessandro, everything will actually resolve. So if I were the Titan player, if I were Felix, I would root for Alessandro. I will double check if the score is correct, if it's really 0-0.
I mean, it's possible. The games were really fast on the other side.
Yeah, but then Nicolo has just 2 lands. So, but maybe they started with a delay. So let me just confirm whether we're just... Okay, we are. So this is at the actual very beginning. to the other semi-final.
Yeah, usually they start with a bit of a delay, so we can try to get a bit of both matches for you all at home, and hopefully you're enjoying the stream. It's been a long weekend, and it all culminates here into our top 8. Only 4 players right now remaining. We already know that one of the finalists will be Amulet Titan. Let's see what the other deck will be. So, a bit about this board state. We see Fable of the Mirror Breaker there. And we just got a Solitude. I think we are going to see Totsis.
Yep.
So let's see what Nicolo has. I see at least 1 ring. Counter. Let's make a token there, a dwarf. 3 mana remaining and just passing the turn. We know that Nicolo has 1 ring, I think even 2 rings.
The One Ring is really good in this particular matchup because it means that when Alessandro resolves Archons, they don't do anything. And then Nicolo can just untap and pretty cleanly Supreme Verdict, basically nullifying everything that Alessandro has done so far. So, okay, that's a flip.
So we have reflection of the Kikijiki now.
One of the better ways maybe is to have some kind of instant speed, let's say, Archons with Persist and then giving them haste. But again, not this particular turn because of the ring protection.
Land and go. So Nicolo will now take 1 damage from the ring. It looks like we're just replacing that dwarf token with an actual token, so it's easier for you at home to follow up on what's going on. Nicolo down to 18 alive. We know there's a ring to replace that 1 ring in case it becomes necessary, but first let's draw 2 cards.
Yeah, and this semi-final might take a bit more time, definitely.
Okay, there we have the 1/1 dwarf.
Nice. Personally, when I come to tournaments, I try to prepare the tokens I play with. Because they are going to be useful every single round, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Every single round you're going to make a dwarf token, goblin shaman token.
There's different kinds of players. Some are prepared, some are not. It's always nice to have tokens.
Because I think that's commercial district, so we'll get some surveil action. I think that was a land. Yeah, we're ditching
Yeah.
it. Now we're untapping.
So that reflection of Kikijiki can get really scary as well because it no longer has Summon Sickness. There's also the Bitter Reunion, which can give haste to things. So let's see. Interesting. So we have Busejo on the Leyline Binding, which is holding Ren and 6.
Yeah, then that Ren can then pick up again Boseiju to insulate yourself from future bindings. Okay, let's resolve that fully.
And what do you think of these new survey lands, Philip? We saw them so much all over the weekend. They are relatively new for Murders at Karlov Manor, but definitely seeing play in Modern.
Yeah, they have been absolutely excellent. Huge addition to a lot of decks. First as a 0-off, then as a 1-off, and a lot of decks just went to playing, 2 copies, trying to think if they can even squeeze a third. Interestingly, here Alessandro picks up a fetchland rather than Boseiju to make a land drop, I presume. Yeah, the land drop is made. I'm not sure what the long-term plan for Alessandro is. Because Nicola just draws cards at his own
I don't know if
leisure.
I'm seeing correct, but I think Alexander does have 2 Archons in hand.
Okay, maybe he's actually walking up to some hardcast territory, which actually might be a good plan. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Archon is not a legendary, correct? So you can
Yes.
copy it with a reflection.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
With
then-
Bitter Reunion, you can even give it aced.
So, if it gets countered, you've got persist. If it gets verdicted, you've got persist. If it gets bound, you've got Boseiju. So just the worst outcome is solitude. That's the only bad outcome, but it is a bad outcome.
Yeah, so it looks like the black cards in hand are persists.
We do have Transmogrify. So I think what he would like to do is play Archon, resolve it, and then just hold up Fable copy until Nicola moves. Okay, Nicola moves. Death-free time Raveler. We might bounce the ring, but I don't think that's what we're going to do. Maybe bounce the dwarf to get rid of it. We can plus, but I'm not sure if this Teferi is surviving really. Okay, so what will this Teferi do?
There's a lot of
Teferi
options.
do.
So it looks like bouncing the token, drawing a card. This leaves Nicola with 4 mana available. Or 2 mana. Taking care of that Ren and 6, exiling it.
Yeah, that's good because like as Alessandro, you need to come up with a plan of what you want to accomplish to actually win. And then as Niccolo, you have to think of what Alessandro's plan might be to win the game. It's like the same thing but in reverse. And so if he identifies, okay, I might be losing specifically to Ren and 6 long term, let's remove it.
Let's see what Alexander is able to draw here. It needs to be something good.
Well,
Okay, so does this resolve? Because if it does, we're going to get that Archon into play. In response, Niccolo using Leyline Binding on the reflection of Kikijiki, and with this, Alexander concedes game 1 here. But this was only game 1, so Azorius Control is now up 1 game. Let's take a look at our decks so we can see what players can sideboard in. So first we have Azorius Control by Niccolo, and we have a lot of interesting cards in the sideboard. Obviously, one is Kahira as the companion.
Yeah, so against creativity, I think dress down is fine because you can blank the ETB of Archon and then maybe Supreme Verdicted or Solitude. So I think that's these. I would say Rest in Peace against this version, but in particular, Hallowed Moonlight is great, Reprieve is great, Leyline of Sanctity is also great, and worst case can be pitched to Solitude. I know nowadays we've got a lot of arguments of like, well, play it. You might as well pitch it to something. And in this case, it is again true. You can just pitch Leyline of Sanctity to Solitude. So maybe Narset even to stop the Bitter Reunion and Fable second chapter. That could be nice. I see a lot of tools for Nicolo.
And on the other side, let's take a look at our creativity deck by Alexandru Parizzi.
Yeah, so looking at that list,
Veil of Summer is interesting.
Veil of Summer is interesting. I would consider Boseiju because of the Leyline bindings and then Leyline of Sanctity and Rest in Peace. I would side in Terra Sunder.
Pick your poison against the One Ring.
And Leyline binding, potentially. Probably just better than because like you've got to push for Bolt, so you've got some stuff to side out. And I would think about Terastodon. The big issue with Terastodon, though, is that if you resolve Terastodon and you say, for example, okay, destroy 3 of your lands, make 3/3/3s, I keep the Terastodon. You get solituded, and then they have 9 power and you have 0. So it could be a double-edged sword. So I would consider Terastodon. I think Boseiju is in, Terra Sunder in, Veil is fine, Pick Your Poison is also to be considered.
And our players are getting ready. Let's take a look as they will go into game 2. Azorius Control is up 1 game, so Alexander will be now on the play. It's open deck list, so they can take a look at each other's lists and see what exactly to bring. Do you think there's a big difference between closed deck lists and open deck lists in terms of sideboarding?
Oh, it's a massive, massive difference because the opponent is or isn't playing alternative threats as creativity, or is or isn't playing Rest in Peace. So the openness of deck lists post board is just a massive, massive factor.
And I feel there's always one Azorius Control making it into the top 8.
Yeah, somewhere there. Yeah, that is true.
It's very tricky with Azorius Control to be able to tune your list to do well in the meta and also play it well and just overall against such a diverse meta where you have combo decks, aggressive decks, other control decks, reanimator decks to just bring the right cards.
So let's see, they're already presenting their decks. Let's see, what final do we see? Amulet Titan is already locked for the finals. And let's see whether it's Jund Creativity or Blue-White Control facing off that Titan. We've already seen a couple of Blue-White versus Titan matchups.
And let us know, Twitch chat, who do you want to win here, Azorius Control or Jund Creativity? What is your favorite deck between the two of?
Actually, now I just noticed, if Amulet Titan in the hands of Felix wins, it will be back-to-back LMS Amulet win. Because it also won in Prague.
I mean, it is a good deck.
Clearly.
I'm not too surprised if that were to happen.
Okay, I see land, persist, land. Okay, Alessandro Mulligans. Shuffle in.
Taking a mulligan here on the play.
Yeah, and going down on cards, like against control, most games are about attrition. So going down on resources on the play, while Nicolo keeps a 7 and draws an 8 on the draw, can make a huge difference. I spotted a Pick Your Poison. Okay, I think we can keep this one. And off to the races we go. Pass. Trigger.
Surveil. Island goes to the graveyard.
Probably a Surveillant coming down. These lands have excelled at just basically filling the curve whenever you would otherwise do nothing.
And there it is. The Surveillant. And
Okay.
looks like it stays on top. It's a Renan 6.
That's good. That's good because it's a threat that has to be attended to. And it puts you up on resources, which is especially good after a mulligan. So yeah, Renan 6, pretty decent here.
Blood Crypt is the land of choice. So this Renan 6 is going to plus, get a land. Let's see what Nicola can do here. Land go.
Okay, pick up that land. 2 mana, probably Bitter Reunion.
It is Bitter Reunion, so let's discard.
Yeah, now conveniently you can discard the land that you picked up, so that's basically free material. It might eat a counter spell. It's not a great trade because you're trading a premier answer for a very redundant spell. But then again, you know that Alessandro is just cashing in a land for 2 fresh, potentially action spells.
Yeah, so that gets countered.
And we play a land because, yeah, of course we have lands. And Hallowed Fountain is the pickup.
A lot of lands in Nicolo's side. I also see at the ferry, but he decides not to play it right now, just pass.
And another surveillance coming, surely. Trigger, yeah, commercial district. Okay, so 2 mana now.
Let's try again. Bitter Reunion. Does this one resolve?
Yeah, Bitter Reunion. Now, thankfully, you don't have to discard a card until it resolves. So you are not down on resources. And, okay, we ditch Archon. And play a land.
And go.
Okay, very, very interesting game because Alessandro is seemingly not doing much. Nicola is naturally not doing much. Double Mystical Archive. Okay, so we've got even more card selection coming for free.
So let's surveil the top card. Land go.
Yeah, so pretty positional game, I would say. We might find the dwarf here, but no, just waiting. Just more card selection, another land. You know, at some point, maybe Nicola will have wrong answers to the right threats. But it's very difficult to read Nicola's hand because like he's been doing nothing. There could be anything could be in there. Counter spells, removal, anything.
There's a Thoughtseize though, so we might find out soon.
Yeah, we will find out. So now we're slowly approaching a Ren ultimate threatening territory.
It's not something you see every day. So Thoughtseize here. Let's see what Nicola has, if that resolves.
Yeah, Thoughtseize, let's respond. We might respond with like Leyline Binding, so we for example, find Zagoth now. Oh, there are 3 archives. Oh, I like that.
A lot of surveilling.
A lot of surveilling indeed.
So the island goes on the bean. We have dress down. Okay, so now you get to see my hand. A lot of lands. There's a Teferi. There's Lorien's Reveal.
Oh, I would say there isn't anything. It's a very blank hand, I would say.
What is that fourth card next to the Lorien's Reveal?
Supreme Verdict.
So Supreme Verdict also not doing much here.
Yeah, pretty empty hand, while Alessandro has been sculpting his.
So we have Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, and now it's pretty awkward for Nicolo. Like, does he Supreme Verdict 1 Goblin Shaman? He probably doesn't, right? But Alessandro has got everything going, and there will be Ren Ultimate next turn.
I mean,
So
Nicolo can always draw cards with the Lorien's Reveal, but that's a bit slow.
yeah. Well,
4 mana.
no way that's a Supreme Verdict. The one ring? Oh, the one ring.
Nice pickup there.
Yeah, nice, but it doesn't address the problem at hand, which is Ren and 6. Draws another land.
Go.
Well, maybe Ren ult isn't that game winning. I'm trying to think. Oh, there is Pick Your Poison. Okay, it is then. Because I thought that it doesn't matter that Alessandro has Thought Seizures available if Nicolo can just draw out of it immediately. But now we can just Pick Your Poison the ring. We can't Thought Seize just yet.
There's still the protection.
Yeah. Yep, let's make you sacrifice an artifact, which again, sacrifice over circumvents indestructibility. We might... Whoa, no way. Oh, no way. Alessandro.
Okay, so we have another Fable there.
That is a spicy decision, but I think what the idea is that there is either a removal for Ren or Supreme Verdict. The issue is, if Nicolo draws Prismatic Ending, he can play Verdict into Ending. So Prismatic Ending off the top punishes this hard. That is a pretty GREED play.
Let's see if it pays out or not for Alexandro here.
Let's see if we see Prismatic Ending there. Prismatic Ending. Prismatic Ending. Draw.
Are you summoning it, Philip?
Well, it's a white card, isn't it? I think it's a white card.
I cannot quite see.
I think it was a white card. That would be such an unreal punish. Now, it doesn't mean that Nicolo is going to be ahead, but it means that he can continue playing the game. Okay, okay, that's
Lorien's Reveal, let's just draw 3 cards, see if there's anything that can get us out of the situation. Land, and that's going to be a go. And it looks like Alexandro did not get punished here by the decision of picking up a Ren instead of using the ultimate.
Yeah, but then Nicolo says, let's play it out. Which makes sense. He will probably win or lose in the next 2 turns. It's like for 3 minutes. No reason to not play this out with so much on the line, so.
In top 8, the rounds are also not timed. They have all the time in the world to finish this match. Or at least until the venue closes.
At least by then, yeah. But I think they also want to finish earlier than later to get that, stress off of them. Double land discarded.
Just as a reminder, we already know who the first finalist will be, which is going to be Amulet Titan. So whoever wins this match will be playing against it. Now, Nicolo is up a game, so even if Alexander managed to take the win here, we still will get a third. Yeah, Totsis, let's go. I'm not going to waste more time. Let's go. Game number 3. It's always great to see a game number 3. And does Nicolo here change any of the sideboard on the play instead of the draws?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, but I don't really think that changes much. So the play draw thing matters especially when games are short and condensed. And then when you're on turn, whether you can do something on your turn 2 or you can't do it on your turn 2, play draw dependent, changes a lot. But if the games take, 10 turns anyways, this difference is very much watered down, and I don't think you usually have to adjust that.
468 players started here yesterday, and only 3 are left. Our Amulet first finalists, and Nicolo and Alexandro. One of them will join the finals. All these players must be already very happy. They qualified for the regional championship in Naples next month. The format there is going to be standard, so if they are not familiar with the format, it's a good time to start practicing.
Yeah. They can rewatch the PT, or even finish their finals and go back to the hotel and then watch the PT top 8. Where you see the likes of Yuki Ichikawa, Yuta Takahashi, or Arne Huschenbeth, Sean Goddard.
A lot of great players made it into that top 8.
Yeah. So yeah, they're already shuffling up for that game 3 with Nicola on the play. Does it change much? Well, the main difference is that a counterspell, the actual counterspell, can catch Renan 6 on curve. Yeah, let's pile count the deck once to make sure that all the piles contain 12 cards, which totals up to 60.
Great game so far, and really interesting to see who's going to take here game 3. Nicola on Azorius Control or Alexandro on Jund Creativity. Not the most chosen decks for this weekend. We know that Amulet Titan, which is our first finalist, was indeed the most played deck yesterday on day 1. So a lot of people decided to bring in this Titan deck.
Yeah, they did decide to bring it because, I mean, it is thought of one of the best decks in the entire format, and for a very good reason. So let's look at the hand. I think it's Creativity, Pick Your Poison, Fable Lands, Ren, okay. Or maybe it's Veil, not Pick Your Poison. I think it's Veil, actually.
Veil of Summer can be a very nice card against counter magic.
Yeah, but then if you want to play Ren 6, you actually have to actively play it a bit later on turn 3 rather than turn 2. Which might not be, again, a big issue in the grand scheme of things, but... Trigger. In the past, we used to play Celestial Colonnade. Now we play Mysterious Archive. We used to play Raging Ravine. Now we play Commercial District.
Things are changing. Modern is evolving.
It is indeed.
Modern Horizons shaped the modern format completely, and we will have a new set released this summer, Modern Horizons 3. So let's see how things shape up after that.
So I think we'll just jump Red and 6 because Alessandro knows that Nicolo doesn't play Spell Pierce or Spell Snare, which might have been a reason to play an untapped land for Nicolo instead of a tap land, just to bluff it. Of course, it's not a good spot if Alessandro calls the bluff.
Okay, so we have Ren resolving, getting a land back. Two mana. Looks like Nicolo here going to...
Yeah, Lauren revealed cashed in for a land, which is another meticulous archive.
I mean, it does work. Surveilling is pretty strong.
Yeah, we might see like Prismatic ending your red, play a tap land again. Oh, I think that was Prismatic ending. Was that the pickup trigger? Oh, it was Hallowed Moonlight, I think. Was it? Is it? Might be. Will it?
I guess we'll find out.
Whoop. Yeah. So now, the issue with this is that Nicolo is playing Sorcery Speed. So Alessandro played Ren, drew a card essentially, then it got removed. Now he will play Fable. It will resolve because it will. If it gets removed, he's still up a Shaman. And so, or if a Shaman gets removed, he's up a Fable. So slowly but surely, Alessandro is getting ahead on cards. And remember, there are wrong answers, but there aren't really wrong threats.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Let's make a Goblin. Very powerful card.
So yeah, so let's see how Nicolo approaches this. Is there maybe the one ring? And so instead of trying to keep up with Alessandro, you start pulling ahead yourself?
I see the fairy.
Yeah, the Fairy Bones Shaman is kind of clean. But then you might get creativitied. But Blue-White Control is a relatively clunky deck, so sometimes you're just priced into making certain plays. Yes, but it would be really unfortunate to get creativity when you have Reprieve and Moonlight in hand. But I think Alessandro does have... Oh, I think there was a Solitude as well. So what could happen is you go for it, we Solitude the Dwarf. That could also be what happens. Yeah, but Fable of the Mirrorbreaker, putting in the work. Discard 2, discard Boseiju and Veil of Summer.
I think I see Bitter Reunion in hand. There's also another Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Creativity, Ren.
Two mana, so no creativity coming. Ren and 6, again, slowly but surely. Just kill Teferi. Trigger, make a dwarf. And then maybe like 2 mana Bitter Reunion? Oh, he had creativity, so he's just playing it really slow. So Alessandro is taking a conscious decision to play the game a bit slower. Interesting. So Alessandro is saying, I think I've got the control game. Whenever Nicolo gets too desperate to try to pull ahead, then I will punish him with creativity. Now the hard part is, of course, resolving creativity. Costs 4 mana after all.
So let's see here what Nicolo can do. It's not going to be easy to deal with this board because there's one creature, one planeswalker, two enchantments, so a lot of things to deal with. Plus, facing the threat of a combo.
Yeah, I don't like Nicolo's position. He's playing from behind, and there is a saying that Control is playing from behind from the moment it begins the game. But if that's true, that's even truer now. Minamo in hand, a great card to untap the One Ring, but also Emery, Lurker of the Lock. But here, mainly the One Ring. I can see Solitude. Minamo, 2 mana. Prismatic ending your Ren.
So Ren is gone. 3 mana remaining. There's Kahira as the companion in the companion zone and just passing here.
Yeah, we have Hallowed Moonlight and Reprieve for creativity.
Reflection of the Kiki Jiki.
A Thoughtseize would be a great pickup. We might play another Bitter Reunion just to filter through some cards. Because going for creativity might be just a bit risky. Attack for 1 for good measure. Shouldn't be too consequential of a play, but you never know.
By 1 you win, by 1 you lose.
Yep. There is a Fable as well. So we can start with Bitter Reunion and then maybe add Fable to the battlefield. So at this point, you might just want to exhaust Nicolo's counter spells. So you go Fable, Fable gets countered.
Yeah, so Fable here, and Nicolo is going to reprieve that.
Yeah, just reprieved.
Goes back into end, draws a card. Just trying to delay Alexander a bit. But Alexander playing another land now with 2 mana available. Is there a follow-up? We know there's a Bitter Reunion.
Yeah, I think Bitter Reunion is going to be the play. And just now we double the clock. I mean, not even double because Fable is on the battlefield, so. But this is how you play against Control, actually. You just put them in awkward spots. I really like the way Alessandro is sequencing everything and conducting this game. He'll probably discard a land here. Yep. And then just draw 2.
Another creativity.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what Nicolo is able to draw here.
Prismatic ending, and that's not good here.
And pass. Not playing land.
Yeah, well, Alice. Oh, that's a Thoughtseize. That's
That's
huge.
exactly the card that Alexander wanted to see here. So let's take a look. Thoughtseize, and Nicolo has to maybe respond to that.
But yeah, but oh, if he shows his hand, oh, there is double Moonlight.
Double Moonlight,
Ooh,
Prismatic
wow,
Ending,
wow.
and double Solitude.
Double Moonlight, it hurts because you would take 1 and then resolve creativity, but double Moonlight. Oh, that's tough. That's tough. And if you play the turn fair, you will walk into Solitude. If you play the turn unfair, you walk into Hallowed Moonlight. Double checking what it does.
So taking one of the Hallowed Moonlight. Just Fable. We know about this Fable. And what does Nicolo want to do?
Yeah, good question.
Just cast that Solitude. Get rid of Reflection of the Kiki Jiki.
Yeah. Yeah, put some pressure on the battlefield. So playing like Blue-Eyed Flash, essentially.
But here, Alexandro playing another Fable that resolves.
This Hallowed Moonlight, really problematic. Like, how are you going to get rid of it? You need to like top deck another Thoughtseize.
Not going to be
Narset.
easy.
Narset is a huge pickup because not only can you still hold up Hallowed Moonlight, but you also prevent Alessandro from taking full advantage of Chapter 2 Fable of the Mirrorbreaker. So I think Narset might have been the best draw. Like literally the best draw.
So Narset.
Yeah.
And we'll draw.
Let's see. Impulse. Or search for Ascanta activation.
In the face of knowing that Nicolo has Hallowed Moonlight, do you think Alexandro might just discard creativity from hand to try to get other cards?
A good question. I mean, in this particular spot, no, because Narset is on the battlefield, but as soon as she's off, I think I might consider that, yeah. So let's see what he chooses. I think I see Ring, Prismatic Ending, Teferi Counter Spell?
And it's the ring. The one and only, the one ring. Things are looking up to Nicolo. Things are looking pretty good for Blue-Eyed Control. So here we know that Alexandro cannot discard. I mean, he can, but then he doesn't draw because of Narset, so just Thoughtseizing. Thoughtseize is a great card, though, because that will get rid of the Hallowed Moonlight.
Yeah, so we might just preemptively play Moonlight.
Yeah, but that just works for this turn, so then Nicolo needs to find something else to prevent that.
Oh, I think we're taking the one ring here. Yeah. That seize from the top was crucial.
He got rid of the Hallowed Moonlight and the One Ring. Just attack everything probably to Narset.
Hmm? Yeah, so that's actually a very good attack because if you block a dwarf, so Solitude survives, Narset dies. If you block Shaman, then Narset survives, but you lose Solitude. So that's a very heads-up attack, I think. Very clean, very just makes sense.
So the only thing that Nicolo now has is Prismatic Ending.
Yeah, Nicolo's position's getting pretty bad. Alessandro will go like Creativity X3 next turn. And this might just be GG. Alessandro, I think, played this game very, very well.
That Thoughtseize was amazing. So Prismatic End is gone. Land go.
Yeah, just
What is that last card in hand?
For Alessandro? Or
For Nicolo. I mean, there's a land and another card.
and Solitude.
Solitude.
Yes, and Alessandro knows about the Solitude. So he doesn't know the last card. But I think he will pretty cleanly just go for it. We will just go X equals, 3, 4. Ditchland, yep. And then Anta. Oh, I mean, also, it's probably just an actual win-win because you go a Creativity X million and then you Bitter Reunions to give everything haste. And then haste is also given to Fable, so you can also copy another one. So, yeah, I think we're just, yeah. creativity X2, X3, and then haste everything, including Fable. Yep. That's what I do expect to happen right here, which might elicit a handshake.
So let's see if Alexander goes for it. Yep.
Yep. Creativity X a million. Nicola not so happy.
Okay. So looks like Solitude one of the dwarves. But the creativity still resolves on the dwarf that survived. And let's see what the card is going to be. Most likely Archon.
Yeah. Yeah, and now we will see the haste trick.
That is quite the turn there for Alexandro.
Yeah, trigger, sacrifice solitude. Oh, it was the... Yeah. Now we give haste.
Haste with the bitter
Now we use
reunion.
Fable to give haste to a copy. I mean, create a copy with haste. Trigger.
Now there's 2 Archons. And that's game.
Yep.
Alexandro 2-1 being one of our finalists. So we already know what we are going to have for the finals. Giant Creativity versus Amulet Titan.
Yeah, that I think that's going to be exciting because that's one of the closest matchups, possibly. I'm really curious to see how it goes. I'm really curious. I really want to see if we've got the Amulet saga continuing with just back-to-back Crush Prague, Crush Bologna. Probably won't crush Naples, but yeah, I'm really curious to see if that happens.
Let us know tweet chat who do you want to win here. LMS Bologna, Amulet Titan versus Giant Creativity. Let us know which one from these decks is your favorite. But a lot of good matches today. We are going to take a short break to be
Yep.
back with the finals really soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the Legacy European Tour Grand Open Qualifier in Bologna. We are going to the final round. 468 players came here yesterday to play Modern. After 15 rounds of Swiss and a cut to top 8, we now have our finalist, which is going to be Amulet Titan versus Gen Creativity. Let's take a look here at our players that made it into the finals. We have their picture to show you all. So, taking a look at our semi-finals that we just covered, we had Amulet Titan versus Prowess, and Amulet Titan won, led by Felix. Alexander won on Gen Creativity versus Blue Eyed Control, so that's going to be our final match of the day. And I'm so excited. These players are now competing for this trophy right here and to be crowned the Grand Open Qualifier Bologna champions. I'm sure they are very excited. And they already qualified for the regional championship in Naples next month. So for sure we'll hear much more from them. Let's take the look as they are getting ready for the final match of the day.
Yeah, they seem to be just finishing their mulligan decisions. I think Alessandro is down to 6. And let's see. Felix, I think with a turn 1 amulet of Saga this time.
Okay, Amulet, go.
Okay, so let's see what happens next. We might see like Bitter Reunion into a very fast Archon, maybe. And this matchup will play out completely differently compared to the previous one, because both players have a very specific Linnea game plan. Okay? Yeah, exactly. Linnea game plan, speak of, has been. Let's go. Boop. Oh, a second amulet was drawn.
I mean, this has to be Felix's lucky amulet because he always get the amulets. And I mean, both players with their plan going off very soon.
Oh, wait. We might actually... Wait. So this is 4.
One ring.
I think turn to ring is reasonable.
Turn 2, 1 ring, 2 amulets. Whoa. Just whoa.
Yeah, precisely. I think whoa is the appropriate description of what has just occurred on the screen. He could have played something like maybe Arboreal Grazer as well. Okay, now we see Persist on Archon. Nothing's happening because nothing's happening. There is protection. But I think this is just over. Because now we find a third amulet with Saga, have Bounceland, have Titan. I think we can just pack this up. No,
I mean,
let's go home.
turn
we're all
2
hungry,
ring.
right?
How do you come back from that?
Dinner isn't going to eat itself.
3 amulets and 1 ring.
I would love to provide a bit more input. It's really difficult. So yeah, let's put Sanctuary on the stack, and that's a big downside of these creativity decks. They don't really play free spells compared to the rest of the format. So Felix just knows what he's going to do and knows he's going to do it undisruptedly.
Living the dream.
Yeah, and it turns out, yeah, the turn 3 Archon just isn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, Alexandro had the nuts as well, but just not enough compared with Felix having 3 amulets, a ring on turn 2.
Boop. I think we've got 10 mana floating.
Expedition map.
We're cracking the map. Talaria West. Boop. Find Pact. Boop. Titan trigger. Empty the mana pool. Does it resolve? Apparently it does. So we'll probably give it haste or maybe like chain some, with mineral pool stuff. Chain some Titans. Yep, mirror pool it is. Maybe let's bring Mirror Pool on the screen to show what it does, because it's a relatively recent addition, and Mirror Pool has a very important mode of copying a creature. And would you know, Primeval Titan is a pretty decent creature to be copied. There's also some combos with World Soul Rage. Yeah, this is... it also enters Stabbed, which sometimes is an actual upside.
What a dream here that Felix is living on this first game of the finals.
Yeah, so give one Titan double haste vigilance, and then the other just once. Go to attacks. Change phases, so mana evaporates.
That was a fast game. I mean, let's go to game 2. That will give us the opportunity to take a look at the deck lists. Let's see what the players are bringing, the exact 75 cards. And I'm telling you, if Amulet Titan keeps being this popular, I'm going to start playing Meal.
Whoa, okay, that's a very bold statement. Yes.
So we have Gen Creativity here by Alexandro Parisi. What do you think of the deck and sideboard against the Titan deck?
Well, I think Boseiju is cool. I think Terrasanda is cool. Pick Your Poison. Terastodon is a really good payoff there, because you can, for example, destroy, Amulet and a Bounce Land. If you remember my match in Prague, because I played this matchup in Prague on feature match, although I played a bit of a different take on creativity, I sided out 2 Archons and sided into Terastodons. Here we might even see 3-3 change, because you can really just stifle the opponent's plan when you destroy, Bounce Land, Amulet, and they've got nothing. You've got 9 power on the battlefield and just win pretty cleanly from that point. So we might see that. What I dislike in the main deck especially are Lightning Bolts. They don't really do anything. Fatal Push at least kills Dryad, but Lightning Bolt is an easy out. So I would definitely try to side in cards to accommodate this. And, one Boseiju, one Terrasanda, double Pick Your Poison, trim one push, get another Pick Your Poison in. Pretty clean sideboarding, I think.
And let's take a look here at our Amulet Titan players deck list for these finals of the Grand Open qualifiers. So we have Felix here running the 75 cards. Roxanne is a very interesting card that made it into Modern from OTJ, very recent. But for this particular matchup versus Creativity, what do you think Philip is going to get played?
Yeah, I don't think Roxanne is for this matchup, neither is End. We might see Eleshnon, because Eleshnon stops Terastodon and stops Archon, so I think that's a pretty decent one. Relic of Progenitors to stop the Graveyard Shenanigans, Bojukabok naturally as well. And I think these are the best ones, but these are really good ones. Double Eleshnon, Mother of the Machines, and Relic of Progenitors, Bojukabok. Very, very powerful 4 cards. Now, Felix won that one on turn 3 on the draw. He's on the draw again. We'll see if the situation happens yet again. But I'm really curious to see how it pans out.
And let's take a look at our players as they get ready for game 2 now with Alexandro on the play. And I'm sure opening, not again for opening with Amulet into ring.
Yeah. Now, sometimes Creativity itself plays Eleshnon, Mother of the Machines, which is conveniently really good against Titan, but in this particular configuration, is the Titan with Eleshnon, not the other way around. Yeah, so finishing shuffling up.
And let us know, Twitch chat, where are you watching us from? I hope you have been having a great time as we came close to an end here of the weekend. I love to hear where you all are watching from, and a very packed weekend. So Modern with this tournament. There's also the Pro Tour this weekend. A lot of Magic.
Oh, we got a viewer from Miami, even Texas. Nice. Singapore. All over the world.
Love to see that. Many places that I want to visit one day.
Yeah, definitely. Jamaica.
Brazil.
Abu Dhabi. My God.
Welcome everyone to the stream. I really hope you are having a great time. And the tournament lined out pretty well because after this tournament is the Pro Tour, so you get to enjoy both the tournaments, and it kind of lines up well because if you're watching the Pro Tour this weekend and you might as me, like I'm watching the Pro Tour and I'm thinking, how can I be there? I want to qualify for the Pro Tour, and these kind of tournaments are the perfect start for that.
Another perfect start is a turn one amulet.
That's for sure. And Blood Crypt here.
And so now that the amulet is actually disrupted, and Thoughtseize, there is a pact, amulet and lands.
So let's see here what Alexander decides to take with these Thoughtseize.
So this particular game will probably be a tad more grindy, a tad more back and forthy, may I say?
Yeah, we might see some more action because the first game was very much one-sided for Felix there. Now we might see what Alexander can do.
Yeah, and I see creativity in hand, so now it might be one-sided back. Because we cannot play ring this turn. We can just go poop, explore, draw, yeah. And then you play, you know, an additional land because of explore. Yeah. But now,
Pass.
yeah, I think now if there is a Terrastodon coming out, we might see a GG and we'll go back to shuffling. But that remains to be seen soon enough.
468 players came here yesterday to play this tournament. Only 2 left standing. Who will take the championship and the title here? These new lands, we've talked about them all over the weekend, but they are making a very big impact in Modern. Very strong, the survivability.
Okay.
So it looks like, ooh,
When you're Felix and you see Transmogrify ditched,
you know something is not good. So dwarf, not even putting the dwarf because we are going to
Yeah, just-
creativity.
and then it is the Rastodon. An elephant that I know very, very, very well. I'm getting flashbacks from Prague. The Rastodon is an elephant, mighty, mighty elephant. And let's see what we target and how we target. Yeah, I think we're still thinking on the targets.
Making a
Because-
decision here.
Yeah, because like you could kill 3 lands. You could just kill 3 lands, yeah. Because you may destroy up to 3 target non-creature permanents. And the key is up to, and the key is that you could also destroy your own if you wanted to.
Yep.
Okay, so we do destroy 2. Let's see if we have some elephant tokens.
I mean, look how nice Alexander is in a finals of a tournament giving elephants to the opponent.
Yeah. Okay. We'll put them there in a moment.
And a 9-9.
Yeah, doing this makes sense because it makes Felix unable to profitably block. So he has to just take the damage.
And attacking
So,
first.
attack for 9. This is not over yet, but I think it's just as close to over as it gets.
So we get Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yep.
Making a Goblin.
And Tapland Pass. Spelunking is the top deck. And we Spelunking we will. Drop a Relic. I don't think that's going to be enough. Okay. Yeah, another land. Now we'll play Relic. I mean, yeah, Felix is playing to his outs, but next turn, I think Alessandro will play another creativity. Potentially X equals 2 even. Probably closing the door on this match completely. We actually drew a Terastodon. So Terastodon and Ren go to the bin.
Drawing 2 fresh cards. I
We-
see creativity.
Oh, we drew Archon. So we might actually not have any targets for creativity. So if that's the case, and Felix goes like, okay, let's jump with 1. Felix might still have like 2 more draws. What? Okay,
Okay,
wait.
5 mana, so looks like there is.
Felix, don't concede. Don't concede. Let it play out. Let it play out. Don't concede.
I mean, it's open deck list, so Felix knows.
Don't concede. But he doesn't know how many he kept in because we usually swap them out. Okay, there is more.
There is one.
Because sometimes it's a swap, 3 for 3.
So let's see if there's any more.
Well, now if we flip an elephant again, then it'll surely be over.
Okay, there is.
Yeah. Double checking the sideboarding because that's what matters to him. But he's not dead technically, but Terastodon will destroy like bounce land to lands, and I think we can just go to the third one.
I always like when there's 3 games.
Yeah.
Both players get to do their strategy. And then one gets victorious after sideboardings.
But because this is the grand final, we'll just allow everything to play out properly.
Yeah, these players don't have a rush. There's no clock. They just have to play at a reasonable pace, so...
Okay, so now we're choosing the targets. It is the bounce land, and I think... Oh, we're killing Spelunking as well, so I think we're choosing 2. And the order in which we do it might be... I mean, it doesn't really matter because there is something to be sacrificed anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's resolve everything that's on the stack because it's invisible to us, but I do think we will be changing the... Okay, that's the discard from Archon, okay. Now we sacrifice this to Archon, and 3 permanents are destroyed because of the Terastodon, and we get 3 elephants. Okay. That's the state of affairs.
And go. Let's see what Felix can do here.
I don't think he can do anything.
Yeah, we might just go for a game
Yep.
3. There we go. Going to a game 3. Alexander here taking on game 2.
Okay, so now for the first time, Felix is going to be the player on the play. And let's see if he opens with an amulet.
He really needs that lucky amulet to be
That last
on
time.
the
That last time. No more. This one last time. He's probably mentally cashing his one time here.
So let's take a look at our players' lists one more time before the game 3. While they're shuffling up, we can take a look. So first we have John Creativity by Alexandro Parisi. We already discussed the sideboard against Titan, but do you think anything changes with Alexandro now on the draw?
Yeah, not really. I'm curious about the proportion of Terastodons to Archons because you typically, as I said, you do like a swap or something. But here it seems like Parisi increased the density altogether, which also makes sense because you really want to increase your chance of turn to Bitter Reunion, discard a creature. So that makes sense. And we saw Pick Your Poisons in, which is exactly what you need against those turn 1 amulets.
And let's take a look at our amulet player list here, Felix. So Felix really hoping for that amulet turn 1. In sideboard, anything changes now being on the play?
Yeah, on the play, I don't think much changes. I really like Spelunking, Relic, Elishnon, Bojukabog. I really like all these cards. So I think we're largely just keeping it the same. Just more focused on maybe more aggressive mulligans to have a really good opener and potentially punish the opponent for being too slow on the draw.
Let's see if our players are ready to start this final game of the weekend. That is true. 468 players came here yesterday to play this Grand Open qualifier, and only these 2 players are standing there 1-1. So whoever wins the game takes the trophy.
Take trophy they do after a very long day and an even longer weekend.
Yeah, these weekends get really long. A lot of rounds. We had 15 rounds of Swiss plus the top 8.
Okay, let's see the opener for Felix. I can see Land, Grazer, Pact, Dryad, Gardens, Lush Portico, and the One Ring. So there is no amulet. And let's see if Felix keeps this one. Okay, so we do keep. We're off to the races. That will keep a no amulet, Tapland, and again a Tapland. And now, okay, we fix the mana. Play Grazer. Okay, so I think we're just going for the turn 3 ring. That's it. Turn 3 ring on the play. Easy
Pretty
peasy.
fair, but
Yeah, that's the fairest you can get with this deck. Oh, we keep it on top.
and let's see what Alexander has to follow up. Getting a land here.
I shock this in. This draw from Felix is really immune to Pick Your Poison, at least so far, because once the One Ring gets onto the battlefield, it'll be probably poisoned to death. But Bitter Reunion could be a really good star here. I can see Ren. I see Creativity. I think I see a bunch of good cards, but we do go for Ren. That's not a really relevant card, is it?
Ran and 6 played 4 mana. We know that means 1 ring. That's a great way for Felix starting to develop cards. I mean, not too bad. Let's see what Alexander can do. I see Persisting End. Creativity as well.
So we fetch. So if this is like a super fair draw from Alessandro of like Ren into Fable, then it probably won't be enough. Amulet is not about that fair game, but it is capable of playing these fair games, and this is where its strength lies. Two
2
mana.
mana.
Okay, bitter reunion. Ditch persist. Well, that's not what you want to be discarding. Keeping the green mana up in case he top decks pick your poison. That's a good decision. We have Boseiju, but it costs 2 mana, as Ren doesn't discount it. I think this is the cleanup step. And now lose 1 life, down to 19. Draw. Explore is the draw. So let's see if we can draw an amulet. Pact Otawara. Ooh, Otawara might be cool.
So
Otawara
let's
might be
see
really cool, actually.
what Felix can do here. With that one ring, drawing a lot of cards, getting a lot of advantage. 4 mana available so far. We know that there's a Dryad in end for Felix as well. And there it is, so able to play an additional land this turn. Explore.
Okay.
Bounce that land.
So in the end, we do not hold up Otawara to maybe fizzle a creativity, and there is a creativity coming.
There is a creativity. Is there the land to make a token though?
Yes, yes. There is a fetch land in hand. Also, I think it was picked up with Ren the previous turn. Now, if there is a creativity X1, Felix is really hoping it's Archon, not Terastodon, because Archon doesn't do much. You just sacrifice Grazer and go about your day.
So there it is. Let's make a 1/1 dwarf.
And the thing is that if you play more creatures and you, for example, have left 2 Archons in, you're just diluting the chance of hitting that Terastodon. Conversely to cutting all the Archons and just keeping just Terastodons in, and you would know what's going to happen.
So let's get that Archon. Or
Terastodon.
Terastodon.
Yeah, so depending on who you're rooting for, this is the Alessandro positive outcome.
Let's see what Alexander here decides to target with this Terastodon.
Yeah, I think now you can just kill double bounce land.
Is that enough?
I think it might. Not holding up that Otawara, really punishing. So I think we're still shuffling after creativity.
Oops.
Yep, cut the deck. Shuffle again. Cut the deck. Yes, I think maybe Felix, if he draws an amulet, and he has got a Droster plus the 1 ring, he might actually be back, actually.
We will have to find out here what Felix can do.
So let's see. So a single amulet, I think, is the out. I mean, or more amulets, right? But like at least 1 amulet.
Another ring.
That's okay.
1,
But this is when Felix
2,
needs that.
3.
Not that 1 mana artifact, is it? You can play Otawara the 1 ring, and you can keep the original ring.
Alexandro at 13 life. Felix has a difficult decision. Surveil land here.
Oh, that is close. That is indeed very, very close. Okay, now we play Relic. Yeah, just
And
pass back.
passing.
And the red already ticking up to 7.
Attacking for 9.
I'm just boop. Not even blocking with Grazer. I like that. Oh, I think there is a creativity in hand, and now we will go creativity x2 on Terrastodon Ended Dwarf. And if it is the case, I think Alessandro will just brute force his way into the win.
So let's see what creatures get revealed here.
Boop, boop. I think the best outcome for Felix is like double Archon.
Terrastodon.
Okay.
So one of each, one Terrastodon and one Archon.
Oh, difficult. I think Alessandro can smell victory. I can smell victory from way up here. And let's see what the targets are. I would assume we kill like lands, like this. And now, let's see, now we draw Amulet. We play Amulet off of Tolaria West. We've got 2 land drops. So, oh, Mother of Machines over the top, off of Relic. Too late for that, isn't it?
Just a little bit too late.
And then boop.
I mean, at least Felix gets 3 elephants,
Well,
right?
well,
Right?
I think there is a combination that gets Felix back if he just like a bunch of amulets, grazers, and just overall, you know,
We will find out. 1,
Titan.
2,
No,
3,
no,
4.
no.
Where are those lucky amulets when we need them?
No. And Ren is about to ultimate right now, so we can replay creativity yet again. Another Dryad. Trigger. Ditch a non-amulet. I think we're going 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we'll do it. No, it is 7. Oh, it is 8. Okay. So now take a draw.
Land.
Oh yeah, creativity isn't in the graveyard because of the relic. So
That ran with 7 counters on it.
yeah, the Ren ult doesn't do much. So maybe actually Felix will get another turn. I mean, don't tell me. Okay.
No, this is there, the handshake, and Alexander Parisi taking the win. With Jan Creativity being the deck here, taking the trophy.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Creativity, class display. And yeah, super, super happy to see that happen.
Congratulations to Alexandro on taking here the victory. 468 players, and he is the champion of Legacy European Tour Grand Open Qualifier Bologna.
Yeah, so maybe let me go and grab the winner.
Yes, let's take a quick break and we will be back for interview here with a winner. Make any questions that you want in chat. I've heard that Alexandro is an MTGO streamer and player, so I'm sure he can tell us something about that. Shout out the social media so that you can also know where to find him. And how are you doing, Twitch chat? I hope you're having a great, great day. It's been a weekend full of modern. It's been so, so good. It's been 18 rounds, so a long weekend. We are all tired, but excited to talk here with Alexandro and see why he decided to bring Gen Creativity and what were the matchups like for the weekend. We had a very diverse meta. The most played deck of the weekend was Amulet Titan with 40 copies, but less than 10% conversion into day 2. We also had decks like Temur Prowess making a show here, with Slick Shot being a very powerful card from OTJ. Overall, a very exciting weekend as we are getting our winner ready for the interview. So let us know. And it's been amazing. Will Hall, I see you in chat. Had to go and take a flight on this weekend. And we have the winner there. Alexandro getting ready here. There. Hello, put the headset so people can hear you. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, I can.
Congratulations, Alexandro, on winning here the trophy. How does it feel?
It feels good actually. I thought I was dead in the last game because my opponent had the ring and he was drawing something and he bricked it, but that's magic, I think.
Why did you decide to bring Gen Creativity here this weekend?
Uh, I don't have a very good answer. I just picked it up because it seemed fine, consistent, and a good deck, and I just played it Magic Online and I wanna beat, and I decided to play it in the GP.
And how did you feel when you discovered that you were going to play against Amulet Titan? Was that a match that you were comfortable with or not feeling so great about?
So before the GP, I wasn't very comfortable because you basically almost always lose game 1, and then you have to race back. But during the GP, I tried to sideboard differently. I tried to board in Terastodon as well, and that was pretty good. So I was pretty comfortable in how the game plays out, at least.
And all over the weekend, we saw you over and over and again on the feature match area. You did great every time. Anyone that you want to shout out, any social media? Because I know you play a lot of MTGO, right?
Yeah, I played a lot of MTGO, but I also want to shout out my team, Camioncho team, and go follow them on Twitter. They are amazing, amazing people and amazing Magic players. So follow them and yeah.
And for yourself, any like place that if people want to see more about this list, about you, the decks that you're playing, they can follow you, maybe Twitter?
Yeah, basically Twitter. When I talk about Magic, I use Twitter. I'm Malemilan19 on Twitter and on MTGO as well. So that's it.
So if anyone is curious, you are going to probably post there the deck list and show everyone. How are you feeling now here? This is yours, Alexandro.
Oh, thanks. I'm over the moon right now, so I just can't elaborate well. But yeah, I'm great.
And you were not qualified for Naples yet.
No, I played a lot of PPTQs and I failed miserably, and that was my last chance. So I'm super satisfied about that.
Nervous about standard?
No, I love the format. I played a lot of MTGO, but the meta in the local game store is just different. People brings whatever, and I'm not very prepared to face whatever. I try to tune my list super sharply, and yeah, that's an issue about standard.
Once again, congratulations, Alexandro, for being here and being the winner of this Grand Open Qualifier Bologna. You must be over the moon so you can go and celebrate with your friends and everyone that went with you. To you at home, me, Skura, that is going to join here, we want to thank you so much for being here. This is going to come to a close of our stream. We really hope that you enjoyed. It's been a long weekend, and we have our winner here finally. Thank you so much to our sponsors as well, Wizards of the Coast, Ultimate Guard, Card Market, MTG Melee. And we will see you next month in Naples for the Regional Championship.
Bye.